Good morning, everybody. Hello, hello. Happy Rare Disease Day. Man, I've been looking forward to this for a long time. This is something that I do every year. I always really look forward to it. So basically, for those of you who don't know, the last day of February, which, includes the most rare day of the year, February 29th, which doesn't always happen because, leap years and all that. The last day of February is always Rare Disease Day. So basically, it's an advocacy event. It gives us a chance to raise awareness for folks that are living with a rare disease, like myself. There are so many, like a ridiculous amount of rare diseases worldwide. And 1 in 10 Americans are actually living with a rare disease. 1 in 10. You meet somebody with a rare disease just about every day. You just might not know it. It's, so even though all of our conditions are so rare, having a rare disease really isn't all that rare. So it's really important to raise awareness for these conditions because folks that are living with a rare disease might not always have access to treatments or cures. Unfortunately, a lot of rare diseases don't get enough funding to actually look into how to treat or cure them, which is why it's so important to raise awareness for rare conditions like the ones that we're going to talk about today. So basically, the whole point of this stream is to educate you on the existence of some rare diseases and to encourage you to donate to any rare disease nonprofit of your choice. It can be anybody that you support that, of course, works within the rare disease community. I personally have a special place in my heart for an organization called the National Organization for Rare Disorders, or NORD for short. I volunteered for them for a short while there, just about 2.5 years, I think. And I have nothing but kind things to say about that group. They are doing lasting, important, wonderful work for the rare disease community. We're going to talk a little bit more about them later on. But that's the organization that I actually plan on donating to today during the stream. And I encourage you guys to, if you don't know who to donate for, donate to NORD. They're doing wonderful work. Again, like I said, we'll talk more about them later on when I actually get deeper into it. But there are all kinds of great rare disease nonprofits out there, like Rare Disease Day right here. We're on their website right now. You can click on this donate button and go straight to their donation page. And basically, the Rare Disease Day group here that you can donate to started from Eurodis, which is the European Rare Diseases nonprofit. So it's Eurodis, Rare Diseases Europe. They started the Rare Disease Day thing. Rare Disease Day is a global initiative, and they do a lot of really important advocacy work, raising awareness for rare diseases and giving patients a voice. So if you want to donate to support that, it's not cheap running a website or creating these wonderful graphics that they make for us every year and videos and stuff. They do a lot of really great work with that. Again, like I said, it's not cheap. So any donation really helps, helps their efforts going forward. So you can consider donating to Rare Disease Day, or, like I mentioned, Eurodis is a wonderful group as well, or you can donate to any number of specific rare disease charities and nonprofits. There are charities and nonprofits for just so many rare diseases out there. SignGap 1 is one that comes to mind. They do a lot of really great work. We're going to talk a little bit more about them later on too, I'm sure. For my specific rare condition, I don't know if there's a nonprofit for septo-optic dysplasia. I haven't looked into that yet, which, by the way, we're going to talk a little bit more about my condition later on. But my pituitary disorder, which is part of the septo-optic dysplasia, is called panhypopituitarism, and that is a rare disease as well. So the group that focuses on pituitary disorders is, you can go to pituitary.org to check them out. They're the Pituitary Network Association. That's another great group that you could donate to. I could go on and on and on about all these rare disease nonprofits that you could support. But long story short, without rambling on for the entire stream, I guess that's what the stream is all about, but anyway, you can donate to any rare disease nonprofit of your choice. And if you donate $5 or more, save a screenshot of your donation, redact any personal information, but if you save a screenshot and send it to me as proof that you donated, I will do a 5-minute doodle for you. And I plan on having the doodle segment later on in the stream. Basically, what I'm going to be doing is setting a timer for 5 minutes for each $5 or more donation, and doodling whatever prompt you give me to doodle, as long as it's appropriate. Of course, I can deny any request that I think is just not appropriate for the stream. We do want to be family friendly, so keep that in mind. But yeah, we're gonna hang out here. We're gonna read these patient stories today. Encourage you guys to learn about these rare diseases and to raise awareness yourself by posting to any social media network of your choice. I've got the Twitter feed right here. I'm not really on Twitter, but that's where a lot of the work is happening, advocacy-wise, like sharing the Rare Disease Day hashtag. So that's why I have the Twitter live feed up there. But if you want to, help raise awareness and you don't have any money to donate, which, trust me, I get it, you can use the Rare Disease Day hashtag, make a post. If you have a rare disease, share your story, or you can share a link to a donation page for any nonprofit that you want to support, or you can just share a random fact about rare diseases, or just say, hey, zebras, I see you and I support you, hashtag Rare Disease Day. It's that easy, it's free. I encourage you to do that. It'll help lift up that hashtag. Let's get it trending so that more folks will see it and hopefully learn a little something about our rare disease today. So, every year when I do this stream, we spend most of the stream reading these patient stories. We'll read their featured heroes stories here, and we'll also read a lot of these self-submitted stories from patients like myself that have come to the website and shared their own experiences with their rare diseases as well. And then, of course, we're also playing Stream Raiders. This is just a fun little game that we can play in the background. Oh, hey, CG, good to see you. Also, CG, thank you for the reminder that I need to start up Chatty, which is my alert thing that tells me when I have a message in chat, because sometimes I can get so wrapped up in what I'm doing that I forget to read chat. But, hey, how are you doing, CG? Okay, got that taken care of. But yeah, we're going to be playing some Stream Raiders. You don't have to download anything to play along. It's totally free. You just have to sign in through your Twitch account. Basically, how this game works is you drag and drop units onto the battlefield like this. So I'm going to put my guy right here. I only get to put one on the battlefield, but if you want to play along, just click on that link in chat, and you can drag and drop your units on the battlefield wherever you want. Every 2.5 minutes, and then after a half an hour, we all come together to fight these bad guys. And I hear a couple bad guys over here. More might appear on the battlefield as time goes on. But when that half hour is up, we'll come back here and we will watch the battle happen. So that will be fun. Yeah, so that's going on in the background there. Alright, we got some coffee. We got some nice chill tunes courtesy of Pretzel Rocks. Thank you, Pretzel Rocks. And I'm ready to read some stories. But first, actually, we're gonna watch some videos. There is an official Rare Disease Day video. Oh, hold on a minute. I need to change this browser source, apparently. Yep. 1 second while I fix this really quick. Sorry about that. I didn't realize that was set to... I'm actually just going to delete this source and put a display capture up instead. Give me a second while I deal with that. Sorry, guys. But once I do this, we should be pretty smooth for the rest of the event. Okay. Yoink. Oh, and I forgot to turn on stream avatars too. I should probably do that. I've got a very special stream avatar that was donated to me last year of a zebra. Fully animated. It is beautiful. And I'm excited to be able to use it again this year. Okay, so we got this up. Let me get stream avatars going in the background. Oh hey, look at my Steam library. You can see all the games I got. Yay! Alright. Stream avatars is booting up. Once we get that going, we can actually get into the meat of this. Watch the Rare Disease Day video for 2023. It's very short. We may watch some, well, I shouldn't say may, we will watch some more videos, especially like patient stories on YouTube as well. So I'm looking forward to watching those with you guys today. Alright, so we should be good now. Yes, alright, let's get this party started. Alright, I'm gonna mute myself, and we're gonna watch this video together.
Everyone deserves equitable opportunities and access to healthcare. But for those of us with a rare disease, we are more likely.
Sorry guys, one second. I actually forgot I need to pause Pretzel Rocks before I do this. Otherwise we're gonna have conflicting music. Okay. Alright, back to the video. I'm gonna start it over.
Everyone deserves equitable opportunities and access to healthcare. But for those of us with a rare disease, we are more likely to face misdiagnosis, treatment inequality, and isolation. This Rare Disease Day, light up in solidarity with over 300 million people living with a rare condition. Every Everyone deserves equitable opportunity.
Oh, CG, thank you for telling me. I thought I unmuted myself, but I didn't. I'm doing alright. How are you doing? Alright. Ready to tell some stories, share these experiences from real folks living with rare conditions out there. Good, glad to hear that you're doing alright, CG. Thanks for joining me. We're celebrating Rare Disease Day today. I need to fix this stream avatar's scene here. This should be here. I thought I had all this set up before, but apparently I did not. Okay. Cool. Alright, let's read some stories. So we're going to start with one of their official heroes that they have featured on the website, and then we're going to read one of these stories submitted by folks like myself from the rare disease community, and then we'll go back and forth reading these stories, you know, one right after the other. So we're going to start with Reza. Okay. You do not stream Avatar? They're up on the, if you look at, like, right over here, over my head, behind me, see the little zebras running around? Those are the stream avatars. So you've got a, stream avatar. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in here because my eyes are not great. We'll get into that later on. That's part of my rare disease, too. So, alright. Starting with Reza, he's got cystinosis, and he's located in Iran. So, 13-year-old Reza lives in Iran with his family, and he's also living with a rare disease called cystinosis. Within the past century, cystinosis has gone from being a cause of childhood fatality to a manageable condition with a life expectancy well into middle age. It is caused by mutations in the CTNS gene passed on in 1 in 4 pregnancies, where both parents are carriers, and affects between 1 in 100,000 and 1 in 200,000 people. That is super rare. It is characterized by the accumulation of the amino acid cysteine in different tissues and organs, with the kidneys and eyes most likely to be affected. Exact symptoms and severity can vary greatly between patients. Reza's kidneys have been badly affected, and his treatment has included receiving a kidney transplant. This has affected his ability to socialize with his friends, as he has as has the COVID-19 pandemic, and he isn't always able to participate in his educational and creative classes. But he is an optimistic person who focuses on the positives. Reza says, "My parents, friends, and family members have my back. I appreciate the Rare Disease Foundation of Iran, RADIOR. I said, I mixed up the I and the RADOIR, rather. The Iranian cystinosis community, my doctors, especially the ones who did my kidney transplant, and all the people who have helped me. Each year I join cystinosis Symposium, which helps me meet other people living with a rare disease, and I make a lot of new friends there. We talk to each other and share our stories. I love going to the cinema, watching movies, and reading books. I'm also very fond of singing and dancing, and I really enjoy happy music. I really want to become an actor. I like taking part in acting classes. I think I'm ready to star in a movie. I'll try my best to be a successful person in the future and make those around me happy. Thanks for sharing your story, Reza. Awesome. Alright. Hop back on over here and check out if you can help your child, you can help others. Is that Azerbaijan? I'm probably, oh boy, I'm gonna mispronounce so many words today, so hang in there, everybody. From different countries that I haven't said out loud before to new rare conditions that I've never read before. Yeah, like thalassemia? I think I said that correctly, at least, but I'm gonna butcher so many words, I apologize in advance. Hang in there. Story of Nyla. When my son was diagnosed as a thalassemia patient, doctors told me that he will not live for more than 10 years, and there was no proper treatment for such patients at the time in our country. I was really surprised and happy when I met young thalassemia patients in Turkey, where I traveled with my son to get a thorough treatment. I realized that thalassemia patients could live a better life if granted access to health care, and I promised myself to change their lives in my country. I became a patient advocate in 2004 and was able to bring the problem to the First Lady of Azerbaijan, Her Highness Mehriban Aliyeva? A state program that covers all treatment for thalassemia patients in the country was established in 2006, and the Thalassemia Center provides care to our patients from all regions since 2009. Today we have more than 1,500 patients under permanent treatment, including bone marrow transplantation at the Thalassemia Center. We still need improvements to our healthcare, but I believe that if you can help your child, you can help others. Always speak up, be an advocate for your child, and for many other children. I hadn't heard of thalassemia before. Thanks for sharing your story. And you're doing incredible advocacy work. You've truly made a difference. 1,500 patients getting treatment in your area thanks to your help. This is why advocacy is so important. You're really making an impact. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to skip this song because it has lyrics in it, and that'll trip me up when I'm trying to read. Okay. So, up next we've got Nitsia. I'm going to read her story. She has Turner syndrome, and she's in Mexico. As a child, Nitsia attended medical appointments for 9 years across 4 different hospitals before she was finally diagnosed with Turner syndrome. Turner syndrome is a rare chromosomal disorder that is notoriously difficult to diagnose because symptoms vary between patients and sometimes only emerge during puberty. It only affects females and occurs when genetic data is lost from the second X chromosome. Diagnosis is confirmed by running a blood test called a karyotype, and patients with Turner syndrome will show as having 45 chromosomes rather than the usual 46. The 2 most common characteristics of Turner syndrome are stunted growth and underdeveloped ovaries. It can also cause a range of other symptoms, including thick neck tissue, low birth weight, and problems with the heart and kidneys. Girls and women with Turner syndrome will need lifelong checks on their heart, kidneys, and reproductive systems, but with the right support, it is possible to experience a good quality of life. Nitsia says, "My rare disease means completing several activities at the same time can sometimes be difficult. I love skating, swimming, playing with Barbie dolls, watching Sailor Moon movies and series and other comics. I enjoy going to the movies, playing with my dog Mitsley, or spending a day with my family at home. I love helping others, which is something that my rare disease has enabled me to do." Family is hugely important to Nitsia. Her mom goes with her to medical appointments, and she speaks for her love for her parents and brother. When it comes to dealing with the effects of the rare disease has on her daily life, Nitsia says, "We are united." Nitsia's diagnosis was an essential step towards getting the right treatment. She now receives growth hormone treatment at the 20 de November Hospital of the ISSSTE, where she can also access cardiology, ophthalmology, pediatric endocrinology, dermatology, psychiatry services as required. Navigating the process of diagnosis can be difficult, and in Nitsia's case, the Federación Mexicana de... What? I need to learn Spanish. FEMEXER played a key role. Nitsia's mom says, we are grateful to Palapina from, I think it's read out as Fimexer, maybe? And her family who accompanied us on this journey because without them, it would not have been possible to reach the diagnosis. They also helped us to find specialists in the hospital that Nitsia's condition has required, and above all, the attention and guidance of Palapina, to whom we are deeply grateful. Nitsia adds, in the rare disease community, Pao has been the one who has helped me with therapies and advice. She is very special to me. I love her very much. By connecting with others in the rare disease community, Nitsia's family receives support from all over the world. Nitsia's mom welcomes Rare Disease Day as an opportunity to raise awareness and knowledge of rare diseases in the world in order to provide better care for patients and their families. For Nitsia, being named a Rare Disease Day hero has had a lasting, positive impact. Her description of its importance is straightforward yet hugely powerful. To make my story and my condition known, to make Turner Syndrome known worldwide. Alright, thank you for sharing your story, Nitsia. You've definitely taught some folks about Turner Syndrome today. Okay, and up next we're going to read this patient story. So, this is a story of Raymond and Damien, and they're in Mexico dealing with Glanzmann thrombasthenia. I'm gonna get all tongue-tied on this one. Raimundo and Damien are 8 and 7 years old. Both of them suffer a bleeding disorder called Glanzmann's thrombasthenia. It's a 1 in a million chance of 1 in a million! Wow! Chance of incidence. GT, like we like to call it, is a proteins deficiency that affects the platelets and affects coagulation of the blood. So it's a bleeding disorder, yeah. From a vaccine or a tooth falling or even regular food gives us a life or death bleeding episode. They have faced big challenges and limitations in their short life. That actually reminds me of another great nonprofit, Danny's Dose, that's trying to raise awareness for issues. Well, hold on a minute. Let me change this song because that's whatever that is grating. I'm sorry. So Danny's Dose is working to make it to where EMS workers can actually carry, or can actually use, okay, so, let me back it up, rewind a little bit, and while I'm doing that, I'm actually going to hop on over to the Danny's Dose website. Okay, so basically, EMS workers are not, in most places, hey Coco, good to see ya! In most places, EMS workers are not allowed to administer emergency medications that patients have on them. It's true in my case. I've got adrenal insufficiency, and if I wind up in a situation where a normal person's body would go into shock, my body doesn't produce cortisol on its own, so cortisol is a stress hormone, it regulates blood pressure and stuff. So if I'm in a stressful situation, like a serious accident, if I don't get a shot of corticosteroids immediately, like within, like, I think I could die within a half hour if it's not given to me quickly. If I don't get that emergency injection right away, like I just said, I could die. But unfortunately, EMS workers in most places are not allowed to use medications that patients have on them, and they don't always carry things like the corticosteroid shots that I would need when I'm in that situation. So basically I need to be able to be conscious to give myself my own injection because those EMS workers can't do it. And if they don't have permission to give me that shot, there's nothing they can do about it. They just have to hope they get me to the hospital in time to get, you know, the injection there. Hopefully I'll survive. But basically what Danny's Dose is doing is trying to advocate to change laws so the EMS workers can use the emergency medications that patients have on hand. It's really important, especially in her case, because her son has a bleeding disorder. We just talked about these 2 kids here that have a bleeding disorder. And that's what reminded me of this. So she was terrified that if she didn't have this coagulative, what's it called? So, some sort of coagulative serum that helps the blood coagulate so that they don't bleed out. If they don't carry that with them at all times, like any kind of small nick could cause her son to potentially bleed out, which is no good. And if she were to call EMS workers, they wouldn't be able to use the medication that they have on hand. You would just have to hope that the EMS workers had the coagulative medication with them, which bleeding disorders are so rare, it's not likely they're going to have it. So what she did was advocated for a change in laws so that the EMS workers in certain states and places could give the medication that a patient has on hand. So that's, yeah. I know I rambled a little bit. In my defense, it's early and coffee hasn't kicked in yet, but hopefully you guys got a good explanation of what Danny's Dose is, and that's another really great nonprofit that you could support if you would like to. Here's a link if you want to donate. I would recommend it. They're doing wonderful work. I've spoken personally with the person behind Danny's Dose. She's a wonderful person, and she's doing great work. Okay, I'm gonna get back to reading stories. But Coco, it's good to see you. Sorry you came in at such a dramatic storytelling time. But that's what we're doing today. We're raising awareness for rare diseases and the complications that they bring, so woo! Also, we've got Stream Raiders going. If you want to play along, you don't have to, but here's the link if you want. Okay. So we're gonna go back and we're gonna read another one of their official hero stories, and then we're gonna read another patient story. So this is Jelena, and she has cystic fibrosis, and she's living in Syria. Or, not Syria, Serbia, sorry. I misread that. Jelena finds it difficult to breathe as her lungs do not function properly. Unlike someone who has a more common condition such as asthma, Jelena does not have a large choice of treatment options because the disease she has, cystic fibrosis, is rare. Give me a second, drink some coffee. Caused by a genetic mutation, cystic fibrosis is a Wow. Come on, tongue, you can do it. Caused by a genetic mutation, cystic fibrosis is a multi-systemic disease that leads to the buildup of thick, sticky mucus, especially in the lungs and the digestive tract. In the lungs, the mucus can interfere with breathing and make patients more susceptible to respiratory infections. Compared to asthma, which affects over 260 million in the world, cystic fibrosis affects only 100,000 people. That's quite a difference, and because of this difference in prevalence, Jelena's condition is less researched and has fewer treatments, and medication to treat it is less readily available. Even if a new medication is developed in one part of the world, the chances of it being available in another are small. That's what happened to Jelena. She's been unable to benefit from a new kind of treatment that has the potential to greatly improve and prolong her life. The medication was developed in the United States, and Jelena can't access it simply because she lives in Serbia. Jelena was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when she was a baby, but ever since she's been determined not to allow it to hold her back. Managing the disease is a very complex affair. There is an abundance of medications and techniques to enable her lungs to work properly, as well as to prevent intestinal blockage. However, these need to be provided by a range of different medical specialists, many of whom are scarce or do not have sufficient expertise to treat people with rare diseases. Thus far, the healthcare system in Serbia has had limited funding, fragmented services, and technology gaps when it comes to rare diseases. Research data on these diseases has been very limited, so people like Jelena who have rare disease requirements are often left on their own. With such a lack of understanding about diseases like cystic fibrosis within a society, including public services, people with rare diseases feel isolated, especially when others don't see the disease or simply take it for a cough. Jelena sometimes finds it difficult to get out of bed due to the fatigue. Frequent treatment means taking regular time off, but her determination not to let the disease get in her way helped her graduate from university with a degree in economics, finance, and banking, even though it meant making some sacrifices concerning her health. Despite these sacrifices, Jelena has also been realistic about her situation. For her, cystic fibrosis is a way of life, and so her chosen path and vocation must reflect that. Today, she is a financial advisor at the administration of the city of Belgrade? Sorry, I'm probably saying it wrong, but I tried. When you have cystic fibrosis, you must have a tremendous will to live. In order to achieve something in life, says Jelena. You even have to be brave enough to cheer on your family when it comes to your problems. Jelena's disease hasn't stopped her from living a full life. She likes traveling, walking, and being outdoors with her husband and friends. Although our biggest limitation is that we cannot have children until innovative therapy is available, I'm grateful. I've managed to find a soulmate who goes hand in hand with me through the fight against cystic fibrosis, she says. Jelena is also a member and current vice president of the Association for Help and Support to People with Cystic Fibrosis of Serbia. She advocates for better treatment of adults with CF, better understanding of the disease and its side effects, increased state funding for basic treatment, and social support for people with CF. I've dedicated myself to this fight so that all patients with cystic fibrosis in Serbia get access to treatment and innovative therapy, says Jelena. I want to ensure they have help to solve problems they face and someone to listen to them and advise them. She's doing amazing work. Cystic fibrosis is a rare disease that I've heard about it before. Unfortunately, I know of someone who had passed away from CF. One of our friends is a mutual friend, and it seems really devastating. There's also a movie, cute little cheesy romance, called 5 Feet Apart, that features a main character that has cystic fibrosis. Let's check out the trailer. I'm gonna pause Pretzel Rocks real quick and show you this trailer.
This Friday.
This is not the trailer. This is an ad. Hang on 1 second.
Creed 3 is the best movie in the trilogy. It surpasses all expectations.
We're gonna watch 2 trailers, apparently. Thanks, YouTube. Alright.
Human touch. We need that touch from the one we love almost as much as we need air to breathe. I never understood that until I couldn't have it.
It never fades away.
This is my life with cystic fibrosis.
Hi, Barb.
Still look at that thing out of my face.
What would I do without you? You'd die. People with CF aren't supposed to get within 6 feet because we could end up catching each other's bacteria. You followed me.
With the intent of introducing myself, I'm Will Newman.
You're the kind of guy that ignores the rules because it makes you feel in control. Am I right?
You're not wrong.
You think that's cute?
Do you think it's cute?
There's no room in war for fear.
Do you know how lucky you are to be here?
Nothing is going to save our lives. We're breathing borrowed air.
These meds are not optional.
Yeah, that's probably why they keep shoving them down my throat.
Okay, we're gonna do our treatments together, so that way I know you're actually doing them.
Shake on it.
Funny.
Baby, it hits so hard, holding on to my chest. Maybe
Don't tell me the one time you're interested in some guy, he's also got CF.
I just helped him set up his med cart.
I know you, Stella. Organizing a med card is like foreplay.
6 feet apart at all times.
Yeah, I think it is on Netflix.
Catch this infection and you can kiss new lungs goodbye.
It's really good if you haven't seen it. I'm not a fan of romance movies myself, but this one does a really great job of showing CF, and it's cute. It's cute.
This whole time I've been
It will make you cry.
living for my treatments instead of doing my treatments so that I can live. And I want to live. After all that CF is stolen from me, I don't mind stealing
Oh
something
yeah, it's
back.
good.
304 millimeters, 12 inches, 1 foot.
holding on to my chest. Maybe you left your mark, reminding me to forget.
5 feet apart.
Doesn't matter where
Are you in?
you can keep my regrets.
Yep, it's just a really good movie. I recommend it. It's a little cheesy, of course, as romances typically are, but I mean, if that's what you're into, it's perfect. And you'll learn a little bit about cystic fibrosis too. Jelena, thank you again for sharing your story. You're doing really incredible work over in Serbia. That disparity in treatment is one of the main reasons why I do this advocacy event every year, because folks like Jelena, I'm so privileged to live in the United States, where even though our healthcare system has serious issues, we have access to some of the best care. And it's so easy to take that for granted. Jelena is over in Serbia, where they don't have, as much access to these treatments, and she could have a way better quality of life if she could just get these medications and treatments that are readily available in other countries. So raising awareness for conditions like cystic fibrosis, especially patients living with it in countries that are underprivileged when it comes to medical care, hopefully that will reach somebody that has the funding and the means to bring these treatments to folks like Shalana so they can have a better quality of life. Nobody should have a diminished quality of life just because of where they're born. That really bothers me. Coco said, I tried streaming the other day and my computer essentially imploded. Oh no, Coco, I'm sorry to hear that. That stinks. Man. Well, what can you do? Were you trying to stream a game that took a lot of resources that your computer just couldn't handle, or what happened? Alright, we're gonna read this one right here, Finley's story. Oh, let's get some music back up again. The story of Finley. And he's got familial Mediterranean fever in the United States. I don't think I've heard of... I don't know if I've heard of this condition or not. It sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. Finley may look like the typical 8-year-old boy, but his genetic mutation is far from typical. Ever since he was born, he was sick off and on with fevers and infections. Ever since he was born, he was sick off and on with fevers and infections that would come and go, with constant pain, inflammation, days of blindness, bouts of sickness, and high 106-degree fevers his whole life. He was starting to feel discouraged with his quality of life at just 5 years old. With doctor dismissal for years, he was finally diagnosed with familial Mediterranean fever. However, due to his mutation being one of 2 people in medical literature, wow, the specialist mentioned that he may have a disease that is not discovered yet, just like the rare disease warrior celebrating today. Finley has been so brave, patient, and humble through his lifelong journey with his rare disease. Wow. And that's so frustrating when you have an invisible condition like, what Finley has. And, finding, oh, hey, it's time for that battle. We'll get there in a second. I'm gonna rant first. Being dismissed by doctors is so frustrating. And you know what? After the battle, I think that we're going to talk a little bit about the patient's journey towards the diagnosis, because it's really common for folks that have a rare disease to take, 5, even 10 years to get the correct diagnosis. And of course, along the way, you're going to get dismissed by some doctors who just either get frustrated with the fact that they can't figure out what's wrong with you, or think that you're being a hypochondriac, gaslighting the victim, all that fun stuff. It's so frustrating. But I'm glad that he's got parents, obviously, who care enough to write his story on the Rare Disease Day website and fight for an accurate diagnosis for him. So, thank you for sharing the story of Finley. Looks like what a cute kid. Look at that guy. Alright. Familial Mediterranean fever. I don't think I have heard of that before. Alright, it is time for Stream Raiders. Let's do this. Who do we have here? CG, thank you for putting dudes on the battlefield, and everybody else, have some haste. Good luck, everybody. We'll start a new battle after this one is over. I think we've got this. I think we're gonna win. Oh, Coco said, yeah, I tried streaming Beasts of Bermuda since that's my current hyperfixation, and I ended up dying because my game went to 1 frame per... Ooh, ouch. Okay, a little tip for you, Coco. And congratulations, everybody, on the victory, by the way. Awesome. 1 second, Coco. I'm gonna give CG his reward because he's actually in the chat. People in chat get reward priorities. So if you want to come and say hello, you might get the next reward. Alright, let's start up this battle. And then, Coco, I'm going to give you some advice. I'm going to put my dude right here. Feel free to drop your dudes wherever. Again, Stream Raiders is free. You don't have to download anything. You log in through your Twitch account, play it in your browser, drag and drop units every 2.5 minutes, and then after half an hour, the big army that we've created will fight all the bad guys. Alright, so, Coco, Whoops. Let me change this. Put this back down here. Hope you enjoyed that little peek into the behind the scenes. If your graphics card has the NVIDIA control panel, let me see if I can just show you here. Whoop. Alright, so if you right click, you'll see NVIDIA control panel. Click on that. It'll bring up the control panel for you. A little small derailment here while I try to help Coco. Click on Program Settings. You type in, click Add, and then it'll bring up like a search option. And you can type in whatever game that you want to give kind of like superpowers. So, just for example, I'm going to select Stream Avatars. You would select Beasts of Bermuda. Go down to where it says Power Management Mode and click on Prefer Maximum Performance. And that should help with your FPS a little bit. I don't know if it'll be enough that'll let you stream it, per se, but that might help with your performance a little bit more. So, if you've got an NVIDIA control panel, that's something you can do to help out a little bit. I hope that helps. Alright, let's talk about the patient's journey towards diagnosis. I actually have a video for that. I know my computer is an NVIDIA computer, but it didn't come up. Oh. Okay, well, yeah, maybe you search, look around, see if you can find the control panel somewhere. Good luck to you on that. Okay, so I'm gonna play a short video talking about the patient's journey towards the diagnosis. While that's playing, I'm going to step away for a second, just a quick little bio break. And when I come back, we'll read more patient stories. Patient's journey towards a diagnosis. It's in here somewhere. Just gotta find it. Or at least I thought I had it by itself. Well, if anything, I think I can find it in here. Ah, boy, more ads. Alright, give me a second to skip this ad here.
Hailed as a 1770.
Ah ha ha! Look at that! It took me right there. Okay, so I'm actually going to go ahead and start this right here, because it talks about the whole zebra thing too. Because I'm sure you're seeing all of these, the little zebra motifs going on Rare Disease Day. This will explain that. The rarity of their conditions often makes medical research difficult. I'm going to step away for just a second. Quick bio break. When I return, we will, read more stories really quick. I have to go though. Gotta remind my mother about my interview. Oh, good luck on the interview. Yeah, you can send me a message on Discord. I'm not a computer expert by any means. That's just one trick that I know. But feel free to send me a message on Discord, and I'll get back with you and help you as much as I can later, Coco. But thanks for stopping by. It was good to see you. Like I said, I'm gonna step away now for a few minutes, and I will be right back. So enjoy the video in the meantime. Oh man, I almost forgot to mute Pretzel Rocks. Or pause it. Wait a second. There we go. Now you won't have the conflicting music. Okay. Oh, you're welcome, Coco. Thanks again for stopping by. I'll see you later. And I'll see you guys in a minute. The zebra is the official symbol of rare diseases, and you'll see a lot of zebra-themed imagery used by the rare disease community. This comes from the old adage, when you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras, which encourages physicians to look for the most common diagnosis rather than sift through the many potential rare diseases out there. While this makes sense in most cases, this has the unintentional consequence of making it much harder for rare disease patients to obtain the right diagnosis and treatments in a timely manner. With roughly 1 in 10 Americans living with a rare disease, it's clearly not always going to be a horse. Sometimes it's a zebra. Why is it so difficult to find a doctor that can identify and diagnose a rare disease? Around 7.5 to 9% of people have a rare disease, and there are around 7,000 rare diseases. Out of 2,500 patients in a doctor's panel, around 225 will have a rare disease, but their chances of seeing any particular one is very small, less than 1%. It can take a long time for a zebra to get the correct diagnosis. Take a look at this map created by Nord, which details a typical patient's journey towards a diagnosis. About 1 in 13 people are currently living with an undiagnosed condition. Typically, it takes 5 years or longer for someone with a suspected rare disease to receive a correct diagnosis, with patients visiting numerous physicians along the way. It starts with the patient taking note of their symptoms, which leads them to their first visit to a primary care physician and initial testing, blood work, x-rays, etc. Then the patient might take what they've learned from those tests and apply them to some online research. Eventually, they'll have their first visit with a specialist. That specialist might only have a suspected diagnosis or no diagnosis at all. The patient might then begin treatment of their symptoms, but not the root cause. This can go on for quite some time. The patient might seek a second opinion from another specialist or find themselves in a long cycle of specialist referrals while they continue to try and pin down the root cause of their symptoms. From here, the patient might need genetic testing, unless they're lucky enough to receive a diagnosis. If a diagnosis is still elusive, a patient might seek genetic testing. Sometimes a patient might have to undergo multiple tests before the results lead to a correct diagnosis. Once diagnosed, the first thing a patient typically does is turn to the internet for more information on treatments and available resources. If necessary, they may begin genetic counseling. Finally, the patient will discover the amazing support from the rare disease community. There are numerous support groups available online and organizations such as Nord which offer resources and advocacy which helps improve the lives of rare disease patients. A few fun facts about me. Not only am I a rare disease patient and activist, but I'm an artist as well. I enjoy playing D&D with my friends, and I'm a virtual reality enthusiast. I also very clearly like video editing. I was born with a rare birth defect called septo-optic dysplasia, which caused optic nerve hypoplasia and Oh, Coco, thank you. Thank you. CG, I don't know where my cats are. They're around the house somewhere. They're around here somewhere, but probably in the bed or on the couch. Yeah, I was just rambling. Thank you, Coco. I appreciate that. Am I ready for my interview? It's not. Oh no! Is this like a job interview, Coco? What you doing? Playing hide and seek. Probably. That's what the kitties do. But anyway, I'm back. Sorry for the delay there. But, yeah, hopefully you guys learned a little something from that video. Again, Finley, thank you for sharing your story. I know how frustrating it is to, have to go from doctor to doctor being dismissed like that. It's very frustrating. A lot of folks in the rare disease community have experienced that, unfortunately. It's a pretty common occurrence. Hopefully that video that I played for you while I was out helped kind of teach you about that a little bit. Okay, so let's read the next hero story. It's Shambhavi's story. It's Alagille syndrome, and she's in India. Oh, let's get some music back on again. Alright. Yeah, but it's a walk-in interview. I just wanted to be... Oh, I see. I got you, Coco. I understand. Well, good luck. I hope your ride shows up soon so that you can get there in a timely manner. Frequent visits to doctors and hospitals for... oh, sorry. My eye got blurry for a second. Weird. That's just been a little something in my eye, but we're good now. Okay. Frequent visits to doctors and hospitals form many of Shambhavi's earliest memories. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to know how to, pronounce her name. Shambhavi? Is that pronounced? Hold on. Google, help me out. I want to make sure I'm not butchering this poor girl's name. Sorry, Bing. I don't. You're not the best search engine, so I'm gonna.
Shambhavi.
Okay, Shambhavi. Okay. Shambhavi's earliest memories. Okay, so Shambhavi. I'm gonna try to say this correctly. I'm sorry. Frequent visits to doctors and hospitals for many of Shambhavi's earliest memories. To her frustration, she kept being treated for individual symptoms as opposed to their underlying cause. After 5.5 years of these reactionary treatments, Shambhavi was finally diagnosed with Alagille syndrome, ALGS. This is a rare genetic disorder that can cause problems in multiple organs in the body, particularly in the heart and liver. ALGS affects approximately 1 in 40,000 people. There's no cure, but I already forgot how to say it. Shambhavi now has access to medications that can help her manage the symptoms. My rare disease affects me in so many little ways, she says. I live with chronic pain and fatigue. My hands are pretty weak, so I have a hard time lifting even the smallest things. My phone, for instance. Lifting and holding it causes fatigue and pain in my wrist muscles. I get breathless and tired as I do physical activity, so I walk slower and do my work at a slower pace. I don't like bright lights because they make me feel tired and induce headaches. Large crowds have the same effect. Shambhavi has learned how to manage these symptoms, regulate pain, and not ask too much of her body. She is a passionate person who loves journaling, sketching, going for walks, listening to jazz music, reading books, drinking tea, cuddling dogs, and spending time with her friends. For Shambhavi, it's societal problems that often pose the greatest challenges. She says, I've had little support from schools, universities, or even workplaces. People have to care enough to want to help you. And we continue to find creative ways to sustain a life of dignity. For things to change, society must accept that people living with a rare disease, chronic illness, or disability are just as worthy of being a part of mainstream life as everyone else. Yes! Until you truly engage with that idea, you cannot change the way you react to or interact with such people, and your policies and support systems will only be enough to support their existence, and not their ability to thrive. Yes! To that end, we must advocate for mental health support, financial planning, and access to fulfilling work for those whose needs are not currently being met. Yes, for lack of better words, yes, Shambhavi, you're well said. Shambhavi draws strength from her friends, family, and above all, herself. During the COVID-19 pandemic, she had to be her own support system and realized there was something empowering about being able to look after herself. But she reflects that there is also great value in connecting with others who understand what it's like to live with a rare disease. Taking part in Rare Disease Day and being named a Rare Disease Day hero has, in her own words, made a world of difference. It has given me a sense of community and belonging, as well as a feeling that I am worth it. I have made connections with people living with rare diseases like myself. It has given me so much hope, joy, and frankly, a reason to live. I don't feel so lonely or odd anymore. Rare Disease Day has made me feel human. I never knew that I had any worth or the power to make people smile and give them a reason to feel good. I have learned how much good can come of something as simple as sharing a story. Shambhavi is determined to lead an independent life and improve societal attitudes to people living with rare diseases. In the meantime, she believes that the limitations of living with ALGS sit alongside the opportunities to grow as a person. She says, my rare disease has broadened my horizons and increased my capacity to empathize and reach out to people. It has turned me into a thinking, introspective person who is constantly processing and learning from life experiences. I truly feel each year I become a better version of myself than the year before. Yeah. Shambhavi, well said. Thank you for sharing your story. Alright. Okay, so we've read quite a few stories already. I think we're going to take a break from reading stories, and I think I'm actually going to start up. No, what a minute, what? Somebody put an epic unit on the Stream Raiders battle. Let's go take a peek. Oh man, look at that army. Yeah, let's do this. Let's go. You guys are awesome. We're going to start the battle in 14 minutes. In the meantime, I'm actually going to start up a little doodle. So, if you don't know, if you donate $5 or more to any rare disease nonprofit and send me proof of your donation, I will do a doodle request for you. I'll set a timer for 5 minutes and doodle whatever you've asked for. And I actually have one on hold already. Somebody had donated before the stream started and asked me to doodle their doggo. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna start up Photoshop and I'm gonna doodle for a little bit. So give me a second to get this set up. Give my voice a little bit of a break. Reading out loud, or reading stories out loud, starting to have an effect on my throat. So we're gonna doodle for a little bit, just listen to some chill music, hang out, and then we'll get back to patient stories here in a little bit. Okay. Bear with me while I get things set up here. I've gotta get reference images. Okay, so get my drawing glove on here. Alright, let's hop on over to the scene. So yeah, $5 donation or more, I'll draw a doodle for you. This doodle is for somebody who donated before the stream started. They want me to draw their dog, who is a little chihuahua. I don't think I've ever drawn a chihuahua before. Let me get a reference image up here. Okay, so they want me to draw their dog. They didn't give me any funny prompts to go with it, so I'm actually gonna draw their dog, and I'm also going to take it a step further and make it special for Rare Disease Day. So I'm gonna draw their chihuahua. Oh wait, I gotta set a timer for 5 minutes. Hold up. Set a timer for 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay, cool. And if nobody else donates or, you know, has a doodle they want me to draw with their donation, I'll probably just keep working on it. guess we can go over 5 minutes. I just put that 5-minute limit on it just in case I get a lot of requests. I didn't want to get overwhelmed. So I should have said I'll draw for at least 5 minutes, because I'll probably go over longer. It's really cute already. Look at that face. And to make this special for Rare Disease Day, of course, I'm gonna put this little chihuahua in a zebra like hoodie thing. Oh, and the timer is up, but we're gonna keep going for a little bit. Since we don't have any other donations anyway. There's a weird sound in this song that I really don't like. Like a screeching sound. Did not sound good, so I skipped it. Oh boy, these paws are bad. Let me fix that. Hey, let's see, Erica. How's it going? I'm doing a doodle for a donation that somebody gave for Rare Disease Day. They want me to draw their little chihuahua. So I drew their chihuahua in a zebra hoodie. How's it going? That's the door. Oh, thank you. I'm good. I thought I'd pop in and hang out while I eat before I gotta dive into tubs of papers. Oh boy, yeah, that sounds like fun. What you having for lunch? Oh hey, it's time for that Stream Raiders battle. Taco Bell, awesome. That sounds really good, actually. Ooh, I might have to get myself some Taco Bell. That sounds pretty good. Alright guys, you ready for that Stream Raiders battle? I know I am. Oh no, Photoshop, please don't crash. Please don't crash. We need to save this first. Okay. There we go. Alright, let's do that raid battle. Thank you for everybody who participated. Wow, look at that army. We got this. We got this. Here, have some haste. Let's go. Oh yeah, yeah. That's the stream avatars thing that somebody donated to me last year. Just, it was awesome. I made a post in the stream avatars Discord server asking if anybody had a zebra avatar that I could use for Rare Disease Day because I couldn't find one anywhere, and somebody literally within a day made one for me to use for free. It was just out of the kindness of their heart. Incredible. Congrats on the victory, you guys! Let's see, I know CG is in chat, so we're gonna give CG a reward. Let me see if I recognize any other names. I don't see any other names I recognize, so everybody else is gonna get the randomized rewards. So congrats, CG. You did get a prize, I promise. Alright. Move on to the next part. It's a mystery. Good luck. Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool myself. It was just warmed my heart. So it's something that I get to use every year for Rare Disease Day now. It's awesome. I'm gonna put my dude right here. You can drop your dudes wherever you want on the battlefield. Feel free to do so. Again, you don't have to download anything. You play this right in your browser. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on mobile because for some reason they haven't worked out how to do this on touch screens yet. But if you're in your browser, you don't have to download anything. You just sign in through Twitch, drag and drop. It's that easy. Alright, let's get back to this doodle. Yeah. Gotta clean this up a little bit. Digging this music, very coffee shop chill. Yeah, thanks. This is music is courtesy of a free service called Pretzel Rocks, which offers music for streamers that is royalty free, so I won't get DMCA'd, which is nice. And it's free, which I appreciate. I love having access to a royalty-free catalog, indeed. Yeah. Yep, no ads or anything either. I just have to go to their website, sign in, and... The really nice thing is it actually posts the links to the songs and stuff in chat automatically for me. So if people are curious about what we're listening to, the links are there. Alright, Alicia! There's your doggo for Rare Disease Day. You saw that and snagged one? Nice. Good, cool. Oops. There we go. That's a little chihuahua. Whoops. think that's good enough. And let me double check who she donated to. I think it was Nord. Yep, she made a $5 donation to Nord. Awesome. So yeah, if anybody else wants a doodle, you can donate to any rare disease nonprofit of your choice. Send me a screenshot as proof, and I'll doodle your request. I'll set a 5-minute timer and draw it for at least 5 minutes. If we go over time, that's totally fine. I can't guarantee that that's going to happen, especially if I get a lot of requests. But I did for Alicia's. I'm actually going to go ahead and send this to her right now. Save this. I'm going to do a quick snip here and send that to her. So what we doing? Hey, Mr. GLaDOS, good to see ya. We are raising awareness for Rare Disease Day today. I'm actually getting ready to read some more patient stories. I just did a doodle for somebody that donated $5 to the National Organization for Rare Disorders. If you donate $5 or more to any rare disease nonprofit of your choice, send me proof of that donation through a screenshot. Redact any personal information first, please, because I don't want you to worry about your personal info getting out there. But yeah, I'll draw your doodle for 5 minutes. So let me save this. We're gonna take a break from doodles for now. I don't have any more requests at the moment anyway. So we're going to go ahead and close Photoshop, and I'm going to read some patient stories. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna read, I think it's pronounced Sichuan? Sichuan? I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna mispronounce so many names and disorders, so I apologize in advance, but I'll give my best shot. I think it's Sichuan. So, she's in China, and she's got mucopolysarcoidosis. She has a rare form of cancer. Mucopolysarcoidosis, seems like type 1. Alright, Sichuan was 2 years old when her family started the long process of trying to find a medical diagnosis for her increasing array of symptoms. Her parents were desperate to figure out what was causing their toddler's health problems and how they could get the right support in place for her. It took 3 years, much financial hardship, and 8 different hospitals before Sichuan was eventually diagnosed with mucopolysarcoidosis type 1. Mucopolysarcoidosis type 1 is a rare genetic disease that sits within the broader category of lysosomal storage disorders. Oh, okay. For some reason I thought it was a type of cancer. Okay. Symptoms and characteristics vary between individuals but are likely to include an enlarged head, stunted growth, and abnormalities in the heart, liver, spleen, vocal cords, and spine. Mucopolysarcoidosis type 1 often causes airways to narrow, leading to recurring upper respiratory infections and sleep apnea. Sichuan's mother describes the exhaustion felt by the whole family. It has taken so much time, effort, and money to arrive at the point of diagnosis, and yet this is still just the start of the journey. Finding effective treatments for mucopolysarcoidosis type 1 is an even bigger hurdle. She says, mucopolysarcoidosis type 1 has totally changed our family's life. I've had to stop working to look after Sichuan and her younger sister. My husband and I have had to raise funds ourselves through crowdfunding and borrowing money from friends and family. In November 2020, Sichuan underwent a hematopoietic stem cell transplant, which is likely to be the first in a long line of treatments. This is because mucopolysarcoidosis type 1 is a progressive disease, which means it will get worse over time and it will ultimately limit Zixuan's lifespan. New research into effective treatments is vital in order to postpone the later stages of the disease, which can include sight loss and hearing loss, for as long as possible. Another key area of research is early diagnosis. Mucopolysarcoidosis type 1 is a genetic disease. Given enough resources, it is possible to detect it at birth or even during pregnancy, yet Zixuan's family has had to wait until she was 5 years old. Early diagnosis can vastly improve outcomes, and timely treatments can provide patients with a much better quality of life. Right now, Zixuan is an optimistic young girl whose family are a huge source of support. She is encouraged to pursue her love of drawing, and her mother messages her every day to relieve her massages, not messages. And her mother massages her every day to relieve her symptoms. Zixuan, 9 years old, says, "Being with my family brings me comfort and joy. My parents are my biggest supporters. They always have my back." It's really sweet. That's Zixuan's story. Okay. Now we're going to read a patient-submitted story on the Rare Disease Day website. Titled, "You're Too Complicated." She's got Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I know a few folks that have this condition. We've got a few of them in our, in the support group that I run on Sundays. So, she's from Malta. And her name is Rachel. "I was diagnosed on my 29th birthday. This was a very late diagnosis and why things have become so severe for me. Unfortunately, I suffered from anorexia nervosa from the age of 16 to 24, so this covered up vital signs of my Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. When I finally fully recovered from my mental illness, I had 1 year of freedom, and then it began. Starting with poor circulation to osteoporosis, scoliosis, arthritis, and chronic pain, I was led to believe that it was my fault for what I did to my body with anorexia. However, each year I would get a new symptom, and I knew something else was wrong. I was in hospital a lot with breathing difficulties, severe muscular joint, nerve pain, intracranial pressure, and hyperthermia, but was still not believed to have an underlying cause to these. The doctors would start to think that it was in my head, as these symptoms are so random, and that I had hypochondriac tendencies. That's frustrating. Little did they know that it took a lot for me to go to a hospital, considering I spent 5 years in them with my mental illness. I had also tried to get help with the pain I had in my jaw. I had osteopathy therapy, and I remember her unable to know why it was going into spasm so much, and it felt very different. To her. 3 years later, it locked and led me to get a private X-ray, which showed erosion, and finally I was helped with an MRI and then surgery. However, it was unsuccessful, and as my Ehlers-Danlos made it complicated, I found myself left without treatment again. My last cone beam CT scan showed more erosion, a displaced disc, and osteophyte formation, indicating late-stage degenerative joint disease. No wonder I've been in agony and unable to chew properly, and need to limit the amount I talk in a day. The constant crunches, cracks, displacement, and locking have become normal to me, but no less painful. I still continue to seek help with this. The other serious complication at present is why I'm in New Zealand. I'm currently from the UK and had to move to Malta 5 years ago due to the cold temperatures impacting me to the point of becoming life-threatening. I end up in hospital every winter, and each time in so much fear. My hands and feet go black, blistered and swollen. Oof. I get serious vascular spasms in my legs, sharp pain in my head, my blood pressure drops to around 70/40, and a heart rate of 32 to 40 beats per minute. And on one occasion went into, how do I pronounce that? Hemolysis? Hemolysis. I have no idea. Maltese winters are now too cold for me, so as of this year I have to live between New Zealand and Malta. I do visit my family in the UK, but it's always a risk and I feel on edge. Even in New Zealand and Malta, if I see the weather changing for a few cold days ahead, the fear is indescribable. It sounds so luxurious to need to travel, but it's very tiring and very expensive, as well as never really knowing where home is. Once you settle, it's time to leave again. It's also incredibly hard to get help as I fall through the net of medical symptoms with the geographical nightmare. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't remember a day in my adult life that I didn't feel pain and need to rest frequently in the day to manage, and though I can't work a lot with my circumstances, I still have a very happy life and refuse to give in. I've written a book about my mental illness, At War with My Mind, and in the process of writing At War with My Body. Oh, interesting. I also launched a charity, Walk and Talk, and I teach Pilates at the location I'm living in, and also online to the one I'm not. Planning this with the time difference keeps my brain working. I'm not fueled by career ambition, money, or anything tangible, which is lucky, as my illness doesn't really allow for this, but I love to know that I can help others with what I have been through before and what I have now, and in turn, it makes the suffering somewhat worth it. My main ambition right now, to get a research study going for Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, as I know there has to be something that can help people like me. Man, it seems like you're doing a lot of great work. Thank you, Rachel, for sharing your story. Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, for those of you who are not familiar with that condition, it's a rare disease that impacts mostly collagen, but it has an effect on like a bunch of different systems throughout the body. Let me see if I can find a good video on Ehlers-Danlos syndrome to describe it better, because right now I've got a little bit of brain fog going. It's making things a little bit difficult, but we'll get this. Let's see. We'll try this video.
When you're launching a new product with a tight deadline,
2 weeks?
Grammarly's tone suggestions can help motivate your team.
So for me, that means I have really hypermobile joints. My skin is actually pretty stretchy. Like I can stretch this further than like the average skin, but it's also found in all of your organs. So I have some issues with my stomach, with my autonomic nervous system and heart, and my voice, and it's kind of just like affects everything. This is very common in EDS for a shoulder to dislocate and to be able to put it back in yourself, / like knowing how to, because you always had to do it. A lot of people, especially friends, don't realize how, I guess, impacted I am by my conditions, because like I've said, I look totally fine on the outside and you would have no idea that I have anything going on. I actually am the one who came across EDS in my research online, and I suddenly was like, oh my gosh, this explains everything. There's just so much misinformation about Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Even in just the medical field with doctors, they oftentimes think it just means that you're hypermobile and that your joints might dislocate, but it doesn't cause pain and it doesn't affect your organs. But that's totally false. It's definitely difficult to function in this society. It's not a very accessible or universally designed society. I'm constantly waiting in lines. If I just want to get a coffee, I have to stand maybe 10-15 minutes and I'm already in pain just from that. I look perfectly well. Nobody would ever think that I have a disability unless I'm like wearing some knee braces, but even then I look very healthy. So nobody's gonna offer me a seat. Nobody's gonna have any sympathy for me if I'm taking my time on the stairs, you know? I'm not happy that Sia has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, but I'm so happy that she is talking about it, because there's just so many misconceptions and nobody knows what this condition is. That's fine, it's a rare condition, but if we could bring more knowledge to this condition, that is amazing.
That That was a very well done video. Yeah, hopefully you guys learned a little something about Ehlers-Danlos syndrome from that. And thank you again for sharing your story, Rachel. Alright, let's read another one of the official heroes stories. Shapizo Gloria. Let's read your story. Get some music going again. This is Shapizo Gloria's story. She's got von Willebrand's disease and she's from Zimbabwe. For over 20 years, Shapizo Gloria coped with a bleeding disorder before eventually being diagnosed. She went from doctor to doctor, hospital to hospital, and medication to medication, none of which seemed to help her condition or provide answers to what was happening in her body. In her quest, she even traveled to another country, South Africa, to eventually be told at the age of 23 that she had von Willebrand's disease. Shapizo Gloria traveled to South Africa because in Zimbabwe, where she lived, there was only one hospital with one doctor who knew nothing about her condition, a frequent problem with rare diseases. Wow, tongue twister. Von Willebrand's disease is an inherited bleeding disorder in which the blood is unable to clot properly or it takes a long time to clot. It affects about 1 in 10,000 people or fewer depending on which of these 3 subtypes of disease one has. Even now, at the age of 26, Shapizo Gloria is unsure of what type of disease she has, and only by knowing this will she be able to access the right treatment. Because of her long search for a diagnosis and the number of different medical facilities she's attended, her medical notes and records are fragmented, making further diagnosis difficult, and her future and that of her family's uncertain. All my life, I have struggled with bleeding issues, says Shapizo Gloria. As a child, I used to get nosebleeds about 3 to 4 nights every week. Wow, 3 to 4 nights every week, and because I loved playing soccer outside, I would get blamed for playing for too long in the sun. Even during the cold winter days, I would get nosebleeds, and my parents used to get very worried about me. Bleeding problems continued throughout her adolescence and into adulthood when she would get very extra heavy menstrual periods that went on for weeks at a time. Oof. I will never forget the 2010 World Football Cup in South Africa, where I was in one long 37-day stretch of menstruation. Wow. As she got older, she realized she would need to stop taking part in contact sports or anything that may cause her to bruise or bleed. As a result, she had to put aside any notion of sports like bungee jumping, which she had hoped to try. And it was during these times that she turned to arts, theater, and music and learned to play marimba percussion. Oh, marimba is a beautiful instrument. These days, she tries to control her condition through transfusions and birth control pills. However, even now, neither she nor the doctors are certain whether the treatment she is receiving is helping her. She's been offered various types of medication which may or may not help, but many of these are outside her budget. A year ago, Shapizo Gloria had a baby boy, and since then she has once again been struggling with her bleeding. The ongoing high costs of medication and transfusions on top of the cost of bringing up a child have meant the treatment for Shapizo Gloria's condition has taken a back seat. Trying to juggle between her job, her baby, and her condition has been difficult, particularly during the pandemic. She's grateful for her amazing family and the network of friends and neighbors she's been able to rely on, as well as the support of Child and Youth Care Zimbabwe, an organization championing the interest of people living with rare medical conditions. Regardless of her struggles, Shapizo Gloria never loses hope and believes she is stronger than her genetic disorder. There's one little thing that brings me comfort and joy. My son. I'm sorry, I'm gonna butcher this name. Mamdlin Kosi, meaning God's divine power. She says, I believe he's a gift sent to me, a gift sent to aid me in my struggles. He is my personal little wow, if I could read. He is my personal little cute, amazing human being. My deepest miracle manifested. I'm super grateful and I continue to believe all will be well for me and my little bundle of joy. Man, she's going through it. Bleeding disorder sounds so rough. Man, over a month of menstruation, like heavily bleeding like that. I don't know how you did it. That's wow. Thank you for sharing your story, Shapizo Gloria, one of the official heroes on the Rare Disease Day website. If you want to explore these stories yourself, you can go to rarediseaseday.org/heroes. There are so many stories. We're going to cover as many as we can today. But that was Shapizo Gloria's story. And we're going to read one of these patient-submitted stories next. Lachlan the Fighter. Alright. So he's got Priovit kinase deficiency, and he's in Canada. The story of Lachlan. Lachlan is 5 years old and has been... Oh, hey, that was a beautiful ending. Yes, yeah, the fact... Yeah, Shapisa Gloria and her son. I'm actually really... I'm glad that she made it through her pregnancy without serious complications from her bleeding disorder. I would be a terrified, nervous wreck through that entire pregnancy. I'm glad everything came out all right that way, and hopefully she'll get the right, treatment for her condition. It sounds really devastating, but it's really sweet that she, has a son that she sees as her miracle baby. Me too, man. I couldn't imagine going through that either. Lachlan is 5 years old, and he's has been transfusion dependent since birth. He was diagnosed with Priovit kinase deficiency around 4 months of age. His red blood cells die within 30 days, so he requires packed red blood cells transfusions every 3 weeks. Wow. Man, I wonder how long red blood cells normally last. And there's a video talking about this here, but we're gonna watch the video here in a second, but I need to find out. How do log? How long do red blood cells typically live? 120 days. Wow, so less, man, almost less than a, wow. Okay, so his only lived for 30 days, so that's, yep, I can see how that could cause problems. Let's watch this video.
Hey, I'm Ashley.
And I'm Craig.
I'm Noah.
Aww.
I'm Lachlan.
I'm Ellie.
And I'm Abby.
We're the Mitchells.
We're the Mitchells.
When we found out we were pregnant with our son, we were ecstatic. But my pregnancy was full of complications and I was so sick. I went in.
Sorry, I gotta pause music really quick. Sorry about that. I forgot to do that beforehand. Here we go.
To labor and was rushed in for an emergency C-section. We both almost didn't make it through, but that was the beginning of Lachlan's long road of health battles. We lived at the hospital for 3 weeks in neonatal intensive care until he was stable enough to be discharged home. The doctors didn't know yet what his diagnosis was, but we were so excited to be able to take him home. So excited that we were completely oblivious to the fact that just 2 weeks later we would be back at the hospital for yet another blood transfusion. We were transferred to Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto for further testing and spent the next 6 months making the 4-hour trip back and forth every 2 to 4 weeks. He was finally diagnosed with a severe form of a genetic condition called pyruvate kinase deficiency. Basically, his red blood cells die within 30 days, whereas a healthy person's would die after 120 days. His first birthday felt like nothing short of a miracle. We watched over him like a hawk for symptoms like paleness, bluish lips, yellowing of the eyes, bruising, cold and pale hands and feet, a lot of long nights, restless sleeps, and endless trips to the hospital. The worry that we felt was unbearable. The hardest part for him were what we call his pokes. He was a very difficult IV start, and sometimes he would have to have nearly 10 attempts before getting
Wow,
a
10.
successful IV line. It was torture for everyone.
Poor little guy.
And somehow he just kept smiling. He just kept being that super happy baby with that cheerful attitude that kept our spirits up.
Welcome back to the video. After the raid battle, it is time to start that up, so... It's a bit of a long video, but we're going to finish it out. Here, have some haste. Good luck, everybody. Thank you for playing along. And make sure we're on the right scene. Okay, we are. Okay, good. Alright. Best of luck. Thank you, everybody, for playing along. I think we've got this. Nice. Congrats, everybody. Okay, I think CG may have taken off, so everybody gets, or whoever it is, it's gonna be random. So, Cute Poll, congrats on your prize there. Moving on to a 3-tier difficulty battle. I'm gonna put my dude right here. Feel free to drop your troops wherever you want on the battlefield, and we'll start up this battle in a half an hour. Or, I mean, yeah, that's when the battle will start. I said it correctly the first time. Alright. Let's get back to that video.
Good shot, buddy.
When he was approved for his port, we were nervous but so happy because that meant an end to the endless pokes. It was his first surgery, and he did so well. We practiced some medical play at home before his first appointment with his new port, and the rest is history.
It's really smart. Pretending to go to the doctor at home first. Get him used to the process. That's something I wouldn't even think about. Aw, poor little guy.
It makes his appointments so much more predictable for him, and everything just goes so much smoother. After every clinic visit, test, or poke, he gets a bead of courage, and he wears his necklaces with pride
Aw.
to showcase
Oh,
his
that's such-
strength and resilience.
Man, these are some awesome parents. What a great idea.
Because of the continuous transfusions, his iron can get dangerously high, so he has to take an oral medication every night to keep it under control. One time he had to get nightly infusions because his iron was getting too high, and that was probably one of the worst experiences we've had.
Poor guy.
Now he has blood transfusions every 3 weeks because he's growing and needs the extra blood. He's tested often for iron overload on his organs, but he's happy and he's otherwise healthy and he's our hero. Here's a day in the life of Lachlan's hospital trips.
Ready to go get your blood? Yeah. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay, big and strong. Squeeze my hand and just stay looking at Dad. You got it. Look at Dad. You're okay.
Move your shoulder, okay? Can you put your shoulder down?
Yeah, put it down.
This your
Yep.
part?
Yep, put it down.
If you're squeamish, you might want to look away.
It's okay. You got it.
Just feeling it.
You got it. Look at Dad. Hey, look at me. Ready? It's okay. Right here.
Aww.
You're okay. Stay still. You got it. Don't move. Good job, buddy.
Wow.
That's it.
Move your hand.
Good job. Good job, dude.
Nice.
Good job.
Aww. And this is why it's so important to donate blood, you guys. If you can do it, please go out and do it. I get so frustrated because I can't because of the medications I take. But I would. As often as possible. Ah, that's cute.
Nikki, bring it.
Well, there you go, guys. If you want to help support Rare Disease Day, you don't have the money to donate. Like I said, I get it. But if you want to help, donate your blood. Help kids like Lachlan. Ask around. Find out where the nearest blood donation bank is. Some places have trucks that come around. We have a blood bus that comes around our town every once in a while. And I live in a small town, so if we have something like that, I'm sure a lot of folks out there will have even better access to blood donation. Get out there and do it if you can. Like I said, I can't because of my medication. It's very frustrating, but do it for me, you guys. Do it for Lachlan. 1 in 20,000 people suffer from pyruvate kinase deficiency. There's no cure, however, there are 2 promising clinical trials currently underway. Yeah. So go to Instagram, check out Lachlan the Fighter. I'm gonna go follow him right now. Thank you for sharing your story. What a tough little kid. I don't think I'd be able to donate either, which is frustrating because I'm a O+ type, and if I remember correctly, it's hard to come by one. Could be wrong. So, no, I know that O is definitely rare, and that's the one that's like universal, right? Yeah. So because the only reason that I can't donate is because I'm on growth hormone. So I don't know if your medications would impact your ability to donate or not. I don't know. Something you could look into, but yeah. Yeah, I understand some folks can't for various reasons. Okay. There he is. Lachlan the Fighter. I'm gonna follow him. That's his latest post. August 16, 2021. So it's been a while since I posted, but looks like he's still keeping on. That's awesome. Keep it up, Lachlan. You're tough. Tough little kid. Alright, thanks for sharing that story. Okay, oh man, it is 11:53. I actually have to start preparing for some lunch. I'm gonna go take my lunch break here in a minute. We're gonna read one more story. and then I'm gonna go on my lunch break. O negative is universal, I'm pretty sure. Oh, okay. I thought that O just in general. Gotcha. O positive can be applied to more variety of types in the rest of the list. Gotcha! Well, I learned something new today that I didn't know before. Wafik's story. Or Wafik? Duchenne muscular dystrophy. I'm familiar with that one. So he's in Lebanon. Soon after Wafik from Lebanon was born, his parents realized... Oh, hold on a second. We need music. There we go. Soon after Wafik from Lebanon was born, his parents realized something did not seem quite right. After having spent a worrying few months in hospital units, undergoing multiple biopsy procedures and taking different blood and genetic tests, Wafik was diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, a rare and incurable genetic disease. Duchenne muscular dystrophy starts in early childhood and affects approximately 6 per 100,000 children. Mostly boys. The disease affects muscles, which get progressively weaker and makes it difficult for a kid to jump, run, and walk. It can also affect the spine and present respiratory problems. B can only go to B, but O could go to B type. I get what you're saying. No, it's totally fine. Like, this is something that I anticipate during the stream. That's why I waited to get to a good point in the story to pause and respond. This is not my first rodeo. We good. You're not interrupting, you're fine. Wafik's family must rely on support from a wide range of services and organizations to help him get through the day. Today, Wafik is a 20-year-old young adult who feels extremely lucky to have the medical care and support he needs. However, this has not always been the case. When Wafik was first diagnosed, his parents found themselves completely alone. They received no support and no explanation of what Duchenne muscular dystrophy was. Healthcare professionals confused them with their recommendations, and there was no one to answer their questions. Wafik strongly believes much more needs to be done for people who have rare diseases and movement disorders, including improved accessibility to work, school, and public places. There needs to be increased awareness about rare diseases, he says. Access to medical care is a basic right, and the government should better support people living with rare diseases, including medical care, therapy, and equipment needed for a better life. As the disease has progressed, Wafik has felt his muscles weakening. He is now unable to stand or maintain his balance. Furthermore, raising his arms has become much more difficult as he has become much more dependent. These days, I need support for all daily activities, from getting up to going to bed, he says. But this hasn't stopped him enjoying his life to the fullest. He's passionate about cars and likes to stay up to date about the latest models. He also enjoys going to the cinema and playing video games with his younger brother. It is this strength and positivity that inspired his parents to start an association supporting families and patients diagnosed with neuromuscular diseases. The Lebanese Association for Neuromuscular Diseases helps spread awareness about the difficulties patients and their families experience from the moment their child is diagnosed with a neuromuscular disease. It also supports these families in sharing and discussing their problems, providing them with all the latest research and therapy developments. Wafik is grateful to his family for providing unconditional love and support, which has enabled him to inspire and cheer up everyone around him. I'm comforted when I feel all the love and support around me. I'm a positive and happy person who's able to live, love, and be loved. To dream, to enjoy my time, and live a happy life. It is my right, indeed. Yes. Well, Wafik, thank you for sharing your story. Alright, oops, I clicked on, I meant to just go back. Man, we've gotten through quite a few stories already today. It is time for me to go and have my lunch. I'm gonna let you guys hang out here. I'm probably going to be, I'm gonna change the time thing on this. Let's see. I will be back at, I'm gonna take a bit of a long break, because I'm actually feeling quite fatigued. I'll come back and do the Stream Raider battles, of course, but I'm gonna plan to come back at 1 p.m. That way I can really rest. I really need to rest. Because I have an interview on Speedify Live at 3 p.m. that I need to save some spoons for. I'm looking forward to that. Have a good lunch. I'm gonna leave to focus. Cool. Thank you, Erica. It's good. I really appreciate having you in here and hanging out for a minute. Hopefully you had a good lunch too. I'm not having Taco Bell, unfortunately, but I do have some delicious food in there that I can eat, so I'm gonna go do that. I will be back, like I said, at the bottom there. I'll be back at 1 p.m. But I will, come in here and start up Stream Raiders battles and whatnot. So feel free to stick around enjoy the chill tunes, drop your units on the battlefield, and I'll be back in here in about 17 minutes to start that battle, but I'm gonna be, focusing on rest for the next couple of hours. Hey, real quick, what's up? You got me. What you need? Text or video? Either one's good. I need to turn messenger notifications back on. So for right now, texting might be better. Thank you for asking. Usually messenger is easier, but yeah, I've had notifications turned off so that I can focus on rest and stuff. So. Alright, cool, thank you. Alright, I'll be back at about 1 o'clock. I'm going to mute myself in the meantime. Again, I'm going to come in here and start up the Stream Raiders battle and all that, but again, focusing on rest for a bit. So I'll see you guys again at 1 p.m. Thanks. Hey Courtney, thanks for that sub. Really appreciate it. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I'm in the middle of my break. But I'll see you guys at 1 p.m. when I return. Thanks. Sorry for the slight delay. I have returned. I was making myself some tea. Oh boy. Alright. And I'm gonna still be away for just a second, so I'm gonna switch you guys over to the scene here. Hello! I'm working on setting up something on Justin's computer right now so that I can also stream this to Spatial, which is a virtual platform where I've set up a Rare Disease Day space where folks can go and learn about rare diseases in the metaverse of all places. So I'm gonna go work on that for a second. I'll be right back. So hang in there. It was having issues earlier, so I was worried that I wouldn't be able to do that in Spatial, but it seems like they've worked out those kinks. Up here. Need to bring up my Twitch stream. There we go. Sweet. So now folks in Spatial can watch my stream. I'm going to set myself in a seat over here. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm monologuing when you guys can't see what I'm doing anyway. Yeah. Okay, so I've gone live over on Spatial. Got my stream up. Cool. Okay. Here I am. I've returned. Cool. Alright. Hey! Nice use of that emote. Yeah. Oh, by the way, those kittens that you've just used the emotes of, Pancake and Flapjack, who are now Henry and Mirabelle, respectively, are doing very well. They're very spoiled. Their cat dad is doing a fantastic job. I get updates every so often, and I love them. Got my French press here, a little bit of English breakfast tea brewing away. Oh man, oh no. I somehow managed to get my tea leaves all over the top of this. I'm gonna go clean that off really quick because I don't want to drink my tea leaves. But I'll be right back. Sorry for all the chaos. When I return, we're going to read some more patient stories. I'm going to share my experience with my rare disease and share another fellow Twitch streamer's experience with his own rare disease as well. So stick around for that. I will be right back. Thanks for bearing with me, you guys. Alright, I am back. I think the problem was when I was putting the plunger in the French press, I put it in at an angle, and that caused the leaves to go over the top of it. And that's no good. I'm here for it, Sonny. Thank you. Appreciate that. How have you been doing? It's been a minute. Hopefully things are going well. I think this tea is actually steeped enough that I can enjoy a nice cup of it right now. Got my zebra cup, of course. Oh, yeah. Oh, that smell. So good. Love a good English breakfast tea. Okay, gotta let that cool for a minute so I don't burn myself. Got a Kickstarter on the road to 19K. That is awesome. Congrats. Sweet. Well, hopefully it goes well for you. Sending you all the best of luck with that. Alright. Oh, something I gotta take care of on the other computer. I'll be right back. And you're welcome. Okay, cool. There was a pop-up I had to address over there. We're all set. It is live over in Spatial. I'm gonna do 24-hour stream on Thursday. Oh, sweet. Yeah, let me know when you're doing that, and I'll pop in. What time? Well, obviously, if it's a 24-hour stream. Well, what time are you starting it on Thursday? I remember the last one was a lot of fun, or the one that I attended last time. Good stuff. Okay, get stretch. All right, you ready? Ready to get back into some rare disease stories? Afternoonish. Sounds good. I'll keep an eye out. Pretty sure I've got notifications turned on for your channel anyway, so I'll get a ping when you go live. Alright, so, for those of you who are joining us for the first time today, just so you know, today is Rare Disease Day. On the last day of February every year, it is Rare Disease Day, which is an advocacy event where folks with rare diseases raise awareness of their conditions and encourage folks to donate to rare disease nonprofits and charities which are helping to improve the lives of folks living with rare diseases. So, the last day of February, February 29th, being the most rare day of the year. That's going to be next year for Rare Disease Day. This year, of course, it's just February 28th. But, yeah, it's Rare Disease Day. And every year, I like to do this charity event where I host a stream for as long as I can go on for and read patient stories on the official Rare Disease Day website, which we're going to go hop on over to right now. Yep, right here. We've been reading their official hero stories as well as patient-submitted stories. We've gotten through quite a few already. We're going to go through some more here in a bit. But right now, I'm going to share my story with you guys with my rare condition septo-optic dysplasia. I have a video that I'm going to play for you. And then after that, we're going to talk about a fellow Twitch streamer named Kiernick, who streams primarily Hunt Showdown, which is a fun action horror competitive shooter video game that some of you may be familiar with. He's a really cool dude, and he's also living with a rare disease, so we're gonna share that. Hey, Means! Yeah, I've been streaming for a while, but welcome. You made it just in time for me to come back from my break at least, so it's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. We're also playing Stream Raiders, of course, so feel free to join in on that if you'd like. Let me get you the link. And no pressure, of course. I know that sometimes it's difficult to actually get in there, but yeah, we're gonna learn about some rare diseases today.
Friend knew that I was having such a terrible week, and
pause
she sent
this
me
music.
Box, warm wishes from
Skipping to ad. Fun facts about me. So this is gonna share my diagnosis and story. This is a video that I originally recorded for pharmacy students at Purdue University. They invited me to come on as a guest lecturer to teach their students about orphan drugs. Back when I was volunteering for NORD as their state ambassador for Indiana. It was a lot of fun. And now I have a great video that explains my condition so that I can chill and sip my tea while we all watch it together. Oh, you made it in time for my story. Oh, I got you. Yeah. All right, well, enjoy the video. And yeah, without further ado, here it is. Few fun facts about me. Not only am I a rare disease patient and activist, but I'm an artist as well. I enjoy playing D&D with my friends, and I'm a virtual reality enthusiast. I also very clearly like video editing. I was born with a rare birth defect called septo-optic dysplasia, which caused optic nerve hypoplasia and panhypopituitarism, and I'm missing the septum pellucidum, a thin membrane found in the midline of the brain. Septo-optic dysplasia is seen in about 1 in 50,000 births, and only 30% of those diagnosed. Oh, quick update. In recent studies, they've actually determined that septo-optic dysplasia is seen in about 1 in 10,000 births. So it's a lot less rare than they used to think. Still considered a rare disease, but that statistic has been updated. So this is an older video, so I had to let you guys know about that. Diagnosed have all 3 indicators needed for the diagnosis. I am one of the lucky 30%. Due to the optic nerve hypoplasia, I am completely blind in both peripherals, and what vision I do have is worse than that of a senior citizen. I have double nystagmus, which causes my eyes to twitch rapidly and in different directions. This makes it difficult for my eyes to focus, so headaches from eye strain are a common issue for me if I don't take measures to alleviate this in the form of accessibility features such as larger text or text-to-speech tools. Due to the loss of peripheral vision, I have special glasses with Chadwick lenses, which are designed to expand my field of view in a similar way to how side view mirrors on vehicles assist drivers. This helps increase the chance that I might see hazards which I might otherwise miss entirely.
So that basically is a optic nerve hypoplasia, underdevelopment of the optic nerve. Okay. And what we're seeing, we look over here, we see the nerve head. Now we're going to check the macular fovea area, which is in this circle on the scan. And what we're looking here on the green part, there's the macula of the eye. It's still formed there. It looks reasonably good, but the problem is this nerve is only less than half the size it should be, and it doesn't have all that additional nerve fiber coming into there to transmit back and forth to the brain. So it's what we call optic nerve hypoplasia, underdevelopment of the optic nerve, and it can be associated with things like an underdevelopment of the tissue from the pituitary and the sulca and these areas in the brain, causing other interlogical changes and problems for
like
patients.
The panhypopituitarism that I've got.
That's right. And we come over here, and that affects growth, and we often have to have growth hormones. Now here's the foveal macular area here, which looks reasonably good. The nerve is pale and slightly atrophic and underdeveloped, and that's a much smaller nerve than in the other eye. And so we lose some acuity from that. It can be quite varied. Some will have profound loss from this, some will have a moderate loss. The fovea itself, it's developed reasonable, but it doesn't have the amount of nerve fiber to carry the signal to the brain to get the same quality. And these traditionally cause a loss of the outer half of the visual field in both eyes, which you've experienced, and that's why I use the field expanders on the outside of the glasses to give you more field.
Yeah.
Okay?
Awesome. Thank you. Panhypopituitarism means my pituitary gland doesn't produce the hormones necessary to perform some basic day-to-day bodily functions. This has caused hypothyroidism, hypogonadism, adult growth hormone deficiency, and secondary adrenal insufficiency, which can lead to a potentially fatal complication known as an adrenal crisis. I have to take hormones in the form of pills 3 times a day and a daily injection to help sustain my body and keep me going. Treatment isn't a cure, and it's still not perfect. The hormones I take are synthetic and on a schedule, which doesn't exactly mimic the way that hormones are naturally secreted by normally healthy people throughout the day. As a result, I sometimes experience often debilitating symptoms like muscle weakness, fatigue, minor tremors, and brain fog, among others. Due to the pituitary issues, I also have a litany of other metabolic conditions such as insulin resistance and some vitamin deficiencies. When I was born, newborn screening wasn't as robust as it is today, so my parents were completely unaware of my condition until it became very clear that I was not developing like my peers. I was also very frail looking and kept getting sick easily, missing a lot of school to recover from recurrent upper respiratory infections. When I was 13 years old, they took me to Riley Children's Hospital, where I was lucky to be seen by an endocrinologist who was familiar with my rare disease. He took one look at my twitching eyes and developmental delays and suspected my diagnosis right away. Tests confirmed that he was correct, and I was able to start treatment immediately. The medications improved my poor health and strengthened my frail body, and while I would never effectively finish puberty, I developed enough to get by. Growth hormone injections gave me the boost I needed to not be classified as a dwarf, and as soon as I reached that threshold, I begged my parents and doctor to let me stop taking the shots, as they had become quite painful. I didn't know it at the time, but I wasn't injecting in the right spots, and that was causing quite a bit of discomfort. I remained off the growth hormone shots until around the age of 23, when the endocrinologist I was seeing at the time informed me that it's also important for adults with growth hormone deficiency to take the shots, and I risked developing complications such as congestive heart failure without them. I agreed to take the shots again, and they really helped improve my overall quality of life. Unfortunately, not all endocrinologists agree on the importance of taking growth hormone as an adult, despite the very clear research supporting it. As a result, it can be difficult to obtain coverage of the medication, which we'll cover in the next segment. Even with the help provided by hormone replacement therapy, my body is still not strong enough, and a disability judge determined that I'm unable to obtain gainful employment. I still have some good days where I have plenty of strength and energy to dedicate to my advocacy efforts and other hobbies, but I have to be careful and pace myself so I don't cause a flare-up of symptoms that can leave me weakened for days or even weeks at a time. I'm lucky to have an excellent care team, which includes the very endocrinologist who first diagnosed me as a child, an eye specialist who is world-renowned and well-educated on my condition, a nutritionist who helps to coach me on diet and exercise, and a general practitioner for the acute stuff when it arises. I see my endocrinologist about once every 6 months to once a year, depending on how well I'm doing, and I check up with my eye specialist once a year as well. Since I'm on Medicaid, all of this quality care is covered at no cost to me, which I am extremely grateful for. I don't think I'd be able to afford the care that I need without it. Alright, yeah, that's my story. Let me get back on here. Yep, so that's septo-optic dysplasia. Something fun. So I've actually been, doing, like, a lot of stuff with, oh shoot, I just realized that this whole time that sidebar has not been updating like it should. Sorry about that. I think that was just my computer causing a glitch. But I fixed it. That sidebar there with the hashtag for the Rare Disease Day hashtag is, supposed to update on its own, like, share all the new posts and stuff, but it hasn't been doing that. Anyway, so as I was saying, I've been playing around with Bing's new AI. I got an invitation to be one of the early testers of that. So I did something fun, and I'm gonna show you guys this screen for a second while I bring something up. Going to go to my Facebook page here. So basically this AI can compose stories, poetry, all that kind of fun stuff. Yeah, it's definitely something that a lot of people are concerned about, and for good reasons. It's the wild west of AI right now. Things are taking off so fast, and without much, protection for, what could go wrong. The cat's out of the bag, and the AI machine is rolling along. But something fun with this is I was able to get it to write an episode of Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, which some of you folks may be familiar with. It's one of my favorite shows. Kind of political, so fair warning. But I asked the AI, used the AI to have it read it. I thought about that. I didn't plan ahead well enough, but I was actually literally thinking about that before I came back to have the AI read it, have an AI read it in his voice. Let me actually do a quick Google, see if I can find one really quick, because that would be hilarious to have it read out loud. But we have a Stream Raiders battle to do first, so let's do that really quick. While I'm searching, here is some haste and good luck, everybody. Thank you for playing along. Let's start this battle while I search for. Oh, there we go. But it did such a good job of explaining my, my rare disease, the septo-optic dysplasia, through an episode of, Last Week Tonight. Having a hard time finding it, but I'm gonna try. You read it last night? Means yeah, it's so good, right? I was so impressed. Like, it is so well done. Let me see if I can. If I can't find an AI to read it for me really quick, I'll just read it out loud myself, but I would love to have an AI read it. You also read. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. I also posted it in my Discord. That's right. Yeah. Okay, so good luck, or good job on that victory, everybody. Let's see, do we have anybody in here that's in chat? I don't see any names, so I'm just going to give those out randomly. And we're going to start this boss battle. You guys ready for this? I'm going to put my War Beast on the battlefield for you guys. Okay. One second here. Alright, I'm gonna start with my War Beast, so we'll drag and drop it on the battlefield right here. Feel free to put your units wherever and play along. Okay, yeah, I can't find an AI that I can use quickly for free that can read it for me, so I'm just gonna read it out loud myself, so. Alright. So I'm gonna hop on over to the scene here. Okay. So this is what happened with the AI. So basically Bing's AI is able to just auto-generate some really excellent scenes from, like, I've been having it write like fan fictions and stuff just for my own entertainment. And last night I had it do a few where it had some characters in different TV shows, and like last week's night explain my condition, septo-optic dysplasia. So I'm going to share that with you guys now. So my prompt was, oh, before we get started, let's get some music. Sorry. Pretzel Rocks, thank you very much. Okay, so my prompt was, write a short excerpt of Last Week Tonight where John Oliver explains septo-optic dysplasia. The result, John Oliver. Welcome back to Last Week Tonight. I'm John Oliver. Thank you for joining us. Tonight, we're going to talk about a rare and serious condition that affects the development of the brain, eyes, and hormones. It's called septo-optic dysplasia, or SOD for short. Or SOD for short. And no, I'm not talking about the British slang for an unpleasant person, although that would be a much more fun topic. SOD is a congenital disorder that occurs when parts of the brain fail to form properly during pregnancy. It can cause a range of problems such as vision loss, growth hormone deficiency, learning difficulties, and seizures. According to Wikipedia, it affects about 1 in 10,000 births, which means there are probably more people with SOD than there are fans of the New York Jets. Now you may be wondering, what causes SOD? Well, the answer is, we don't really know. Some experts think it may be related to genetic mutations or environmental factors, but there's no clear evidence for either theory. In fact, most cases of SOD are sporadic, meaning they occur randomly without any family history. And that's not even the worst part. The worst part is there is no cure for SOD. The only treatment available is managing the symptoms with medication and therapy, and that can be very challenging and expensive for families affected by this condition. So why am I telling you all this? Because I want you to know that SOD is not a joke. It's not something that you can laugh off or ignore. It's a serious medical issue that deserves more attention and research funding. And then I found a gif of John Oliver with a zebra, which is absolutely fitting. I've got to AFK for a bit. I'll be around, but I've got stuff to do off and on in the next hour. So that's all good, Means. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. But yeah, I was so impressed by this AI-generated script here. That was so good. I also, like I said, had it do a a little fan fiction type thing where it wrote a scene of House, where House diagnoses a patient with septo-optic dysplasia, and also one for if you're familiar with the Dresden Files. This is something that I wrote for the Dresden Files. So my prompt was, write a short excerpt of Dresden Files where Butters is explaining septo-optic dysplasia to Harry and Bob. If you're familiar with the series, great. If you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, you're going to be a little bit confused. But it's still really good, so I'm going to read it. So, Butters looked at me with a serious expression. Harry, do you know what septo-optic dysplasia is? I shook my head. No clue. It's a rare congenital disorder that affects the development of the optic nerve, pituitary gland, and the midline structures of the brain, he said. Sounds bad, I said. It is, he said. It can cause blindness, hormonal problems, seizures, developmental delays, and other complications. And it's usually sporadic, meaning it occurs randomly without any clear genetic cause. Okay, I said. And why are you telling me this? Butters pointed at a file on his desk, because that's what our victim had. I picked up the file and opened it. It was a medical report on a young woman named Lisa Carter. She was found dead in her apartment 2 days ago, with no signs of foul play or trauma. According to this, she was blind since birth, I said. That's right, Butters said. She had septo-optic dysplasia with complete optic nerve hypoplasia. Which means, I asked? Which means her optic nerves never developed properly, he said. They were too thin and underdeveloped to transmit any visual information from her eyes to her brain. So she couldn't see anything at all, I asked. Not even light or shadows, he said. I frowned. That didn't make sense. If she was blind since birth, how did she end up in my world? How did she become a practitioner of magic? I looked at Bob, who was hovering over my shoulder in his usual orange glow. Bob, I said, do you have any idea how this is possible? Bob shrugged his ectoplasmic shoulders. Not really, he said. Magic requires sight, Harry. You need to be able to see what you're doing, what you're affecting, what you're manipulating. You need to be able to visualize your spells and your will. So how did she do it? I asked. I don't know, Bob said. Maybe she had some kind of latent talent that compensated for a lack of vision somehow. Or maybe someone taught her, Butters suggested. Who? I asked. Butters shrugged his human shoulders. That's what we need to find out. So if you're a fan of the Dresden Files, you kind of get the characters and stuff, but I thought that was such a cool cool response to the prompt that I posted, because I didn't suggest the plot or anything. It came up with that story idea all on its own, which is really incredible to me. It's really cool. Okay, so a couple more, and then that's all that I've got. But I was having a lot of fun. So I asked it to read a short excerpt of House, where he diagnoses a 13-year-old female patient with septo-optic dysplasia. The patient presents with short stature, twitching eyes, and vision impairment. Her parents take her to see Dr. House when it becomes clear that she is not starting puberty on her own, and this was the result. So, House enters the patient's room, where her parents are waiting anxiously. House, hello, I'm Dr. House. I'm here to tell you what's wrong with your daughter. Parents, finally, we've been waiting for hours. What is it? House. It's called septo-optic dysplasia. It's a rare disorder of early brain development that affects the optic nerves, the pituitary gland, and the septum pellucidum. Parents, the what? House. The optic nerves are responsible for vision. The pituitary gland controls growth and puberty, and the septum pellucidum is a thin membrane which separates the two halves of the brain. Parents. And what does that mean for our daughter? House. It means she has short stature, twitching eyes, and vision impairment. She also has low levels of hormones that prevent her from starting puberty on her own. Parents. Is there a cure? House. No, but there are treatments that can help manage some of the symptoms. She'll need hormone replacement therapy to induce puberty and regulate her growth, which I went through as a kid. She'll also need regular eye exams and glasses or contacts to correct her vision. Parents. How did this happen? Is it genetic? House. We don't know exactly what causes it, but it's not inherited. It happens randomly during early pregnancy when the brain is forming. Quick note here, there's this very small portion of patients, less than 1%, where they've determined that it is genetic, but it's basically a negligible statistic. It's so small. But I just wanted to make a note there since they got that wrong, or the AI got that part wrong. Parents, so it's not our fault? House, no, it's not your fault. It's just bad luck. Parents, can you still have a normal life? House, define normal. He looks at his cane and pops a pill. That is the only time during that whole script where House actually seemed like himself. And when I read that part, it caught me off guard so hard that I cracked up laughing. It was pretty great. Pretty great. And in the comments here, I also had it generate the same script, but in Scrubs. So, Dr. Cox, newbie, do you know what septo-optic dysplasia is? JD, no? Dr. Cox, of course you don't. It's a rare disorder of early brain development that affects the optic nerves, the pituitary gland, and the septum pellucidum. It can cause blindness, hormonal problems, and seizures. And guess what? Your patient in bed 3 has it. JD, what? How did you know that? Dr. Cox, because I'm a brilliant diagnostician who pays attention to details, unlike you. The patient has nystagmus, hypoglycemia, and agenesis. of corpus callosum on his MRI, all signs of septo-optic dysplasia. Now, tell me, what are you going to do about it? JD. Refer him to an endocrinologist and an ophthalmologist? Dr. Cox. Wrong answer. You're going to hug him and tell him everything is going to be okay, because that's what he needs right now. A hug from his doctor who cares about him. JD. Really? Dr. Cox. No, not really. You're going to do exactly what you said and then get out of my sight before I lose my mind. It was so well done. Like, the AI captured his personality just absolutely perfectly. It was fantastic. Alright, I'll stop boring you with the AI prompts. I've been going absolutely bonkers, just enjoying the heck out of that AI. Getting it to generate all kinds of fun things. But I wanted to share those with you because I was really impressed by how well the AI was not only able to, you know, make those scenes with the characters that I enjoy, but talk about my rare disease accurately. Like, for the most part, there was that one minor issue where it negated the genetic component there, but everything else was so spot on. I was super impressed. I had to share that with you guys. Now we're gonna tell another story. So I'm gonna introduce you guys to... I'm gonna pause music for a second. Introduce you guys to somebody named Kiernick, who's a fellow Twitch streamer. I mentioned him a little bit earlier. Let's see here. So he's got a rare disease as well that I'm going to let him introduce himself and talk about. Quick note before we get in here, there is a little bit of profanity. I'm going to let it play. I don't mind, just be forewarned, there are some minor F-bombs coming, just like one or two throughout all these videos I'm about to play. It's not bad, but I do want to give you guys a heads up that's about to happen, but I'm going to leave it in here because it's honest, and he's going through what, you know, he goes through with his condition and reacting to it in a way that is truthful. And I'm not going to change that. So, here we go. This is Kiernick. He's going to introduce himself and talk about his condition.
My introduction. Hello, people of the internet. My name's GW Kearney, but you can call me G. I know you may be thinking, here goes some middle-aged white dude ranting in his truck about how the world's all horrible. That's not what it is. I'm in my truck because my Bluetooth mic for my truck works way better than the mic on my phone, and I want you guys to hear me without having to speak up any more than a conversational level. So what is this channel and why am I here, like, on your computer box phone thing? I am part of the 0.1% of people that have a condition, a brain condition known as Chiari malformation. And I feel the need to help people understand what it is and bring awareness to it. It's not an uncommon thing, but in most people it's fairly mild or not symptomatic at all. I have a case where it's been symptomatic my whole life and has become increasingly so in the past few years. So this is, like I said, just an introduction and an invitation for you to come along with me on this journey, right? If you could and want to, there's a link to my Patreon below. You can help, you know, buy me some coffee or something, like put gas in the truck. Maybe get me a new camera thing that's not my phone. There's also so I'm going to leave flaws and all in this, right? Because this is what happens. Our brains don't work right. Like, comment, subscribe, share if you can. If you want to contribute on Patreon, there it's in the doobly-doo. And I'll see you in the next video, which is what is Chiari malformation. Thanks.
When you hand someone your logo,
Okay, I'll get the next video up here. And I'll provide links to his YouTube channel and stuff in the chat for you here in a second.
Video 1. What is Chiari malformation? Chiari malformation is a sometimes acquired, but generally congenital defect in the formation of the skull. The posterior fossa, which is, your goose egg part, right? It can tuck up or not quite form right, be lumpy on the inside, something that causes your cerebellum, which is the part of your brain that regulates dexterity and whether or not you're clumsy, so what, agility, motor control, stuff like that. It causes it to be compressed, and sometimes parts of it, specifically the cerebellar tonsils, can protrude through your foramen magnum, which is the hole that your brainstem comes out and into your spinal column. This, of course, can put pressure on your brainstem or your medulla oblongata, which is the part of your brain that controls your autonomous functions. That's type 1, which is what I have. Type 0 is debatable. Some people say it exists, some people don't. I know people who were diagnosed with type 0 and had horrible symptoms. But, the doctors are people too. So, like, there's all kinds of fights they got to have about things before they come to a consensus. Type 2 is generally pretty worse and comes along with spina bifida, right? Type 3 and 4, usually people don't survive infancy with those. I think type 4 people are basically born without a brain, or like with whole back of their skull missing. So mostly you're going to see people with type 1 or 2. And most people who have type 1 get along fairly well without ever being symptomatic. In my case, I've been somewhat symptomatic my whole life. But we'll get into that more in video 2, which is like how I found out and what my symptoms are. So, yeah, down in the doobly-doo, if you want to chip in on my Patreon, or, if you could, like, subscribe, leave a comment, share it with your friends, just be awesome, do cool stuff. Bye.
All right.
This is Wick.
Video 2, we're going to watch, there's one more video, and then I'm going to share the link to that for you guys so that you can support him if you want to.
Video 2. Yeah, 2. My diagnosis and my symptoms. So in February of 2020, I'm 40 years old at that point, I had a stroke in my eye, a branch retinal artery occlusion, to be specific. I sneezed and went blind in the top half of my left eye.
Oh man, that's scary.
I thought that was rather unusual. And so I went to the ER after doing a little bit of Googling, and they were like, oh yeah, well, you say you had a stroke, we'll check you out. And they did a CT, and didn't see anything there. And, they're like, oh, you're just having migraines. I'm like, no, I'm pretty certain this is not a migraine. It doesn't hurt, I've had migraines before. They've all hurt. So they basically dick me around for about 14 hours, and then they send me down to Baptist Hospital, which is the teaching hospital. And within 20 minutes, I had the diagnosis. So they keep me overnight for observation, do an MRI and some other tests. And, they can't figure out why I had a stroke, apart from just like my blood pressure being high. And so then they wait for neurology to look at my MRI. And, they're like, once neurology checks you out, we're going to release you. So the neurologist comes in and they're like, hey, good news. Your brain looks great. You don't have any blockages. You know, like we don't see any reason why you should have had a stroke. But are you having any trouble swallowing? I'm like, no more than normal. And they're like, what about numbness or weakness in your arms? Again, no more than normal. And they're like, well, it seems you have Chiari malformation, but it's not uncommon, and it's no big deal. If it's not bothering you, then there's no need to do anything about it. So they turned me loose, you know, and pardon me, my arm's cramping. So then I came home and started Googling about Chiari malformation and what the symptoms were. And my chief symptom is a lifelong history of chronic severe depression. Like the first time I can remember, like, wishing I was never born and being really sad was when I was 4 years old.
Wow.
And so I'm 42 now, so that's 38 years of chronic depression with suicidal ideation. I've also always gotten headaches, pretty bad headaches. Let me see. Tinnitus, both the like ringing in your ear kind and what's called pulsatile tinnitus, which is you like lay down and hear a whooshing sound. I don't know if that just fucked up. Yeah, whooshing sound. Then fuck. Sorry guys. I'm like I said, I'm leaving this unedited so you can see all my complications. Pulsatile tinnitus, which you lay down, you hear a whooshing sound in your ears. Periods of numbness and tingling in my extremities, mostly my arms, like from the forearms down. A lot of the times when I was a teenager, I would sleep, or what I thought I would sleep wrong, and wake up with my whole arms numb, one or both of them. Brain fog, which I didn't always have. Chronic fatigue, which I didn't always have. You know, I've become more symptomatic over the last 5 or 6 years. So now we're getting into stuff that, you know, I didn't always have, but I do now. Let me see. Trouble with your balance, which, I mean, I've always been kind of clumsy, but I've also been tough, so I just shook it off. Like, oh, you know, my cousin Doug was clumsy when he was a teenager. It's no big deal. I have problems sometimes with being able to hang on to stuff, or like fine motor control, especially in my fingers, and like just my hands won't do what I'm telling them to do, you know. I also have problems with my balance now, and get fatigued more easily. So that's the chief complaints for me, right? I know it's kind of a long list, but as I said in my introductory video, there's what's called a constellation of symptoms. And you know, as we go through these videos and I continue vlogging, I will be glad to update you guys and, like, you know, talk about individual things, right? So yeah, if you have it to spare, drop something in the Patreon, and the links in the down below part. Like, comment, and subscribe. Share it with your friends. Be awesome. Kick ass. Bye-bye.
And that was somebody on Twitch named Kiernick. I'm gonna give him a shout out in the chat. He's living with Chiari. Wow, I can't talk now. Chiari malformation, which is a rare disease. Give me a second here. Also, shout out to anybody who might be watching over on Spatial. Hello. I can't read the chat right now since I'm on another computer running the stream, but hopefully you're having a good time over there. Yeah. I'm getting all kinds of tongue-tied. I've been reading stories of rare disease patients all day, and it's finally catching up to me. But anyway, if you're over on Spatial, hi. Nice to meet you. You can come hang out in the Twitch chat if you'd like. Twitch.tv/InsomniaDoodles. Or you can just continue to hang out and watch there. Walk around the virtual space you're in. Learn a little bit about rare diseases from all the videos and stuff that I have up around the walls and stuff. The portrait mode version looking things. Those are TikTok videos that I was able to add to the space, which is pretty neat. So feel free to go through, click on those, and watch those videos. Learn a little bit about some rare diseases. But yeah, over in the Twitch chat, I just gave a shout out to Kiernick. Go give him a follow. He's definitely worth it. He's a lot of fun. I'm gonna show you a quick Twitch clip chosen at random that he shared with me to share with you to kind of introduce you to his channel a little bit.
What? Oh, that's our nitro. Good. Good. Yeah, there you go. He's gonna jump around.
So, if you want to go follow him on Twitch, he plays Hunt Showdown, which is the game that you're seeing right here.
Well done.
Oh, gee, you clutched it. Good shit. Oh my god.
What's up, Farine?
What a badass.
Look at you go.
He's really good at the game. Go check him out. Give him a follow. Yeah. So, I'm going to get back to reading patient stories on the Rare Disease Day website. And, let's see, it's 1:47 now. At 3 p.m. I'm going to be on another channel, Speedify Live. I'll still be streaming here, but I'm going to be over there being interviewed by Alex over from Speedify. I've been interviewed by them before. It's a lot of fun. Really great folks. Hopefully you guys will be able to check that out as well. I'll post links and whatnot when the time comes. But for now, I think it's time to read Safiq's story. And then we're going to read some patient stories as well that have been submitted on the website. First things first, though, we got to get these tunes back on here. Get some nice chill music going. Courtesy of Pretzel Rocks. Thank you, Pretzel Rocks. Oh, I need to turn that back down. I'm so sorry, guys. Hold on. I had to turn that up for Kurtik's video. That way you guys could hear him better. I turned it back down now, so hopefully that balancing wasn't too bad. Alright, let's get back to reading some patient stories. Also, about 3 minutes until the next Dream Raiders battle. So this is Safiq. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. And he's got hypohidrotic ectodermal dysplasia, or HED, and he's in Malaysia. I am Safiq from Malaysia, and I'm living with hypohidrotic ectodermal dysplasia, or HED for short. I love hiking in the jungle and jogging, which previously I feared to try. This is because traveling and doing outdoor activities can be slightly difficult for me. Oh, I've got a phone call. Looks like a... Yeah, it looks like a scammer call. I'm just gonna ignore that. If it's important, they can leave a voicemail. Sorry for the interruption there. Okay, this is because traveling and doing outdoor activities can be slightly difficult for me. I can't sweat, and I have a dry skin condition. As it's generally known, sweating moistens the skin and helps in controlling body temperature. Malaysia has a humid climate throughout the year. The average temperature is between 21 and 32 degrees Celsius, so these conditions sometimes constrain me from doing outdoor activities or traveling. I was inspired by stories from the US-based Ectodermal Support Group. These activities made me healthier. It has changed my mindset on how I view my body's abilities, especially in managing my body temperature. Malaysia has many food varieties, and I enjoy tasting and trying out all types of food. The second challenge which I face daily is choosing the right food to eat due to the absence of teeth. I enjoy eating, but I need to find food that has soft texture and requires minimum chewing. These measures also help with digestion. I am proud to be born with HED. I feel special and unique. This feeling only came to me after I paid more attention to my disorder, after leaving home to enter university and researching about HED. I used to avoid answering people when they asked about my physical differences. During my research on HED, I found the HED and ectodermal dysplasias community websites from Australia, OZ, from the United States, NFED. These findings changed my perspective and inspired me to start a support group. Oh, that's cool. In 2018, I connected with the Malaysia Rare Disorders Society, MRDS, and was invited to join their program called Rare Disease Youth Advocates. I was able to meet other youths living with rare diseases. The RD Youth Advocates were challenged to start initiatives to increase public awareness of rare diseases. I took the challenge and started an initiative called WALA. The objective of WALA is for individuals living with rare diseases to share their experiences and to provide correct information about their disorders to the public in the Malay language using social media platforms. That's really cool. That's awesome. My parents are my biggest supporters. Without them, I cannot imagine how I would have turned out. They made every effort and spared no expense to obtain a diagnosis for me when I was a child and to find out about the disorder. This has improved my journey in life. I'm gonna finish reading the story, then we'll start the battle. After the doctor informed my parents about the HED diagnosis and explained how my future would be, my parents decided to treat me like my other siblings. No special treatment for me. They sent me to a public school, encouraged me to play with other kids, and allowed me to decide my hobbies and my ambition. To protect me from discrimination, my parents allowed others to be around me whilst they took efforts to educate them about HED. For example, that HED is not contagious and that it is only a physical difference. They also encouraged me to make friends and be involved in any activity that may interest me. My family and friends bring me comfort and joy. I appreciate them as I grow older and value moments spent with them. I currently work in another state. I balik Kapung or return to my hometown once a month to visit my parents and family. I look forward to these monthly visits besides doing some me time by going to the beach. Ooh, that sounds nice. During the weekends when I'm not at my hometown, I spend time with my friends. I'll plan an outdoor activity such as a walk in the park, jungle trekking, or visiting a tourist spot. Man, he's kicking ass. Nice. Shafiq, thank you for all the hard work you're doing. Starting a support group is a challenge. And you're making a difference, so that's really cool. Thanks for sharing your story. Alright, it is time for that Stream Raiders battle. Afterwards, we are going to get back to reading some more patient stories. Okay. Here, guys, have some haste. This is the boss fight, so best of luck to everybody. Thank you for playing along. Here we go. Hopefully we'll win this one. So while this is going on, I'm going to give my spiel again. If you're joining me for the first time today, this is Rare Disease Day, always held on the last day in February. February 29th being the most rare day of the year. That's going to be next year. Today, of course, is just the 28th. But for Rare Disease Day, folks that have rare diseases come together using the Rare Disease Day hashtag Rare Disease Day, which you can see right there on the Twitter thing. You can share your story, uplift rare voices, and encourage folks to donate to rare disease nonprofits and charities, which help improve the lives of folks living with rare diseases. I, for one, have a special place in my heart for a little organization known as the National Organization for Rare Disorders, or NORD for short. I volunteered for them for a few years as a couple of years as their state ambassador for Indiana, for their Rare Action Network. I'm going to talk a little bit about them here in a few minutes. Fantastic group. I have nothing but kind things to say about them, so I encourage folks to donate to them if you don't know who to donate to. Otherwise, just please donate to any rare disease nonprofit of your choice. Means, you got the reward. I'm sorry, I didn't see you on the list, so I'm glad that you got that reward, because normally I give the reward to folks that are actually in the chat manually. But I must have skimmed over your name. I apologize. Thank you for playing along. Alright, well, we're gonna move on to the next map. We defeated the boss. Good job, you guys. We got this. Starting at level 1, we're gonna knock this out real fast. I may even start this battle early if we get enough folks in here soon enough. But, back to what I was saying. Yeah, donate to any rare disease nonprofit of your choice in support of Rare Disease Day. Use the Rare Disease Day hashtag to share your story, and support folks that have rare diseases. And it'll show up right up there in that cool little scrolly bar thing that I got sharing the Rare Disease Day hashtag on Twitter. Okay, so I'm going to get back to reading some rare disease stories, and after I read this next patient story, we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about how you can get involved and how you can support folks that have rare diseases yourself, with or without donations. There are many ways that you can help, and I'm going to get into that. Alright, so last story we read was Lachlan's story. We're going to read Aplastic Anemia Fighter. This is a patient-submitted story on the Rare Disease Day website. So this is the story of Lilia? I think I'm saying that right? I hope so. Again, I apologize if I'm butchering names. I'm doing my best. Alright, so I'm a fourth-year medical student being treated for aplastic anemia. In 2021, I was diagnosed with bone marrow failure after bone marrow biopsy, aspiration, and multiple blood tests. Had immunosuppressive therapy, which unfortunately did not work in my case, so I had to go through intense chemotherapy chemotherapy course and stem cell transplant from a foreign donor, because my sibling's human leukotic antigen did not match mine. Before transplant, I had many admissions to the hospital due to severely low blood counts, had multiple red blood cell, platelet, plasma transfusions. However, after bone transplant, my condition was considered in remission. At the moment, woefully, I relapsed and being under more strict control of my hematologists. Nevertheless, I am hoping for this unforgettable journey to end someday. I study tons, enjoy time with my family, group mates, work out, do research in the hematology field, and just appreciating the life that I have as it is. It is important to stay positive and active, relieve the stress with methods you truly reap the benefits of, and sometimes cry. Fighting is hard, but managing challenges makes you feel stronger and proud of yourself. I agree with that sentiment, yeah. Well, thank you for sharing your story from Latvia. Thank you, Lilia. Nice to see your lovely face. Alright, so, up next, let's hop on over to the National Organization for Rare Disorders. So I'm going to talk about them a little bit. So, rarediseases.org. This is the website for the National Organization. Whoa! Oh, I'm so sorry, you guys. I didn't change scenes. My bad. Well, at least I was able to read that out loud for you guys anyway. Yeah, this is the website for the National Organization for Rare Disorders. And there are many different ways that you can get involved. So if you want to help support folks with rare diseases directly, you can click here where it says donate. And you can make a donation to NORD. Where is... Okay, so click on donate now, and it'll pop up this form that lets you donate. I'm actually going to make a donation myself right now. So, while I'm doing that, I'm going to send you guys back over to the raid screen. I don't have a whole lot of money, so I'm going to give the most that I can give right now comfortably, and that's a $25 donation. And I'm going to cover the transaction fee. And I'm putting in my payment information right now, which is why I have you guys on a different scene. Alright, there we go. Nice. So I was able to donate 25 bucks to NORD today. I encourage you guys to please go out and do that if you can. For Rare Disease Day, it is a very important day to me personally, and I know it's important for a lot of folks within the rare disease community. But if you can't donate, totally understandable. I get it. Normally I can't. The only reason that I was able to at all was because I got my tax refund. Which, by the way, if you're in Indiana and you're on SSI or Social Security, you qualify for a $200 tax refund even if you don't normally have to file taxes. I don't know what the reason behind that was, but I found out about it from my disability lawyer. If you file your state and federal taxes, you get $200. So that's what I did. And so thanks to that, I was able to donate. But if you can't donate, again, totally understand. There are different things that you can do to get involved that are really helpful. So let's hop over to their driving policy things. You can go to Taking Action. You can join the Rare Action Network, which is what I volunteered through for a while as NORD's volunteer state ambassador for my state of Indiana. Loading it up here. So the Rare Action Network is the nation's leading advocacy network working to improve the lives of the 30 million Americans living with a rare disease at the state level. RAND serves as a broad spectrum of stakeholders ranging from patients to their families to caregivers and friends, from researchers to industry to physicians and academia. While working predominantly at the state level, the network will filter information up to NORD's national federal policy team to help address issues of national concern. So why should you join? Members of the Rare Action Network are part of a 30+ million person community working towards improving the lives of patients with rare diseases. This expansive network enables you to connect with other patients, caregivers, and stakeholders within your state and region through calls, webinars, and in-person meetings, which are a lot of fun, by the way. I loved getting involved in those. Participate in regional and local events to connect, learn and address the nation's leading issues, develop relationships with key decision makers and opinion leaders. I got to speak with some senators, not to brag, but it made me feel very important. I'm just kidding, no. It's great to be able to connect with your legislators and share the difficulties faced by the rare disease community. I'm lucky that one of my senators at least was very receptive. I personally don't always agree with Senator Braun on many things, but I'm very grateful that he was willing to listen and speak with me and consider issues faced by the rare disease community. So the things that the Rare Action Network are doing, especially on that level, are really making a serious difference. So, and you can also share your story to help other patients by raising awareness and receive news and information on what the network is taking action on and participate in that network's calls to action. So if you click on Join the Rare Action Network, you can click it here. You can join up. And just put in your info here, submit it, and you'll get the chance to participate in some volunteer opportunities, which is fantastic. And if you have the option to, become a state ambassador or a volunteer community engagement liaison or something, larger, if you've got the time, NORD is always grateful for those kinds of volunteers. So please consider that. That's one way that you can volunteer. You can help support the rare disease community by volunteering your time rather than donating, which I understand a lot of folks are unable to do, especially right now with inflation so high. I get it. You can also get involved in research. So we're going to talk a little bit about the I Am Rare program. So as you may not be aware of this, so I'm going to talk a little bit about it. Folks with rare diseases don't always have treatments or cures for their conditions, and that's due to the fact that research and funding are very limited. When you're doing scientific research, you need to have a wide pool of data to, learn from. Unfortunately, that wide pool just doesn't exist for many rare diseases. We mentioned earlier, we shared a patient story of somebody who is only one of 2 known cases ever with a rare condition. So, of course, it's going to be really difficult to have, unbiased, double-blind studies on that rare condition. It's just not possible. So, that's why it's so important to support research and fund that kind of research for conditions that they're able to research, and find ways to support folks that are unable to participate in that kind of, research that's difficult to do with such a small pool of patients to learn from. So, yes, thank you for that emote. Good to see that you're still there. So this is the I Am Rare program, which is powered by NORD. So, rare diseases present unique challenges for researchers and companies working towards treatments and cures. Small patient populations, hard to diagnose or delayed diagnosis due to lack of education and understanding among medical professionals, poor understanding of the natural history of the disease and its progression without intervention, no prior pathways to follow, clinical endpoints that are often unclear, and enrollment and retention challenges. Excuse me, sorry about that. So to address the special needs of these developing treatments for rare diseases, NORD has created a natural histories patient registry platform as part of the I Am Rare program, with extensive input from the FDA, NIH, patients' organizations, and experts in the field. So NORD's I Am Rare program is an easy-to-use system that allows patients and organizations to inform and shape medical research and transitional science for rare diseases by launching high-quality, customized registries to collect the data needed to define the natural progression of their disease, ultimately advancing product development, which, we need for treatments. So, if you want to go here, let me get you the link and drop that right in chat for you guys. And you can click on that Learn More button to learn more. And let's watch this quick video here that'll explain a little bit more about why it's so important to get involved in medical research for the rare disease community. Here we go.
A registry is a tool for helping research. A registry is used to collect and store information about a disease or condition, a procedure, a treatment or medical device, or an individual's experience living with a condition or set of symptoms. Different registries collect different types of data, such as clinical lab results or scans, or how a rare condition may change over time. Sometimes clinicians contribute data, sometimes patients, and sometimes it's both. Patient registries help the rare disease community by providing valuable information to doctors and scientists to help develop treatments, and to patient organizations to help advocate for resources, support, and therapies that change lives. This information can be critical in identifying candidates for clinical trials, building connections among patients, supporting research goals, or helping to develop standards of care for patients. So, why would you want to participate in a registry? It's a chance to tell your story, to participate in a community, and to contribute to a cure.
What he said. Yeah. So that's the IMR program. That's why you should get involved. I highly recommend checking that out. I admittedly haven't signed up for it yet, but I think I'm going to after the stream today. Yeah, so you can check that out there. I forgot to mention earlier when we were talking about the Rare Action Network, you can take action on key issues. So if you go to rarediseases.org, go to driving policy, and click take action on key issues, it'll take you to this really cool page where you can learn about different bills, which are, different legislation and stuff that's in action that needs to be addressed. So all you have to do is click on this take action button here. You'd put in your street address, your postal code, all that fun stuff. I'm not going to click on that because it will prompt the thing to bring up my actual website, and I don't need to dox myself. But you can go there, you can click on all that stuff, you click go, and it will take you to a page that shows you who your representatives are, and it will even generate a pre-written email for you explaining what you want to support and why you want your legislators to support it, and it'll send that directly to your legislators when you click submit. So check that out, it's really cool. I love how they made that so easy to do. It literally takes less than a minute, especially if you've got the thing in your browser that autofills forms for you. So yeah, that's the cool thing there. Again, like I said, getting involved in research. I mentioned earlier that you could also donate blood for, there are a lot of conditions out there that include like bleeding disorders, where folks that, not just bleeding disorders, but other conditions where folks need transfusions regularly. Like when we shared Lachlan's story earlier, he needs to have blood transfusions very frequently. I think they said that he's doing it once a month right now. And that blood has to come from somewhere, right? We can't just make blood. You've got to have donors. So if you are able to donate your blood, go do that, please. I wish I could. I can't because of my, with my condition, I take growth hormone, and when you have, when you're taking growth hormone, you're not allowed to donate your blood, which makes me sad. So donate your blood for me, please. I wish I could. But yeah, these are just a few things that you can do to get involved to help support the rare disease community. Of course, you can always hop on over to social media. I'm not a fan of Twitter personally, but I do have a Twitter feed up right here showing the Rare Disease Day hashtag because there is a lot of activity going on over there, supporting folks with rare diseases by uplifting their voices through that tag. Let's get that trending. Get on there, post something. Anywhere online. The hashtags work on Facebook and Instagram and stuff too. So, and TikTok. TikTok's been booming, you guys. I recently got my own TikTok account on there going. Been doing some advocacy work over there myself. It's been fun. Go check those out. Cool stuff. Alright, so that's how you can get involved through NORD. And of course, there are a bunch of other rare disease nonprofits out there that are doing great work. I've mentioned a few of them throughout the stream so far already, but that's what we've got. Okay, it is almost 2:30. And at 3 o'clock, I've got I have an appointment. I have an interview on Speedify Live. I'm going to give them a quick shout out here. So if you click on that link, twitch.tv/Speedify, I'll be over on their channel in about a half hour talking about rare diseases and what I'm doing here today on Twitch. Their Speedify is a really fun channel. They do interviews with content creators and stuff. But yeah, and they'll talk about their product. It's a Speedify is like basically they have this software where you can connect a bunch of different I apologize, brain fog is making this come out so bad, but I'm gonna do my best do my best to explain this. So basically, if you have a bunch of different internet connections, like a mobile network, a bunch of different, direct landline networks, brain work. Basically, if you have a bunch of different internet connections to choose from, Speedify will put them all together, and if you're streaming, make it to where if one of these accesses to the internet fail, another one will automatically take its place and keep your stream going so that you don't have any interruptions. They'll explain it better on their channel, so go over there and watch the interview on Speedify. But it's not going to be a big commercial for their product. I just want to mention that because that's who they are and what they do. But they've been doing some really cool things. Go check them out over on their channel. But I'm going to be over there talking about that along with a special guest that they're also having on here. Let's actually go over to their Instagram where they've posted about this recently. Speedify. Click. So, there's also going to be another guest on there, Mark Bear, I think is how you pronounce his name, from a nonprofit called Cure CMD. So he's going to be talking about, I think, congenital muscular dystrophies. I think that's what that is. So yeah, join us over there for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Again, it's starting at 3 o'clock. So I'm going to step away for a quick break. Just a short break. And then I'm going to come back here in about 12 minutes and 55 seconds when that Stream Raiders battle starts and get things ready to hop on over to the Speedify interview. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and take off and just chill for a little bit, have a quick bio break, move around, stretch, all that important stuff when you're doing a long stream like I'm doing today. But in the meantime, hang out, play some Stream Raiders, listen to some cool tunes courtesy of Pretzel Rocks. Thank you again, Pretzel Rocks, for the soundtrack of our life today. And yeah, I'm gonna update this time here to say that I will be back at about 2:45. Alright, thank you guys for hanging out again. I'm gonna go enjoy my break and I will be back shortly. So, thanks for hanging out and happy Rare Disease Day, everybody! the time. So I've still got like 15 more minutes before I need to go take a quick break to prepare myself for the Speedify interview. So we can still hang out for a bit. So I'm at least gonna be around for the Stream Raiders battle. Oh boy. Oh fun. Okay, so that's what happened. Alright, so for those of you who are just joining us for the first time, this is Rare Disease Day, so we're celebrating by raising awareness and lifting up voices of folks that have rare diseases by sharing their stories and encouraging folks to donate to rare disease nonprofits and charities that support folks that have rare conditions. So we've been doing a lot of that by I just talked about NORD, how you can get involved through the National Organization for Rare Disorders, which is the United States-based rare disease initiative. You can also, if you're across the pond over in Europe, you've got Eurotas, which is Rare Diseases Europe. You could support them as well. If you support any rare disease nonprofit today through a donation of $5 or more, let me know and I'll draw a doodle for you as a reward, as a thank you for supporting folks that have rare diseases. Alternatively, if you want to support without being, if you're not able to donate, again, I totally get it. Understandable. I've been there. You can check out the Rare Disease Day hashtag, tell your story, or share posts that are, being posted to that hashtag, retweet and whatnot. Let's get that tag trending so that folks will be more, exposed to the existence of rare diseases and hopefully encourage funding for better research and stuff. So that's the goal for today. So, since I've got a little bit of time before I need to go take my break, we're going to read one more patient story. I think the last hero's story that we read was Sifik. So we're going to read Regina's story next. And again, all of these stories are available on the Rare Disease Day website. I encourage you to go check them out and to donate if you're able to. And again, if you can't, I get it. Totally understand. Okay, so this is not in English, and it's not translated, so I can't read it, unfortunately. So we're gonna have to move on to the next one. So, Vasco's story. Okay, and he's got Gaucher disease, and he's located in Peru. 6-year-old Vasco from Peru loves to play, paint, dance, and read, but most of all, he loves spending time with his family. It took 3 years for Vasco to obtain a diagnosis for his rare condition. After being misdiagnosed and attending many different hospitals and health clinics in Peru without any doctor being able to determine what his illness was, the doctors finally referred him to a hospital in Lima, Peru's capital. It was there that he was diagnosed with Gaucher's disease, the disease that is frequently confused with other illnesses, another common occurrence among folks with rare diseases. Vasco's symptoms of Gaucher's disease included persistent anemia and increasingly frequent and persistent bleeding and growth impediment. Treatment for his condition is available in the form of blood infusion every 2 weeks. Again, donate your blood for the rest of his life. Every 2 weeks for the rest of his life. That blood has to come from somewhere. If you're able to donate, please do. Sadly, Vasco has been unable to receive this treatment, which would greatly improve the quality of his life. His mother is fighting for the government to allow him access to the treatment, which would help stop the progression of the disease. Vasco's mother has been unable to work while she cares for her son. She said, "It would be ideal if the government could provide us with support to enable us to care for my son without having to worry about being fired from my job because of the amount of leave I have to take care of my son." That's so frustrating. Vasco also finds difficulty with socializing with other children, facing anxiety over his symptom of bleeding along with the limitations of his activities due to his condition. His mother has not given up hope. She takes inspiration from stories of other people living fulfilled lives with Gaucher's disease. "It brings me comfort and joy when I hear of patients with the same disease who can have a good quality of life with symptomatology that goes unnoticed." And she knows that this will be the case for her son when he is allowed access to treatment. Vasco is, in the words of his mother, loving, intelligent, and a brave child with a desire to live through all he's experienced at such a young age. Man, it's so frustrating that folks face these limitations that are totally arbitrary. They're arbitrary and they're out of their control. Arbitrary in the sense that the only thing keeping him from getting this care that would prolong his life and ease his symptoms is just based purely on location and how much money they have. It should not be that way. It shouldn't be that way. Thank you for sharing your story, Vasco. Alright, we got about 2 minutes until the Rare Disease Day. It is Rare Disease Day. We got about 2 minutes until the Stream Raiders battle is ready to go. So I think I've got enough time to read one more story. Why I Became an Advocate. This was submitted by Verena, and she's from Italy. She's got Milan syndrome. Me and my husband Giovanni live in Turin, Italy with our 9-year-old son Pedro. After a long diagnostic journey of 8... Okay, so it's about her son. Okay. After a long diagnostic journey at the age of 8, he received a diagnosis of an ultra-rare genetic disorder caused by a change in the nuclear factor 1, the nuclear factor 1X, NFIX gene located in the short arm of chromosome 19. This gene contains the instructions to produce NFIX protein that plays an essential role in brain and muscle development, as well as skeletogenesis. It's a long one. Obviously, when you have a child with a rare disease, best laid plans go to waste. He had to work out what was going on to work best with our family. The position we find ourselves in means we have to plan for a multitude of possible futures. You change your perspective on all aspects: work, social, economic, and emotional. We had to acquire new and complex skills in no time in order to become capable of facing changes, or rather navigating uncertainties, maintaining the necessary balance to take care of ourselves and Pedro today and in the future. I contacted the Milan Syndrome Foundation, New Jersey, as soon as we were diagnosed. Since then, I've collaborated with them and have been able to get to know other families like mine. In 2021, I joined the board of directors of the Milan Syndrome Foundation. Good for you for getting involved, that's important. And I bring my experience as an organizational architect to help transform the organization that was born locally, USA, towards an international reference role. That's awesome. Thank you for that. It's really hard work that you're doing and very important. Thank you for doing that. To do this, we need to promote scientific research and establish partnerships with institutions to support families all over the world. At Itali, we collaborate with Aussie Gulliver, who is welcomed and supports patients directly throughout the country. We'll do that Stream Raiders battle here in just a second. I'm going to finish this story first, and we'll get there. Yep, promoting the production of civil rights and social integration of people with overgrowth syndromes, Sotos and Milan, both in developmental and adult age, and of our families. And so when you become a part of a community of other people like you, of other families like yours, that strong sense of belonging is born. And you think, I finally figured out who I am. This is the seed of identity for anyone with a rare disease in the family. Being an advocate is nothing more than working to increase the sense of belonging, knowledge, and being an advocate is nothing more than working to increase the sense of belonging, knowledge of this identity, knowledge of the disease itself, and ways of improving the quality of life of those affected by it. Making something rare known further distances that unique being that excludes. And this can only be done by communicating correct and prejudice-free information. Absolutely, yeah. 100% correct. I could not agree with you more. You're doing great work. Thank you so much, Verena, for sharing your son Pedro's story and all the awesome advocacy work that you're doing. You're making a difference. That's incredible. Thank you. Alright, you guys, we do have a Stream Raiders battle ready to go. So let's do this. Here, have some haste. Good luck, everybody. Oh, you know what? This was a level 1 difficulty. I could have started a lot sooner. I apologize. I wasn't paying much attention. Wasn't really thinking about it, but yeah, we're good. Hey, look at that. No doubt in my mind that we were gonna win that one. Thank you, guys. Alright, let me make sure. Is Means in here? Okay. Yep, Means, you're here. You're gonna get a reward because you actually come into the chat. Everybody else is being randomized. Thank you for playing along. I appreciate you. Let's do another one. Okay, now it is 2:27. It is actually going to be 2:28 soon. So I'm going to step away and take a quick break because at 2:30 I have an interview scheduled with Speedify over on their channel. I'm going to drop another shout out in the chat so you guys can check them out. They do a great job interviewing their guests, and I'm really excited to chat with them today. We're going to talk about Rare Disease Day, and they have somebody from Congenital Muscular Dystrophy Foundation joining us as well to talk about what they're doing. So, head on over to Speedify at 2:30, and then afterwards come back here and hang out with me some more. But I'm going to go take a little bit of a break. So, I'm going to leave this stream up. You guys can continue to play Stream Raiders, and I'll be back at 2:45 to get things ready for that. But I'm going to get up, move around a little bit, stretch, maybe have a little snack, and I'll see you guys here in a little bit. Thanks for hanging out. Alright, I am back. We're gonna get things ready for the Speedify interview here in just a minute. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. How's it going? I had a nice little break. I actually funny, I was watching another Twitch stream while I was on my break. Shout out to Sam Proof. I'm gonna give him a shout out if you guys want to check him out. He's great. He's live right now. Go give him a follow. Tell him I sent you. Cool dude. He runs a 24. Oh yeah, he's the guy that runs the Cute Avalanche stream that we frequently raid on this channel. 24/7 Kitten Cam, where they support the foster kittens that they help to find homes and rehabilitate in their own home. They're just good people, and I support them. And you should too. But today we're here to support rare diseases, which is what we're primarily focused on. So, like I said, we're getting ready to do an interview over on Speedify. And we're going to be talking about rare diseases over there. I'm going to have the stream up on here so that you guys can participate and watch on this stream, but I encourage you to actually go over to the Speedify chat and communicate with us over there. That way they can put your chat messages up on stream if you have any specific questions. I won't be responding to chat messages in my chat just because I want to focus on the interview itself. Excuse me, I'm sorry. But like I said, I'll still have the interview playing through here. I have the permission to do that, so we'll be good. Be alright. Oh, man. Guys, I gotta be honest with you. Today has been really difficult, symptom-wise for me. Which really sucks, because, like, I put a lot of time and energy into, you know, preparing for the Rare Disease Day stream, and I've been dealing with so much brain fog today, and I'm just so tired. I hate to sound like I'm complaining, but it's just the reality of the situation. That's what I'm dealing with today. But I'm powering through it for Rare Disease Day. I know that tomorrow is going to be really difficult, because that means, you know, like all this extra energy that I'm spending today that I don't have, I'm going to be, you know, just... I'm gonna have pretty bad symptoms tomorrow as a result of pushing myself to get through today. And that's just the reality of my condition. I'm not saying this to garner pity or whatever. I'm, you know, we're all about raising awareness for what folks with rare diseases go through. That's the plan for today, and there's the honest truth with my situation. Sometimes it's something that I have to deal with, debilitating symptoms. That's why I'm on disability at the age of 32. You know, that's it. That's life with my rare disease. But at the end of the day, we're doing a good thing today, raising awareness for rare diseases and encouraging folks to donate to rare disease nonprofits and all that fun stuff. So I'm happy to be here. I'm just going to be paying for it tomorrow. Alright, so it is 2:48. We are going to be over on Speedify. I'm going to keep the music up for now, but I will be turning it off once we get things started, I think. Okay. Alright, I'm actually going to keep you guys on the Stream Raiders scene while I get things prepared over here. I need to go into my email and get to the link to the actual interview thing. Where'd it go? Did I accidentally delete the Speedify email? I really hope I didn't. Okay. Where's that located? Alright, well, at least I got the links that I need, so that's good. Okay, sorry for talking to myself there. I'm actually going to step away for one more second. I need to take a really quick bio break. I'll be right back. So just hang out, and I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. Okay, I'm back and I am ready. I'm excited. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and, I know I'm 10 minutes early, but I'm going to enter their interview thing. Need to change my camera to Logic Capture. Okay. There we go. Yay! Cool, that works. All right. I'm in there early.
A dance notice of self. This is my first live stream, actually.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah. Barna has been telling me all about it. And
Yeah, it's cool.
I like it. It's a cool idea. It's like, yeah, I don't know how many people you typically get on these things.
Okay, I'm gonna mute myself for a little bit while we're in here in the
You got
pre-show.
one other guest coming too, right?
So, yeah.
I haven't talked to Doug in more than a year.
It's been a minute for me as well. He's a good human. I would love to get a link to that Google Drive folder though.
So I think we'll start with just you and then bring both of them on at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. After we play the video, right?
Yeah.
We've got a 1 minute video or whatever.
Yeah.
Yep. Sonny, are you still doing the VR stuff? Okay, good. I'm good. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I should close the door. Digital pack rats.
Alex, how many of these are you doing? Are you doing like one live stream a day, multiple?
Like 2 a week, sometimes 3 a week.
Okay.
So
You're a veteran then.
starting to be a lot of episodes.
Yeah.
There's starting to be some I don't remember, which is like an important crossover point. We're like, I interviewed that guy.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's good.
Yep. In fact, please.
Oh, I'm already live, so would that mess anything up if I were to pair it on Restream? It would, yeah, that's what I was afraid of. That's okay. Thank you though. Yeah, since I've been streaming since 10 a.m. this morning, so it's a long stream.
So are we actually live right now?
Yes, we are. I just put you guys on.
Oh. Hey,
Just
everybody.
now.
All right. All right. I guess it's time. Yeah. Go.
I'm ready. Let's do
So
this.
5-minute intro, then I talk for a minute, then I play the video for a minute. So you guys really have 7 minutes, right?
They go, yeah. They'll switch to Netflix. There's too many entertainment options. So I was sitting there like the first time it happened. What can I do? And I looked over at my backpacks of the gear that runs on Speedify. You paid for a year of it. You can use it on any computer or device. So I just pulled out my one of several hotspots I have, hooked it up, cranked up Speedify, and it has never been a problem since.
We used the Speedify software at a command line level, so it's not running a whole UI which is starting to drain resources. It's really very, very base level. And the really clever people at the BBC got it all working. And we're now presenting whole programs every single day of the year have been presented using this technology. All our weather reports from our weather presenter are done on them.
If I look back at my original lives, they are awful. They're terrible. But we all start somewhere and we all get better. And every time you go live and every time you get on camera, you're going to get a little bit more comfortable.
You saw part of
Really?
it? Cool.
Nice. All right, we are famous. You want to say hi to everybody? Now you're on the video. So wave. That's the camera right there. Nice. All right. We are going back to look at this guy's house. It has a lot of white lights.
There he is. Hey, Christian.
Fine.
Tell me light on the deck so you can see when you tell it's live.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so these lights do have RGB mixing, so if you want to do each color, you can mix them independently. Within the app, there are a couple features, and I'll just go show you this.
See power. There we go.
Woo! Oh my God, it's beautiful.
Is just building budget aesthetic gaming PCs, and I have my studio here now, so we've graduated away from the basement of my house and whatnot.
Also, I would say streaming kept me from going completely insane when I was in that hotel room for 2 weeks when I first got to Australia.
So raising awareness is really going to help break that stigma. We definitely have a stigma in our society where it's, not okay for folks to be open about their medical conditions. It's kind of seen as shameful.
We have, all of us have these amazing cameras, Apple, Samsung, Google.
We have customers come in all the time who say, oh, I watched this stream and I came in from out of town and I knew we had to stop here.
We build custom PCs for a lot of content creators, gamers, you name it, businesses, colleges, esports.
And then I do a lot of thought leadership talking and trying to educate the industry on the value of techifying, as I call it, their events, and been doing that for a long time.
The first 2 years of live streaming was actually just myself. I was kind of acting as a community manager.
You know what? I never used to think that people wanted to cared about what I wanted to say, but now I actually, I'm like, you know what?
I care. I care, Gina.
You've got to put it out there. You've just got to put it out there, and someone will listen.
I used to actually be solely mobile, so I used to teach people how to edit using KineMaster, which is just a mobile app. Really, really cool app.
I love the process of both. I love the editing process, the scripting process, and things like that of recorded videos, but nothing for me also beats the buzz that you get from pressing the go live button.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Speedify Live. I'm your host, Alex Gizas, and this is the live stream about live streaming. So we created this stream to kind of show off everything Speedify could do and learn more about how live streaming works and share all of that with you guys. So we bring on all kinds of great live streamers and software companies and, just people who know more about live streaming than me. And it's awesome. Glad you guys are here. So, give us a follow if you haven't already. It's, underneath the video. We're Speedify on YouTube. And, don't forget to click that little, I guess over here, the bell, because otherwise you don't get notified. So, also, who else would you guys like to see on the show? Post it, because these days people like being on the show. And so if you tell us who you want to see, we can probably get them. Speaking of getting them, we have 2 guests today. Super excited. Our first guest is Sunny, aka Insomnia Doodles. We had her on back in 2022, and we learned a lot about both her awesome live streaming and about the stigma around mental health and physical health. She's an advocate for rare diseases, chronic illnesses, invisible disabilities. So our other guest is Mark Baer from Cure CMD. Mark has been a member of the CMD, the Congenital Muscular Dystrophy community, since 2015, when his daughter Bella was diagnosed with CMD. He serves as the Vice President of Research and Development for Corel during his workday and tries his best to entertain his 2 toddlers when not working. CMD is a genetic condition. I think Mark will be able to tell us more about it. It causes an increased chance of muscles being injured from just normal use, and makes it more difficult for the muscles to repair any damage. So we are live. We see your comments. You post comments underneath the video wherever you're seeing it, and we see them, and we will put them on, and we will make people watch. So before I bring Sunny and Mark on, we have a little video clip here to see what Rare Disease Day is.
Rare Disease Day is dedicated to bringing widespread recognition of the challenges faced by people living with rare diseases. There are nearly 7,000 rare diseases, and though each alone is considered rare, together they affect nearly 30 million Americans, about 1 in every 10 people. 2/3 of these are children. People living with rare diseases often experience devastating medical problems and symptoms. Some spend years seeking a diagnosis, and many feel alone and isolated as they struggle to find information and connect with others like themselves. The National Organization for Rare Disorders, NORD, is proud to be the official U.S. sponsor of Rare Disease Day. Together, we work towards the goal that no patient should go without, no matter how rare a condition may be. We also recognize the exciting advancements in medical research and policy developments that are expanding hope in the rare disease community. Alone, we are rare. Together, we are strong. For more information about rare diseases and to find support within your community, visit www.rarediseases.org. You can also share your thoughts and experiences on Facebook and Twitter, because together, we can make a difference.
Wow. All right. Nice to have you guys on Speedify Live. How have you been, Sunny?
Fantastic. Doing all right. Man, I'm super excited. This is my favorite day of the year. I've been doing Rare Disease Day streams every year for the last... I wish I would have marked this better, but it's been either like 4 or 6 years that I've been doing this every year for a while now. So, yeah, I'm pumped today. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Hopefully you're doing well, too.
And Mark and I have actually met once before, but
A long time ago.
it was in Vegas, and I actually think it might be best for everyone if we just pretend we don't know each other. Good to meet you, Mark.
Hello, nice to meet you, Alex. Yes, I'm excited to be here too. This is my first live stream though, so I'm learning as I go. So I need to get prodded if there's a chat that I should respond to, I think. But it sounds like I'm with the right people to educate me.
That's right. All right, cool. So, actually, Mark, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, my name's Mark Baer. I'm obviously not from America. I'm from Australia originally. I live in Oregon, and I have 3 kids now. I think the intro you gave was a little bit outdated. I have 3 kids. My oldest is Bella, who is the one that's affected with CMD. And then I've got a kid that's 6, his name's David, and my youngest is 3, and her name's Amelia. And I'm currently, I'm the general manager for a company called Malwarebytes now, actually, since the, I think my LinkedIn might be out of date is the problem.
That's probably where we got it from. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I think that's on me. I think I need to keep my LinkedIn more up to date.
Nice. So, Sunny, I know we've had you on before, but give a little background on yourself, if you don't mind.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So, I stream on Twitch from time to time. Most of the time it's, to help raise awareness for things like rare diseases, chronic illness, invisible disabilities. It's something that I'm really passionate about because I live with a rare disease that has caused some invisible disabilities. So, basically I've got a rare congenital birth defect called septo-optic dysplasia, which is characterized by 3 indicators. You need 2 of 3 indicators to get a diagnosis. One is malformation of the optic nerve, malformation of the pituitary gland, and malformations within the midline of the brain. So I've got panhypopituitarism, meaning my pituitary gland doesn't produce any of the most of the hormones necessary for survival. I have optic nerve hypoplasia, which has caused me to be blind in both peripherals, and what vision I do have is pretty impaired. And I'm missing something called the septum pellucidum, which is a thin membrane in the midline of the brain. Some cases of septo-optic dysplasia are way more severe than mine, but I still deal with a lot of debilitating symptoms as a result of my rare disease. And it's impacted my life to the point where I'm only 32 years old, but I'm already on disability. But you know what? That gives me a lot of free time to raise awareness for things like this, and it's something I'm really passionate about and I enjoy doing, so I'm a little bit grateful for that, actually. And so I started live streaming because I do have the free time. It originally started with me just wanting to play video games and hopefully get some of that YouTube ad revenue that we've all heard so much about. That didn't wind up happening, but I did find a sense of community through live streaming that I really enjoyed, and I found that platform is really great for uplifting voices like my own, and raise awareness for conditions that are rare and most people might not have heard about. So that's where I got my start. That's who I am. I also do art streams from time to time. As a matter of fact, today for Rare Disease Day, I'm doing something special where if anybody donates $5 or more to any rare disease nonprofit of their choice, and send me a screenshot proving that you've made a donation, it can be any charity, as long as they're helping folks with rare diseases. I'll set a timer for 5 minutes and draw any doodle that you request within reason. I mean, I can choose not to do any inappropriate requests, but yeah, that's what I'm doing today for Rare Disease Day, as well as sharing patient stories on the Rare Disease Day website as well. So it's been a lot of fun. I rambled on for long enough. Back over to you. Thank you.
We love it. Mark, are you doing anything for Rare Disease Days besides the stream?
Honestly, the QSCMD is doing a bunch. Historically, we've usually sent people to like congressional places in the country to try to advocate for rare disease. I think that's been something that's been challenging. Historically, just making people more aware that while there's rare in the name, the sum of the parts of different rare diseases is actually quite significant. There's a large population of people combined, at least in the US, that have rare diseases and generally don't get advocated for because they're all in these very small communities. And so I think we've sent people to Washington DC before to try to advocate, make sure that it's understood that there's numerous people affected by many different conditions. I personally am here in Oregon in my house and working when I'm not in the live stream today, but very active on social media, trying to build awareness for this and ensuring that people don't forget about those smaller communities of people affected by different diseases.
Right. Cool. So why do you guys think that, like, I feel like people really try to avoid talking about their health and admitting to issues and things. I mean, why do you think that is?
Do you want to answer, or should I jump in?
Well, it's a good question. I think it's become less of a stigma than it has been previous. I think there's now more of an outlet for affected individuals to actually find communities online. I know that when we first got a diagnosis for my daughter, it was a very daunting experience to find out, 1, what is it? 2, how common is it? 3, what are the treatments or current status of the current medical situation? And then the last one is, who else knows about this at all? Like, how can I get into a community where these people actually can talk to me and help guide me through this new journey that I've now found myself on? And the good news is that, I mean, I don't, as much as I don't love Facebook for many other things, there is communities like Facebook and you know, different chat groups, WhatsApp groups, and things like that you can now get into and be more open about what is going on with, you know, what you're dealing with and how that affects the other, how that is different to other people in the community, and getting feedback and guidance. And I mean, for our condition, for my daughter, I mean, she's very affected. She can't walk, right? So she's in a power wheelchair, and we needed to get a wheelchair van, and we needed to get like all this different equipment. And I live in a place that has 100,000 people. There's actually one other affected individual in this town, which is a complete freak situation given the rarity of the disease. And we just have no one to compare and contrast against, right? Like when you have more mainstream diseases, it's just easier to find other people that are going through a similar situation. And so I think there is a stigma about talking about it in public sometimes and in wider groups, but the good news is that it has become easier to find groups that do have that same shared experience as you. Obviously, I'm not affected myself, and Sunny might have a bit different perspective, but as a parent, for me, I can talk to you about, like, in public. I don't often talk about my daughter's condition, about the status of her condition, because sometimes I'm exhausted by it already, and I'd rather just talk about other things, right? I'd be like, yes, I could talk about her spinal curve or her contractures and things like that, but I'd probably rather just like talk about sports or, you know, something else. You know, it's just like, I feel like we live it, and sometimes I'd rather just be just normal, you know, like just talk about things that everyone else talks about versus delving into that frequently.
No, I definitely, I relate with what you said, and I agree with you that, you know, there's that stigma whenever you're in a conversation with somebody in public. I think that stems from a really deep societal just bias, that when you're suffering from something that, you know, is directly impacting you, I think that there's this sense that when you have a challenge, you're supposed to suffer in silence. And you're supposed to just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and just get over it and just act like it's not happening, just so that you can, you know, appear to be quote-unquote normal. And I think that's a really destructive mindset to have, but unfortunately it's really deeply ingrained in our society. He mentioned that things have gotten better. They absolutely have. Even when I first got started as an advocate, a long time ago, like even just since then, which like in the last like 5 years or so, things have gotten so much better. People have become more open about talking about what they go through on social media and making it, you know, more normalized. I think that the stigma comes from the fact that it wasn't normalized before, and so when somebody started talking about their condition, it's seen as like they're complaining or they're trying to get attention, when that's not the case at all. We just, you know, want to be seen and understood. You know, when I'm having a really bad symptomatic day, when my muscles are weaker than normal and I'm having a hard time just keeping up with basic day-to-day, you know, things that I need to get done around the house, it's nice to be able to be open about explaining, you know, yeah, I've got a lot of these symptoms going on today, so I'm not going to be able to, you know, keep those lunch plans that we made. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. I got to stay home and rest. And being open about that is, you know, a lot, you know, really healing for a lot of us that are dealing with these debilitating symptoms. Whereas before, you know, like I said, things have gotten better. Before, if you were to, you know, talk openly about the symptoms that you're going through, it could be seen as just, oh, she's just complaining, or oh, she's just trying to get attention, when that's just not the case at all.
I think there's also a difference too. Like there's some rare diseases where it's very visibly obvious what the disease is,
yes.
and there's less explanation required. There are many rare diseases where it's not immediately obvious what they're affected by, and they need to verbalize those things. And that can be a lot more challenging to go through, where you have to describe to somebody that, hey, I look just like everyone else, but I have low energy levels, or I have something else going on, and you need to verbally say that over and over and over again. And it's also, some people just may not even believe it. Right. Well, if you're in a wheelchair,
I see people, you know, some disabled people I follow on social media complaining about, you know, parking their car, and they get out of the car and someone comes up and questions whether they're really disabled. I'm like, yeah, I've got the tag, leave me alone. I need to make it to the store, bug off, right?
Yeah, totally. I mean, even my daughter does it. We drive through the Costco parking lot, and we're in a wheelchair van, and she's like, why is it full of all these cars? Like, she wants us to get out of the car, right? But we need one of those striped lines to deploy in. And even she's sometimes like, oh, these, why can't they park just over there?
Yeah.
But she's 8, so she's
Right.
rationalizing with an 8-year-old not always the easiest thing.
So, how long have you been streaming, Sonny?
Oh shoot. I think probably my first stream was probably about 5 years ago, I think. And then I fell out of it because it wasn't very successful at first. I got discouraged and I stopped. And then I kind of got back into it, and have been streaming more consistently for the past like 2.5 years or so, maybe 3 years.
Oh, nice. Okay. All right. So can you tell us, going back to you, Mark, a little bit more about the organization Cure CMD?
Yeah. Someone from QSMB is watching. I think Rachel, our president of QSMB, is here. She's going to fact check everything I say. But
Thanking you
I'm
for
on the board of
representing.
QSMD. I'm on the board of QSMD. I have been since about 2 hours after, 2 years after we got the diagnosis, and it was actually an organization that was founded by parents. So there is other. So CMD is a form of muscular dystrophy. It's a congenital muscular dystrophy, which means it's passed on genetically. And there is other muscular dystrophy organizations out there, and they're good organizations. The MDA is the one I think people are most familiar with. But the MDA was very focused on like Duchenne. Duchenne's the most dominant form of muscular dystrophy that you see by the numbers, and that is something that they focused on heavily. But there was a feeling at the time when QSMD started that there was other kind of smaller subsets of muscular dystrophy that were passed along congenitally that weren't really getting a lot of the focus. And there was also just like whether it is a cure, like that's in the name for QSMD, or just information sharing was lacking for this community of people. And so yeah, it was just a couple of different parents that got together at the time. I can't imagine what it was like for them. Like they had very few people involved, and they knew of very few other affected individuals, and they were just like amassing more and more people over time. They didn't have a way to diagnose easily back then, using DNA sequencing to find out if other people were affected. I think there's numerous people along the way where there was an early member of QSMD that worked in a hospital, and she could almost spot people's traits and say, hey, I think you probably have this form of congenital muscular dystrophy and you should probably go get a test done. Now it's, you run a test and you can check to see if you've got a bunch of different, you can test yourself against a bunch of different diseases and see if you are affected by any of them. So QSMD it's a smaller organization, much smaller than the MDA, and focusing really on congenital muscular disease, and working on not only trying to find a cure. We fund a lot of different research grants from different groups around the world, but we have a really strong community. Is what I was talking about earlier, about having like a great Facebook group, and we have conferences and try to bring families and affected individuals together so they can share experiences, share learnings. Even as an example, sharing stuff like for a lot of these kids affected by LAMA2, which my daughter's affected by, they don't have the ability to stand or walk or reach, and so sharing about what Alexa skills you're using so that your kid can turn lights on and off, or what car seats work for these young kids that have low strength, or just different things like that. Like there's a lot of trial and error in trying to figure out what works for your affected family member, and sharing that information is huge. So yeah, it's a great organization. I'm super happy to be a part of it, and it's making a real difference in the lives of people affected by CMD.
That's really good. Yeah, so I've been a little bit involved with Cure Duchenne. That's the rare disease charity that I've been supporting, and because of course, friends. It's so crazy that we're at such a weird state that they know exactly which section of DNA is broken, and what protein it was supposed to make, and what it's making instead, and can't quite get they can't quite get, they have every bit of information about the disease down to which atoms are wrong on the DNA sequence.
Yeah, my daughter's is exactly the same way. They know what gene's affected. It's laminin 211 is the gene that she's lacking. And the hard thing is with a lot of rare diseases, sometimes it's not a one size fits all that would help with the whole patient community. It would be personalized medicine that's required, right? Like where you have, like, as an example, for my daughter's gene that she's lacking, there's a different amount of that's lacking between different individuals. There's people who are completely deficient in this gene. Some people have a little bit of a deficiency, and you see that represented in their strength level. And so the approach may not be the same for every individual, and that makes it even more complicated to try to develop a cure, or even just some sort of medicine that might affect or limit the effectiveness of the disease. But you're right, it's this crazy thing where you could be feeling like you're so close to knowing exactly what's causing it. The science has gotten so good, and then you can run into issues like, is personalized medicine required? And also, when you start to dwindle down audiences of patients into really small groups, the funding required to get the drugs to be developed, and then also, just quite honestly, you look at a big pharma company and they'll be like, they don't want to touch that patient body because it's just not much money in it, right? It'd be easier to develop, well, not easier, but it'd be much more lucrative to develop a treatment for cancer or something like that than it would be for a disease that's affecting 200 US individuals. And they may just, you might cure them and they'd never buy a drug off you again, right? It's actually better to sell a drug to someone for their life versus doing a one-time fix and cure.
You wouldn't want to cure cancer. You just want to come with a drug that stops it.
You want
for
a
30
treatment.
days,
Yeah,
right?
that's the money there for sure. I mean, I think that's the crazy thing. I'm getting told that my fact checking is checked out. I think I got most of my facts right. I didn't say the year that we found it because I can't remember that off the top of my head.
So how big an organization is CureCMD?
We're very small by just the headcount involved. We have a lot of volunteers from the community. We have a couple of full-time people that are running the organization. We have a president who's phenomenal. I'm not just saying that because I think she's watching. She is really phenomenal. I'll tell that to her face. And then we've got a research director that's helping us fund and take in grants, requests for grants, and determine who to give money to. And then, really a lot of it is, when you have a charity or a non-profit that's trying to help develop a cure and fund treatments, I mean, the one thing you have to try to balance is your overhead expenses, right? When you receive a donation, that most people donating want that money to go directly to a cure, like, give it straight to the researchers. But the fact of the matter is any organization has some expenses tied to it. And so we try to keep the expenses as lean as we can. We need to have people that are running the organization, but you also don't want to have all of your expenses going to headcount and overhead. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to further some treatments along as well. So not that big, but, very focused and got a really passionate group.
CureCMD says, "You're doing fine, Mark."
Big brother's watching me, I guess.
So is CureCMD doing a lot for Rare Disease Day?
Yeah, it's a big day for us for building awareness. We are, by definition of what we do, it's all very rare. I think my daughter's condition is one of the larger subsets within CureCMD, and that's just a couple of hundred people in the world affected. And so we try to make a lot of noise about it. We try to get our audience, our affected families and individuals to share about it, and not just like build awareness, but it's like awareness about what, it's like, what are you trying to get people to be aware of? And it's about knowing that there are people out there that are affected by things that are super rare and what that means, and what it's like living with those things. So really it's about advocacy for us. It's an opportunity for us to get our name out there, and it's an opportunity to generate some donations as well. I mean, Sunny was fantastic in what she was offering earlier in the show.
Counts. Donate to CMD.
Yeah,
I'll do the
donate
5-minute
to
doodle for
CMD
you.
for sure.
All right. So how do people donate to CMD?
Yeah, if you go to CureCMD, if you look up CureCMD on Google, just search for it. You'll find our website really quickly. There's I think it's curecmd.org/donate is the URL to go to. I'll get fact checked on that in a second, but yeah, it's very easy to find our donate page on our homepage. Somebody has just posted it in the chat here, curecmd.org. I was correct. Good. So yeah, if you go there and click on donate, you can choose to donate to a particular subtype of CureCMD if you know about different subtypes. If you want to just donate to the organization directly and have that donation go across the board, that's great too, and I appreciate anything that you can donate.
Nice. All right, Marby says, you have to Tech talked about the importance of self-driving cars, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I
so
mean
with
that almost can't come soon enough for people with inability to drive themselves.
I fall into
Yeah,
that category myself with my optic nerve hypoplasia. I can't legally get a driver's license, so I'm really limited in what I'm able to do independently because of that. So self-driving cars would be amazing.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, so UFD Tech, actually, I guess we supported them on their big drive across the country when they were trying to raise money for SYNGAP 1, which
Awesome.
you know, is another one of these rough diseases.
Yeah.
So how much do you think live streaming, Twitch and stuff, is helping with this awareness? I mean,
Well, I've got 5 people
everything
watching.
helps.
So that's 5 people that might not have heard about these conditions before.
I mean, it's really funny. Like we have this conversation all the time within the QSMD board. Like we'll produce a video, and we'll spend a lot of time and effort, and sometimes a lot of money to produce a video, and we put it on YouTube, and it gets 200 views, and we're like, you know, you look at everything else on YouTube, and it has, you know, millions and millions of views, or billions of views, or, you know, if you're Mr. Beast, and you get like a lot. And like the fact of the matter is, like, one view matters, right? Like when you're talking about something like this, having one extra person be aware and being a fanboy of an individual or someone affected, like that matters, right? And so I think it really does. Like, whoever's here watching, I appreciate you watching and listening. And I think, you know, for anyone who watches later, same for you. I appreciate anyone who's willing to listen to this and hear about it and learn. And so I think whether it is broadcast, it's a post, it's a viral post, or live streaming to us, an audience of whoever can come at that point in time, I think it all matters to us.
actually, speaking of audience, we have over 1,500 people watching right now. So
What?
Wow.
Nice.
Pretty good.
So purcmd.org. If every one of you gave $5, then Sunny would be forced to draw pictures for months.
Sure.
You know what? I've got free time. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. If I can raise that much money for rare diseases, it'll all be worth it. I will draw doodles until the day that I die.
Nice. So Marby says, commenting on what Sunny said about pull yourself up from the bootstraps, I hate that saying.
Yeah, that saying.
Yeah, I was reading about the origin of it. It was sarcastic from the beginning.
Yeah, right. You can't pull yourself up by your
The entire point
bootstraps.
of the saying is
Right.
that it's impossible to pull yourself up by the bootstraps.
Yeah.
The guy who first said it meant it as a thing that was impossible, and you know, people didn't get the joke and have been honestly advising people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Yeah. There's almost nothing you can do completely on your own, and quality of life should not be done alone. That's right. Whole.
Totally. I think like my experience too has been that you can get very pessimistic about others and their view on anyone that's got some sort of medical issue. But on the flip side of that, you can you also can you meet some very wonderful people that have a lot of compassion and time and care as well. Like there's some of the most amazing people on the earth come out of the woodwork when you have some sort of real need, or you've got, like, my daughter, we used to live in a really big place, like in the Bay Area in California, and it was about, I think, 7 million people at the time. And we moved to a really small place, only 100,000 people. And the amount of times she gets a door open for her, or someone asks her about her day, or speaks to her directly, I mean, there's just the best people on earth definitely come out and find us sometimes. It's pretty cool.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, talk about that for a second. The importance when you see someone in a wheelchair to look them in the eye and speak to them. I think most people just have this natural instinct when someone's low to act weird around them, right? And
Or you like
really
talk down to
people
them.
people don't mean anything by
Yes,
it, but
right.
like it makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
Well, it's lack of experience, right? It's just like, I think when I grew up, I didn't grow up with anyone around a wheelchair. And I think that for certain generations, people that had disabilities were generally, it was even harder for them to get into public, right? There wasn't accessible vehicles. All of the accessible standards for the ADA was done in the 80s. And so before all of that, I mean, it was exceptionally hard. And sometimes, like, you go further back, a lot of people with significant disabilities were often put in homes or who couldn't be cared for by their families. And now, like, my daughter's, going to school, and she's like running kids' feet over at the classroom. Like, people have experience around wheelchairs now, and these kids are going to grow up with an experience with people in wheelchairs. And so I think that takes some time to develop and change society's views of people. And yes, my daughter often gets spoken to very loudly by people, and like, she can hear just fine. You don't need to speak loudly to her. She's just sitting, not standing, right? It's just but yeah, I think that just takes some experience, and I lack it. Before I lived with a person that had a wheelchair, I didn't really know exactly how much it weighed. The amount of people that asked me, like, can I pick her up? I'm like, no, that thing's 400 pounds. Like, you're gonna strain your back. So I think just experience helps for sure.
All right, Tomboy is apparently fact checking me. Don't bother. Let's just believe Alex's stories.
You know what, Alex? That's a really good point. Just believe people. That's something that I try to drill into the brains of people that, when I'm trying to explain what it's like to live with an invisible disability. A lot of times, folks question whether or not your condition is valid, right?
Unless they're running for president, and then you have to find out whether or not they're telling the truth.
That's
very
fair.
Special exception. Perhaps the Senate as well. But we got one from Ryan. I saw Sonny's post about zebras being the symbol for rare disease awareness, and I think that explanation was a really nice analogy.
Oh yeah.
Do you mind sharing that analogy again?
Yes, I would love to. Yes. So what I've got right here is a little zebra squish ball given to me by NORD, which is the National Organization for Rare Disorders. You guys shared their video at the beginning of the stream here. Fantastic group. I volunteered for them as their rare disease, or for their for the Rare Action Network. I was their state ambassador for my state of Indiana, helping to, raise awareness for legislation and stuff that impacts folks living with rare diseases. And one of the things that they sent me was this little zebra squish ball thingy. And it tells you, says, there's a little tag on it that says, "Why is the zebra the mascot of the rare disease community?" And on the inside there's like a little card that explains, in medicine, zebras are a symbol for rare diseases or conditions. One of NORD's key messages is that when you hear hoofbeats, it isn't always a horse. Sometimes it's a zebra. So that's in response to the old adage taught to medical students, as they're learning how to diagnose patients with conditions. They're taught to look for the most reasonable, most common diagnosis rather than more exotic conditions. So when you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras. That's where that comes from. Now, for most cases, that makes sense, right? Most folks don't have a rare disease. 1 in 10 Americans have a rare disease, but for most folks, it's more common, or more likely that they're going to have a more common condition. But that does have the unfortunate unintended consequence of making it much more difficult for folks who do have a rare disease to get the right diagnosis in a timely manner and then get the treatments they need to treat their rare disease. So that's where the whole zebra thing comes from.
That's really cool, and that is a good analogy. So thank you. Ryan, it was, right, who brought it up. So is there an organization in charge of Rare Disease Day? Does anyone need to be in charge, or you just need to?
Well, the Rare Disease Day event itself, the international, sort of focus on Rare Disease Day, is kind of spearheaded by an organization called Rare Disease Day, but it was started by Eurotis, which is Rare Diseases Europe. It's an international, or the Rare Disease Day thing is an international effort. You can learn more about Rare Disease Day by going to rarediseaseday.org. They do a lot of really great advocacy work. They make informative videos, graphics, and stuff that you can share to raise awareness on Rare Disease Day, and they are the ones behind the hashtag Rare Disease Day hashtag on social media that we can use to kind of uplift those rare voices on Rare Disease Day.
So Tomboy says, "I believe it is a felony to touch someone's wheelchair without their consent."
I don't know.
I have never heard that.
It should be.
But we have always educated my daughter
there's
to
touching, and then there's touching, right?
Yeah, and my daughter hangs out with young kids a lot, and young kids are really curious about wheelchairs and about joysticks and everything. And the hard thing is these wheelchairs do not stop, right? There's no safety mechanism generally for most of the chairs to stop them. If you were to drive them into a wall, the wheels would just keep spinning, and so they become quite dangerous. And when we tell my daughter, look, people do need to ask if they're curious and want to touch, and you have the right to say no. And it's like your body, right? It's just like if someone else was to come up to you and just start touching your legs, that generally would be uncomfortable for most. And we want to do the same thing with her wheelchair and make sure that she has that ability to say no and control who touches it and who decides they want to turn the lights on and off and everything else that is fun and exciting for a 3-year-old to play with.
That's right. So Marby says, I do like that doctors are really starting listening more to their patients. Still doesn't hurt to get a second opinion, but I've run into more doctors willing to listen and rule things out.
Yeah, I
Totally,
feel
I
like.
think-
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say. Yeah, I feel like
Yeah,
that
sorry.
they've definitely gotten a lot more receptive in recent years than they used to be.
Yeah, I think that's what's been great about QSMD is like because you have a patient body all combined in one group, we've actually been able to source the right specialists from around the country for different things. Like there's some really fantastic pulmonologists, as an example, around the country that are at CHOP and different locations at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and they're fantastic. And when we live in a 100,000 person town and go to a general practitioner who doesn't have any experience with neuromuscular disease, our experience has been really good. They're just like, here's some names of some people to go and speak to because we found them through QSMD, and they're generally just taking our advice. They're like, hey, we know we need to go and get this new treatment or this new device or whatever else. Here's who we heard it from. Here's their contact information, and generally they know they're kind of generally in over their head. Like when they are dealing with someone who's got a super rare condition that they have never witnessed before, they know they need to extend their network and ask somebody else, and they and most of the time they've been pretty willing to work with us and take our guidance.
Nice. So just a reminder, we're live with Mark, Bear, and Sunny. So if you guys have questions, comments, stories to share, post them in the comments. We're seeing them. We're posting them. All right. Time Boy says, I hope that people also start to go to the doctor more because I know too many people willing to avoid it because they don't want bad news. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And yeah, I'm very lucky to have a wife who, when I casually mention, I've got this funny little lump here, does not let off till I go to the doctor and they remove the tumor. So Alex is still here. So that kind of stuff's important. Make your loved ones go to the doctor, especially when they've dropped a couple hints. So I appreciate that. Thanks, sweetie.
You've got a good wife.
That's right. So how do you use social media, Mark? You said a little bit about Facebook. Is that the main place where you guys are?
Yeah, I think like Facebook has a certain level of reach. Obviously, it's a walled garden, right? You need to log in, and you're only sharing to people that you're connected with or groups that you're in, and so that can be really effective. Honestly, for us, when we first got our diagnosis, we created a page for our daughter because we did have a lot of people who were really curious about what was happening and her progress and stuff like that, and so we created a page we called it Bear It for Bella, which is spin on last name first name, and yeah, we use that to post updates. We did a huge fundraiser right away when we got the diagnosis, and then we just every time we do like a significant medical checkup on her and get kind of like status updates, we then we'll share the updates on how she's doing and things like that. Just because it's kind of like Sunny had said earlier, like it's exhausting to have that conversation over and over and over again because generally they're not great updates. Like this is a degenerative disease, and so generally it's getting worse every year, and it can be quite dampening on the spirits to have that conversation over and over and over again with everyone. It's easier to kind of broadcast it. But then that being said, the intricacy here is that my daughter is 8 and she's not yet an adult, and we need to be careful about what information we are giving out on her behalf about her, and not crossing that boundary as well. So it's a balance. It's hard to get right for any parent, right? How much to overshare about your kids when later on they're going to be upset with you that you put a bunch of pictures of them on social media. But yeah, so we use that, and then Twitter is a broader reach, just because you can post something and it goes out to anyone who wants to find it forever. but yeah, Facebook's probably the most common one we use.
Tomboy says, next thing to improve is the cost of doctors. Darn straight. There. So leaving out this little burst of inflation we've had in the last couple of months, right, which is caused by COVID, there's only three things that drive all of inflation, right? Cost of medical care, cost of homes, cost of college, right? If those three stopped having the price go up, there would be no inflation at all, right? I mean,
yeah.
And the price of those three things just keep going up. I mean, that's the inflation.
I think one of the biggest
Sorry.
mistakes that we've made as a society is allowing medical care to be a for-profit institution. It never should have been that way.
Yeah. An interesting thing, Americans think that we have lower taxes than Europe. But in fact, if you look at those high European taxes and realize they include the health insurance, you take the low American taxes and add what we're paying in health insurance, we are the highest taxed country in the world, or really close to it.
Yeah.
Or rather, the amount we get for our taxes is about the lowest of anywhere.
Well, especially for people who have like medical conditions that affect their ability to work. So, you know, as a young person, you're lucky enough generally to have your parents' insurance cover you, and but then a lot of the benefits you get as a young person diminishes when you turn 21 as an adult. And then here in the US, there's a bit of a paradigm where if you earn too much money, you disqualify yourself from government issued benefits. And that's super challenging, right? If you're like aren't allowed to have a couple of $1,000s or more in your bank account, otherwise you lose all of your benefits you're dependent on. That's very difficult. And so the cost of doctors is one thing, but then also like just having insurance for a lot of people with rare conditions where they struggle to work is another one. It's very tough to try to find that balance there.
There are a lot of smart people that say that means testing, which, you know, politicians keep sticking into the bills, are just bad. I mean, if not, it even makes it right so that like wealthy people are more against these things because they're like, I could never get it, even if you're right. You know, that,
yeah,
you know, there just aren't that many rich people, actually.
Yeah. No, I think that's tough too. Like, you know, I don't know, there's people could have multiple views on it, but if you've done well professionally and then you have a disability, like why should you be disadvantaged against anyone else that's just done well, right? Like that doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? It should be trying to make an even playing field. Whereas like if you've done super well for yourself and you've become like really successful, and then you're battling this disability and you have all of these medical costs, it's really disadvantaging you from potentially growing a business and hiring people and things like that, because you have to be so focused on just keeping your existence. Yeah. I think the means testing, it's tough. I'm sure someone will have a very good argument for the means testing as well, but from my view, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah. And the college debt is the same way. I mean, I know we're on rare disease days, but there are lots of people with great ideas, but they must take the highest paying job or they're going to default on the loans, right? And so they can't become social workers or whatever.
Cough, cough, universal basic income. Cough, cough.
Yeah. Barb says, Facebook and social media et al. Has its positives, and the ability to share advice is definitely one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%. Like my wife and I often talk about leaving, but there's that one thing, you know, where you can go in and, I mean, there's the QSMD group on Facebook. We know that we could go in there and just run a search on that group for certain keywords and find every post that's ever been written about it, like anything mentioning a wheelchair or mentioning contractures or anything, whatever. We can go back through the history of all the conversations that's been had there and learn from them. And that's an incredible resource.
RP says, feels like a lot of places bank on you being healthy until you reach that place of financial comfort.
Yeah, unfortunately for a lot of us, we don't start out healthy. You know, I was born with what I've got, you know, and there are people that are a lot worse off than I am. But man, yeah.
All right. Yeah, so some people are pointing out to me that, in fact, so some of the clips of you made it into our intro
Yeah.
You were such a favorite
I'm
that,
honored.
and that's not just for this episode. No, you're in everyone because you are such a star.
Oh, I
And,
appreciate that. That's very sweet of you to say. Yeah, I'm very honored.
I think with this background going behind me, that I'm not going to be making it into any clips of anything moving forward.
You're
Just
being
sitting in a
honest.
children's playpen.
Yeah. I like it. Kind of gives me a kind of an insight into your daily life. I think it's interesting.
Daily sense of the chaos I live with. Yeah, for sure.
So
Alex, how did you hear about the? You said you were involved in the Duchenne, like a Duchenne group. How did you hear about that? Do you have a friend of yours that was affected?
Yeah. So, so there are 3 people who knew my wife and I before we met.
Wow.
And 2 of them got married, and their son has Duchenne, and so they've become very, very involved in raising money.
Yeah.
And so I do what I can to support. You
Duchenne's
get me
an
good and
interesting
drunk once a year, and I read big check.
There you go. That's good. That usually works. It's a very effective strategy, getting people drunk before asking them for money.
I need to try that sometime.
So the Duchenne's an interesting one because generally the kids start out like they seem typical, and then they at some point in time, usually sometime after 5, they start to regress. It's quite a challenging disease.
Yeah. When he was little, he seemed totally fine, and it's tough.
Yeah, totally.
That said, he's in an Ivy League school right now.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah,
nice.
But it's hard to keep up that level of study, while dealing with everything else he's got to deal with. So
definitely.
Luckily, things have gotten a little bit better in academia when it comes to like teachers and people in charge of all that stuff, making more accommodations for folks that need them. It wasn't always that case. It was a lot harder for folks even 20 years ago to go to college than it is now. I was told once that somebody once told me that you can do just as well as anybody else. You just have to work twice as hard for half the results, and it should not be that way. But that's the way it was for so long, and I'm really grateful that things are getting better. And I hope that he's getting the kind of accommodations that he needs to keep up with his peers at school.
Yeah, exactly
working from home has helped a lot too. There's a lot more jobs that, I mean, if you have a difficult time getting out and around, there's numerous jobs now that pay quite well that you can do from home. I mean, depending on the type of disability you have, like even some people have a hard time typing on a keyboard, but still, the opportunities are definitely much more significant than they were 20 years ago.
Yeah, we had a writer we hired freelance who was writing blog posts for us and stuff, and it was, he was just working over the internet. It was quite some time before we even discovered he was in fact in a wheelchair.
Really?
Didn't matter. It had no effect on the job, right? He gets on a video conference, he turns in written things, and didn't tell us for a while, right?
QSCMD has a mobile app, and one of our affected individuals built it, and they sustained the website. And one of the guys I think that built the app is now an engineer for a company. And so I think it's pretty cool that those types of things are much more easy to come by now.
Yeah, the QCMD. This country discourages people with disabilities to find gainful employment. The penalties are too harsh, and most disabled individuals cannot support themselves while also paying caregivers.
Yeah.
Right. So there's this idea that everyone's doing fraud, right?
Yeah.
There's this big group of people doing fraud, and if they discover you're secretly making money, then aha, you're the thief who's just stealing benefits. And of course, the sad thing is that there probably are a few people stealing benefits, right?
Yeah.
There were people who put in for the PPP loans and then just went to Vegas with the money instead of paying employees, right? But that's not 90% of it, right? I mean, 90% of the people are just trying to make by, and if they can work a little, that's great, right? It should be.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is discouraged. Sorry, go on.
No, I mean my daughter can't get herself a glass of water or roll herself over or take her to the bathroom. And so like when she gets to the age from which she wants to say goodbye to her parents, well, like most kids do at some point, she needs someone with her 24/7. She needs someone to take care of her through the night, through the day. That's not cheap, right? For you to fund individually, unless you are just have killed it somehow by, I don't know, buying Bitcoin at the right time or something. You need a lot of support, and if you're dependent on the federal government to provide you with that support, and then you are means tested and not allowed to have a certain amount of income or assets, or even own a house, because that would breach your asset limit, that puts you in a very tight spot as for what kinds of things you can do. And that once again, that actually makes it worse from a privilege perspective, because only those people that had parents or family fortunate enough to have like some money to actually set them up for life are going to be successful there. Anyone who didn't come into this world with, a family that was doing well, they're going to have a hard time trying to like live that way. It's just very difficult, especially if you live somewhere where the cost of living is really high, like New York City or somewhere in California or something.
I actually live with those asset limits. I'm on SSI disability, and in the United States, you can't have more than $2,000 in any assets, including stocks, bonds, savings accounts. They're working on trying to fix that. I'll get into that in a second, but basically you're allowed one house, one car, and up to $2,000 in any assets at any given point in time. That is so outdated. There's something called the SSI Restoration Act that's currently stalled in Congress, I think. Look into that. Call your legislators, get that moving, because we really need updated, SSI help. Not to mention the fact that there's still marriage discrimination for folks that have disabilities. I am not able to marry my partner Justin, because if I did, I would lose my insurance. And we're celebrating our 13-year anniversary in April, but we can't get married because of this, sadly. Because I'm on Medicaid, and I have a growth hormone shot that costs $2,500 per cartridge. There's no way I'd be able to afford that. Insurance is expensive. If I lost Medicaid, I would lose my quality of life, essentially. So we need to fix SSI. That's not what we're here to talk about today, but it is a part of my life with a rare disease, so that's something that I want to bring up.
It was great they put it in the first place, right? That was a monumental move forward when they started that.
I'm
but
grateful
it's like
for
it hasn't been touched since, right?
Right.
It's just like it needs to be moving with the times, and it's, but I mean, and that limit is, I think, the same regardless of where you live, right? So,
I think
that limit is low regardless. But if you live somewhere where rent is more than $2,000, how can you keep a bank balance less than $2,000 if you need to pay rent? It's just it's crazy.
Oh, yeah. Huh. All right. Well, we are here at 4:00. Hard to believe this has already been an hour. So for each of you, I guess my question is, what's next for you? I guess I'll start with you, Sunny.
Sure. Yeah, well, let's see. What's next for me? I'm participating in Extra Life, which is the charity that raises money for children's hospitals. So, sorry about that. That's my Echo reminding me to take my medications at 4:00. So, hey, shout out to technology for helping me manage my rare disease. Yeah. But Extra Life is a big organization that comes together to help raise money for Children's Miracle Network hospitals. I'm raising money for my local children's hospital, Riley Children's Hospital, which diagnosed me with my rare disease when I was just 13 years old. If you want to come over to my channel after this, I'm still streaming, doing a live stream all day for Rare Disease Day. And I'll talk a little bit about my diagnosis story and some funny stories that I can share about my experience getting diagnosed as a child at Riley. Raising money through Extra Life. They've got the big video game day where they encourage gamers to stream for 24 hours to help raise awareness and raise funds for those children's hospitals. That's, I think, sometime in November. Look into that. But yeah, that's what I've got going on. I'll be at the Gen Con booth for Riley for Extra Life in August. So if you're in the Indiana area, come by and say hello to me there. Otherwise, feel free to hang out over on my Twitch channel. I'd love to see you. And thanks for supporting Rare Diseases. You guys are awesome.
All right. Well, thank you for being on. Man,
Yeah,
Cure
thanks for having
CMD.
me.
I'm just gonna read. One of our community members had to turn down a raise because he would have exceeded his income limit for benefits.
Mhm.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. All right. So Mark,
I'm going
what is next
back
for
to being
you?
a parent. I think my daughter has a cartooning class. I have to go with her because she needs help in case she needs like open pens and stuff like that. But I'm going to take her to a cartooning class this afternoon after I finish work. And yeah, really mostly I'm a keyboard warrior for the Rare Disease Day today, trying to share as much as I can from here in Oregon, including talking to all of you guys. Thank you for showing up, and please like spread the word if you meet someone with a rare disease, like acknowledge their struggle, and yeah, thank you so much for showing some interest and care towards this and spending an hour with us.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream is entirely focused on Speedify. Have some engineers on here. People have technical questions. We'll answer them. Nothing nearly as uplifting as this. So, all right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sonny. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everyone who asked questions. And good night.
Thank you,
Bye,
guys.
everyone.
You're awesome. All right. Well, that was fun. Thank you guys for hanging out and watching that. Sam, thanks for hanging out too. I think Sam's still streaming, so feel free to go over there and say hi to him too. But I'll be streaming for a while. I do have to step away for a second because I do need to take my meds, as mentioned on the in the thing. So I'm gonna go take my meds really quick. And yeah, I'll be right back. When I come back, we're gonna read some more stories, patient stories from the Rare Disease Day website, hang out for a bit, and then we've got that Stream Raiders battle starting up here in about how long? I think we still have some time on that. Oh no, the battle's ready. Okay, I'm sorry, I lost track of time. Let's go ahead and do that battle really quick before I get out of here. Yes. Yeah, laugh it up, laugh it up. Okay, here's some haste. Good luck, everybody. Let's do this battle. I totally lost track of the time. But yeah, I'm after this battle, I'm gonna step away, quick bio break, take my meds, and then I'll come back here. Probably give myself about a 20-minute break. I've been streaming for 6 hours, you guys. I need a little bit of a break, but I will be back, and then we'll read some more patient stories, and then I'll probably wrap up the stream sometime after that. I'll probably stream for a couple more hours, maybe, and then I'm gonna go get some lunch, and I think Justin and I might go see Cocaine Bear in theaters tonight. That sounds like fun. A well-deserved break. Thank you, I appreciate that, and congrats, everybody. Means you get the reward because you actually are active in chat. Thank you for that, by the way. Alright, so, up next, looks like a tier 3 battle. Let's get this party started. Okay, I'm gonna drop my dude right here. Feel free to put your guys wherever if you'd like to. Again, you don't have to download anything. You just play this through your browser, drag and drop units every 2.5 minutes, and then after a half hour, we're gonna fight these bad guys and hopefully win. So I'm gonna step away for a second. I'm gonna get Pretzel Rocks back on with some chill tunes for us to listen to in the meantime. Hopefully the audio balancing is good there. Okay, if I need to adjust that, please let me know and I'll turn it up or down as needed, but I'm gonna step away for about a 20-minute break. Let me set this up here. Need to change the text on this. Say that I'm gonna be back at about 4:20. Little inside joke for those that know. No. Nah. Alright. So I'll see you guys when we return. Thanks for hanging out. And happy Rare Disease Day. Woo. Okay. Alright, folks, I'm back. Let me turn this down. Seems like it's a little bit high there. Okay, that sounds good. Alright, so, unfortunately I think my headset just died. Like, for some reason it's very messed up. Like, I all of a sudden heard, like, a lot of static coming through here, and at first I was freaking out thinking that the static was coming through on stream, and it was so loud I was afraid that it was hurting your guys' ears, but no, it's just through my headset, which stinks because this is a really expensive headset that I have here. I hope that it's just a software issue. Maybe I just need to restart the driver or something, but whenever I turn on the speakers, I hear, like, the static. It's terrible. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. I hope it's not busted. I didn't do anything to bust it. It was just sitting there on my desk, and all of a sudden it was just like through the speakers so loud that I could hear it from across the house. It was nuts. Oh, I hope my headset's not dead. Well, anyway, yeah, now I can't enjoy the nice chill tunes with you guys, but that's okay. You know what? This gives me an opportunity to wear my zebra hat. I'll be right back. My headset just cracked out. It's fine. Okay, I'm back. Got my zebra hat. So you know what? That works out. It's fine. Alright, so, I'm gonna keep streaming for a little bit. Justin's home from work, so shout out. Hello, Justin. Oops. Scoot this down here. Cool. We'll get back to reading some rare disease patient stories on the official Rare Disease Day website. Whoops, that's my email. Haha. Okay, here we go. So that was the last one that we had read. So we're gonna read one of the official hero stories next, and then we'll move on to another patient-submitted story. We read Vasco's last time, I think, so we're on to Nada's story. Nada has epidermolysis bullosa, and she's in Egypt. 20 tier. Woohoo! Alright, maybe I should do some voice warm-ups first before I get into this. Alright, let's try that again. 22-year-old Nada, whose life has been impacted by a rare disease that makes it difficult for her to move, read, and swallow, has got a reason to celebrate. Today, she's a proud graduate of Alexandria University in Egypt. Congrats! Woo! That's no small feat. Despite continuous pain caused by a rare genetic disease called epidermolysis bullosa, she found the strength to overcome the challenges of studying and make positive adjustments. Nada's condition, epidermolysis bullosa, affects 1 in 50,000 people in the world. It makes the skin extremely fragile and prone to blistering and sores. Even the slightest touch can cause damage to the skin's surface, resulting in secondary illnesses that require treatment from a range of medical specialists. There's no cure for this condition, only pain management, caring for wounds, and bandaging them. Epidermolysis bullosa frequently affects one's ability to move and their appearance, so avoiding social interactions can sometimes feel like an easier option, especially with people who shun you because of the way you look. However, not for Nada. Throughout her life, she's been determined to overcome the challenges of social integration, despite being bullied at school and sometimes unable to attend classes due to her condition. She always found a way to persevere and study even when the pain was coming through. She's confident that the lack of understanding of epidermolysis bullosa EB needs to be rectified. The government must raise awareness of this condition because there are people in society who refuse to deal with EB patients thinking they have a contagious disease, she says. We need to help them get a job and have the right to live their lives. I would like to get a job now that I've graduated from university, and I want to be treated like the rest of my colleagues and not be rejected because of my illness. Social discrimination is a daily reality for people living with a rare disease like epidermolysis bullosa. Often they find themselves stigmatized, rejected, and excluded from the rest of society, making them feel like second-class citizens. For example, Nada is not allowed to drive because authorities think that her scars make it difficult for her to bend her right fingers, even though for her there's no problem. But she's not a quitter. Nada continues to use her outstanding strength of character to achieve more and more in her life. She wants people to see her, not her disease. It makes me happy when people treat me well, or when I can excel in my studies despite my illness, she says. Like many other people living with a rare disease, Nada's family and local patient organizations help her achieve her goals and dreams and experience life to its fullest. My family have always stood behind me and supported me, convincing me of my ability to overcome any difficulty, says Nada. They never made me feel different and gave me the confidence that I could face anything. She has also been grateful to receive support from the Rasmin El Samar Foundation that supports and helps children with epidermolysis bullosa in Egypt. The foundation helps relieve their pain, educate their families, and provide medical supplies, which are not covered by health insurance. It also bears all the expenses of the operations and tests that EB patients need. I'm really grateful to this foundation, says Nada. Not only has it provided free medical and psychological support, but also enabled me to realize the amount of awareness being raised and the treatment offered to help people without wanting anything in return. It made me realize this illness was not the end. Thank you for sharing your story, Nada. And congrats on your graduation! That's awesome. Alright. Here. Okay. Being Your Own Powerhouse. This is a patient-submitted story on the Rare Disease Day website. Submitted by Lauren about central core disease, and she's in Canada. You might have seen the meme or remember from science class that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. It converts food into energy, so we can convert energy into strength. But what happens when it doesn't? My name is Lauren, and I live with central core disease, CCD, an invisible disability and rare neuromuscular disorder causing weakness in the muscles used for movement. With CCD, the mitochondria in your muscle cells are depleted, meaning that you have to work harder at everything most people take for granted. Although not diagnosed until I was about 20, after a misdiagnosis when I was about 12, and no diagnosis prior, CCD has affected me since birth. I spent the last 2.5 months after I was born in the muscle neonatal intensive care unit, where I went through a muscle biopsy, sudden cardiac arrest, being fed through tubes, and was baptized because I wasn't expected to live. Although in severity, my CCD case is now considered mild. You probably wouldn't suspect anything about me as different until you see me try to open a heavy door, or get up from sitting on the ground, or walk up a flight of stairs. Stairs are my non-mortal enemy. In reality, it results in me having about 33% of the strength and stamina of an average person my age. Not even 33%, less strength, just 33% strength. Wow. When I heard that number in my early to mid-20s, it was a bit upsetting, but also blew my mind. I had done dance and community theater in high school, graduated from university with a degree and a diploma, held a festival and even a planning job, and had a full social life, all with 33% of the average person's strength. Living the balanced life I wanted with significantly less energy was and is persistently tiring, of course, but when that 33% was quantified, also validated my struggle and made me feel proud. I spent a lot of my life resenting or trying to ignore CCD and how it shaped my life, feeling like it made everything I did harder. But now in my early mid-20s, I can appreciate more how it shaped me as a person. My muscles may be weaker, but having to always work harder at everything made my resilience and determination stronger. My strength may be at 33%, but I live 100% of my life. My mitochondria may be depleted, but I'm my own powerhouse. Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines powerhouse as one having great drive, energy, or ability. If you ask me, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. That was awesome. I really love that story. Man, Lauren, great job sharing that. You seem like you're an excellent advocate for yourself, and thank you for sharing your story. Man, you are kicking ass. Good job. Alright, let's go read another one of the Rare Disease Day official heroes stories. We're almost getting through all these today, you guys. We might actually get through all of them. Alright, this is Taka's story. Load. Okay, so Taka has retinitis pigmentosa, and he's in Japan. Hi, my name is Taka, and I'm 36 years old from Japan. I was diagnosed with retinitis pigmentosa, a rare eye disease, when I was 7 years old. It took me 2 months to receive a diagnosis. My parents first noticed something was off when I would walk very slowly when it got darker in the evenings, so they took me to an ophthalmologist who referred me to a doctor at Columbia University in New York, where I was diagnosed. There is no treatment for my disease yet, but luckily there are ways to make activities easier, enabling me to work, read, and even ski. For example, my work has helped me make things more accessible for me by providing magnifiable reading devices and screen reader applications. And there are even apps on smartphones that will read out text. What is still lacking, however, is communication and understanding of the implications for people with my condition. For example, I always have to explain to people that new symptoms and workflows take longer for people with impaired vision to adapt to. Systems, not symptoms, sorry. With my condition, there are several daily activities that are more difficult for me than for most people. Crossing the road, using public transport, trying to find a certain restaurant, or going shopping are all challenging for me. However, living with my disease has had a positive impact on my life by showing me the kindness of humanity. As I walk with a cane, I have strangers come up to me offering to help guide me to where I'm going, showing people's kind character. Skiing is one of my favorite hobbies, alongside cooking and singing, and it is the help of others at the Blind Ski Club that enables me to do this, by skiing alongside me and guiding me along. That's awesome. That's something I hadn't even thought about. Blind skiing, who'd have thunk it? Many people I've met who have shown me great kindness brings me comfort and joy, and has led me to show gratitude in a way that I have never before. I'm very lucky to have many wonderful people around me, especially my wife and family, and living with my progressing condition has taught me how to deal with adversity. I choose to live every day with optimism and positivity instead of negativity or pessimism. I know I cannot change my situation, but I can change the way I think about it. Alright. Awesome. Oh, hi CG, good to see ya. Thank you, Taka, for sharing your story on the Rare Disease Day website. That's awesome. Alright, I learned something today. Okay. So, let's read another patient-submitted story. The answer is in the toes. What a gripping title. And just so you guys know, we do have a Stream Raiders battle going on in the background. The battle will start in about 2 minutes, so that gives me plenty of time to finish, to read this story. And then after the story, we'll do the battle. So, this is the story of Nikki. She has, fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva, or FOP for short. And she's in the UK. Isla was my first child. Oh, okay, so Isla is the, Nikki must be her mom. Okay, so Isla is the patient with that condition. Isla was my first child, an 8-pound healthy baby. However, I noticed her bent big toes, and it was noted that she had congenital bunions. We were discharged from the hospital the next day. I soon decided to look up on the internet the treatment needed for congenital bunions, and soon realized there was no such thing. Wow. I later discovered FOP. Isla's toes were identical to those shown on the IFOPA website. I made an appointment with the GP, who dismissed my thoughts on FOP, indicating I had postnatal depression. Oh boy, that gaslighting. I'm gonna go into a rage here. We contacted the UK patient organization FOP Friends, and I returned to the GP asking for a private referral to the then FOP expert in the UK. He was unsure if it was FOP and sent us for a blood test at our local hospital. A few weeks later, as we waited for the blood results, she developed a lump on the back of her head. It was a very scary time. I felt so alone. Then, aged 3 months, whilst home alone with my newborn, we received the news that she had FOP. FOP is a progressive disease, creating bone that can't be removed and gets worse through injury. Isla has lost almost all of her upper body mobility and most recently developed severe scoliosis. Isla is now 9, and we no longer feel alone on this journey. Our community is small yet mighty, and we learn so much from others. We live in hope for a treatment or cure, but most all live each day and fill Isla's life with love and memories. And there's a video from, looks like IFOPA, so let's check this out. I'm gonna mute myself and watch it with you guys. First, I'm gonna pause the music. We'll come back to this later. Okay. Here we go. Oh, actually, before we watch this video, we do have that Stream Raiders battle to do. So let's go do that really quick, and then we'll come back and watch the video, and then we'll read some more patient stories. All right, you guys. Wow, look at that army. We're definitely going to win this one. Thank you, guys. Okay, here we go. Good luck. All right, congrats, everybody. Okay. Uh-oh, CG and Means are both in chat. So I'm going to go ahead and let this award the gift randomly. And it looks like Assy Geo got their award. So congrats to you. Okay. Ooh, next one's a mystery. So good luck, everybody. Feel free to drop your dudes on the battlefield. There's a good chance this may be the last one that we do. So, get in here if you can. Okay, so thank you guys for playing along so far, by the way. Alright, let's get back to that video. Whoop. No, where did it go? Okay. And just to make sure that TweetDeck is updating. Okay, good, it is. Okay. I'm gonna mute myself and we're gonna watch this video together.
The same but different. A look at life with FOP. Take a look around. We're all the same but also different. It's just how we're born. It's what makes us interesting, right? He has long hair. Some of us are curly there. She has big feet. Some of us can't keep a beat. He has ears that can hear. Some of us read lips when near. Some people are born with a condition that makes their bones break easy. Other people are born with a condition called FOP that can make extra bones grow. This is Jordan. He is living with FOP. Extra bones grow in his back, neck, and arms, making it hard to move. Some of his bones are stuck. Jordan loves to do science experiments, go camping with his friends, and prank his mom. He doesn't like long car rides, mushrooms, or being bored. Jordan likes to help other people, and sometimes he needs help. People like Jordan who are living with FOP might feel great one day and not so great the next. It's hard to know when the extra bones will grow and cause lumps and bumps. Sometimes Jordan might need to do things differently than others. At school, Jordan needs a special seat and extra help in the classroom. He also needs more time to get to his next class so he doesn't have to worry about bumping into someone. If Jordan falls or gets a bump, it might cause extra bones to grow, which is called a flare-up. Flare-ups are painful, and it can hurt to touch or move. A flare-up isn't anyone's fault, but there are things everyone can do to help prevent one. Give your friend space. Try not to bump, push, pull, or fall onto someone with FOP. And keep areas clear so they don't trip or have trouble moving. We all have things we are dealing with. Some of them you can see and some you can't. So be kind. Notice the people around you and ask them how they are. Be a helper, because we all need help sometimes, just in different ways. And sometimes we all need to laugh with our friends. Learn more and get involved with the International FOP Association at ifopa.org.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted. That was an awesome video. Thanks for sharing that. Alright, so thank you again to Nikki for sharing the story of their child, Isla. I wasn't aware of this condition before. This is my first time hearing about it, so thank you for educating me. Alright. Let's read another one of the heroes' stories. This is Angelina's story. And she's got calcium, calmodulin dependent serine protein kinase, or CASK for short. She's in Australia. Oh, let me get the music back on again. There you go. Okay. My 5-year-old daughter, Angelina, is living with CASC gene-related disorders. More precisely, she's living with an X-linked intellectual disability, microcephaly with pontine and cerebral hypoplasia, MIC-PCH. There are many reasons which make Angelina unique, but concerning the rare disease mentioned, there are only 50 cases known worldwide. Wow. Wow. Dancing and watching cartoons like The Wiggles are Angelina's favorite things to do. Watching Angelina dance is something that is so special, and honestly, our hearts burst when we watch her. To anyone else? Sorry, I had to make sure I was coming through. I wasn't sure if my audio was picking up or not. Sorry about that. Okay. Dancing and watching cartoons like The Wiggles are Angelina's favorite things to do. Watching Angelina dance is something that's so special, and honestly, our hearts burst when we watch her. To anyone else, this is something that you may watch a child do and then continue on doing what you're doing, but to us, this is so much more. It's watching her have the ability to move and smile and be happy in that moment. Angelina's big brother is very proud of her, and she loves to play and draw with him. Watching Angelina playing with toys and interacting with her older brother also bring my husband and I a lot of joy. Walking in a shopping center can be difficult for Angelina at times, as she's still learning to fasten her pace. Walking on different surfaces can also be difficult, say in a park, as she cannot simply move from grass to a footpath quickly. It takes time to think about how to step on different surfaces, and for her to remember how to look at where she's stepping. Being able to feed and dress herself, and to request essential items like water or food if she's hungry, is difficult. If it's not placed in front of her to the point, if it's not placed in front of her to point at or verbalize a sound that we understand, she will not ask for it. Angelina's rare disease has enabled both my husband and I to use our legal skills, not only research daily, but establish a foundation that purposes include to advance innovations in medical research related to nature, diagnosis, prevention, and treatment of the CASC, being the rare disease. We also share our experience with others to not only create exposure about children with disabilities that may not necessarily be visible, but also create awareness that a diagnosis does not always define a child's outcome or abilities. Life changed dramatically once Angelina was born. She consumes a lot of our lives, and that means that I can no longer meet up with friends that I used to, or if I do, I may cancel at the last minute. However, I've been lucky enough to have a group of friends who understand this and still at least once a day check in to see how I'm going and if I need anything. Those types of check-ins can really help on the difficult days where I may feel isolated in my own world and alone. My mom, dad, and sister were there the moment I arrived home from my 34-week ultrasound, and we were told that Angelina was missing part of her brain and that we had an option to terminate. The emotional support and the assurance that they would assist me in whatever was to come provided a comfort that words cannot describe. Once Angelina was born, they took an active role in her therapy, as therapy was not only at a therapist center, but we continued with it at home daily, and we would split the therapy between us all, so it continued without fail on a daily basis. That's awesome. I truly believe that this, and the great love that both of our families provided and still provide Angelina, is what has helped her develop with such fierceness and determination. Good story. Yeah, man, being a caregiver for somebody with such a complex rare disease is really, really difficult. Thank you for sharing your story, and I'm glad that she's got an awesome support system like you. Not everybody is that lucky, so hopefully she really appreciates you guys. There's actually something that I want to talk about here related to this. Let me see if it's still going on before I say anything. Nord has a, oh, whoa! What? A 16-person raid? What? Oh my goodness! Help, we can't sleep either. Thank you so much! Wow! Immerbach, thank you for that, for the raid. Let me give Immerbach a shout out. Hello, everybody! Okay. What were you doing? Oh, you were playing Stream Raiders! Sweet! Yeah! Yeah, get on in on this Stream Raiders party here. So, yeah, welcome aboard, everybody. Let me get you a link to the Stream Raiders thing so you guys can join me here. So today is Rare Disease Day, and I'm raising awareness for folks that have rare diseases like myself. I've been streaming since 10 a.m. this morning, going on, let's see, 6 hours and 45 minutes now. I've taken a couple of breaks, don't worry. But I'm helping to raise awareness for rare diseases and encourage folks to donate to whatever rare disease nonprofits that you would like to support. I've got a rare condition called septo-optic dysplasia, which is caused panhypopituitarism, optic nerve hypoplasia, and I'm missing the septum pellucidum, which is a thin membrane in the midline of the brain. Lots of long, complicated words. Long story short, I have to take a lot of medications to treat my condition. And it's really made me passionate about raising awareness for rare diseases in general, which is why I'm doing what I'm doing today. Alright. Thank you guys for coming in here. Should not share my... Well, why not? Oh, do you stream for like a long periods of time doing stream raiders? Well, thank you for raiding me. I really appreciate that, and I hope your stream went well. You're welcome to hang out if you want to, but I totally understand the need to raid and run. I've been there. Go get yourself some rest if you've been streaming for a while. But thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it, you guys. Alright, well, I was just talking about, we were just reading some patient stories on the official Rare Disease Day website. 12 to 14, whoa, 12 to 14 hours? Give me some of that energy you have. I could use it. My goodness. Well, man, that's awesome. Wow. Well, anyway, I just shared Angelina's story on the Rare Disease Day website here, and we were talking about how difficult it is to be a caregiver for somebody that has rare disease. So I was gonna check out on Nord to see if they still have a caregiver respite program, which I know they at least used to have.
Congratulations! The simple fact that you're standing here listening to me means you've made a glorious contribution to science.
Commander Geese, am I saying that right? I'm sorry. Hope I'm not mispronouncing your name, but welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated.
Congratulations! The simple fact that you're standing here listening to me means you've made a glorious contribution to science.
Yeah, thank you. And Emmerbach, thank you as well for the follow. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Also, I apologize if my speakers are, like, echoing.
Congratulations! The simple fact that you're standing here listening to me means you've made a glorious contribution to
my
science.
headset just died on me. Like, it stopped working. It's fully charged, but it's like got a bunch of static coming through the headphones, which is making me real sad. Oh, there's no echo? Okay, good. Thank you. That's good to know. Yeah, so that's why I have my sound coming through my computer speakers, because my headset just took a crap on me. Alright, so as I was talking about, Nord's Rare Caregiver Respite Program. So it seems like this is still going on. So basically, if you're a caregiver of a patient that has a rare disease in the United States, you can sign up for something called the, or you can look into this Rare Caregiver Respite Program. So let me read a little bit about that, so that you guys can learn a little about it. If it'll load. Cool. Okay. Caring for a loved one with a rare disease, especially during these uncertain times, demands significant time, attention, patience, and dedication. To help meet that need, the National Organization for Rare Disorders, NORD's Rare Caregiver Respite Program, may be a helpful resource. The program seeks to give a well-deserved break to U.S. caregivers, parents, spouses, family members, or significant others of those living with a rare disorder. Those who qualify may be eligible for up to $500 annually to secure respite caregiving. Financial assistance may cover, for example, care from a registered or licensed practical nurse, a certified nursing assistant, or home health aide. The grant may be dispersed through the calendar year or used in a single award. The program was established in 2019, but considering challenges wrought by the COVID-19 pandemic, its existence is very timely. With the grant, a caregiver can get away for an event or an activity, or simply spend a day away from caregiving. When the program was announced, Jill Polander, director of Nord Patient Services, said the grants would allow the organization to acknowledge the hard work of families, caregivers, and others by allowing some time away, knowing their loved one is well cared for and safe. The caregiver must be a U.S. citizen or have been a permanent resident for at least 6 months. The applicant also must fall within the program's financial eligibility guidelines. The patient for whom care is being provided must also have a confirmed diagnosis of a rare disease. Awards are granted on first-come, first-served basis. A Nord Patient Services representative will guide the applicant through the process and will verify income electronically. There is no fee to apply. The application decision process takes about 5 minutes over the phone. Applications completed and submitted by email, fax, or mail will be processed within 3 business days. That's actually really speedy, wow. For more information, call 203-616-4328 or email caregiverrespite@rarediseases.org. I'm gonna copy and paste the link to this article in chat for you guys if you want to look into that yourself further. Eric Dube, PhD CEO of Retrophin, now Traverse Therapeutics, which provided initial program funding, reminded the public about the substantial time and resources that caregivers in the rare disease community spend helping their loved ones, while rarely getting a needed break. The program, he added, is meant to recognize the caregiver's generosity. NORD is the leading patient advocacy organization dedicated to improving the lives of those with rare diseases and their families. Again, NORD is a fantastic organization, and things like this, the Rare Caregiver Respite Program, is so important for folks that, you know, spend all of their time taking care of the loved ones that they, you know, that have rare diseases. So, considering the fact that it's Rare Disease Day and that's what we're here to celebrate, I would really encourage you guys to go to rarediseases.org and give a little donation to NORD if you can. So let me copy this. I used to volunteer for NORD, and they are an absolutely fantastic organization. I cannot say enough kind words about them, but any donation to any rare disease nonprofit today would mean a lot to me. So please donate to anybody that you support. Oh, by the way, if you donate $5 or more and send me a screenshot of as proof of your donation, post that in my Discord, I will draw a doodle for you for, I'll set a timer for 5 minutes and doodle your request. It could be anything that you want. Could be an OC, could be something random like, I don't know, a potato robbing a bank. Whatever you want. I, of course, have the right to deny any sort of inappropriate requests, but if you donate $5 or more to any rare disease nonprofit and show proof of your donation, you get a doodle. It's just something fun to do. But yeah, that's what we're doing today, and yeah, so NORD is just one of many rare disease nonprofits that you could be supporting today. And thank you to Angelina's mother for writing this story and sharing that with us, and you know, kind of putting me on a tangent about why it's so important for people, you know, to give back to the folks who are caring for folks that have rare diseases. Oftentimes they're struggling a lot and don't get the recognition that they deserve, so that's important. Alright, let's read another patient story here. By the way, we've got about 13 minutes and 45 seconds until the Stream Raiders battle is ready to go, so keep that in mind. Okay, where did we leave off? Yeah, I think the answer is in the Toes is the last one that we read with the patient submitted stories, so let's read this one. My journey with Nail Patella syndrome and rare neurological conditions. And she's in Australia. So this is the story of Deanne. Whoop, I zoomed in a bit too far. Okay. As someone who lives with a number of rare conditions, including Nail Patella syndrome, idiopathic intracranial hypertension, nervous intermedius neuralgia, glossopharyngeal neuralgia, and trigeminal neuralgia as well. Man, say that 5 times fast. I can't even say it once. I know firsthand the challenges that come with living with rare diseases. I'm just about to finish my 5th university degree and have studied areas such as neuroscience, case management, and music. I work within the field of disability. My motto is promoting inclusion, embracing diversity, and harnessing lived experience. I've been lucky enough to travel to 29 countries despite spending periods of many months in the hospital and experiencing extreme and debilitating pain and fatigue. Living with rare diseases can be a lonely and isolating experience. It can take years to get the proper diagnosis, and even then, there may be few treatment options available. But I believe that by sharing our stories and experiences, we can raise awareness about these conditions and help others who may be going through a similar journey. For me, Nail Patella syndrome affects my joints, specifically my knees, elbows, and fingers. I also have underdeveloped nails, kidney disease, some eye involvement, and other associated symptoms. Idiopathic intracranial hypertension causes high pressure inside my skull, which can cause severe headaches and vision problems. Nervous intermedius neuralgia, glossopharyngeal neuralgia, and trigeminal neuralgia are all conditions that cause severe facial and swallowing pain, which can be triggered by things like swallowing water, hearing a loud noise, or feeling the wind against my face. Wow. In 2022, I needed a feeding tube for 7 months to improve my nutrition as it was incredibly difficult to eat. Living with these conditions means that I have had to learn to manage pain and fatigue, both physically and mentally. I've had to find ways to cope with constant pain and discomfort while still pursuing my passions and goals. It hasn't been easy, but I'm proud of what I've accomplished, and I hope that by sharing my story, I can inspire others who may be going through similar challenges. One of the biggest challenges of living with rare diseases is the lack of understanding and awareness. Many people have never heard of these conditions, and even healthcare professionals may be unfamiliar with them. The symptoms and treatment options. This can lead to delayed diagnoses and ineffective treatments, which can be incredibly frustrating and disheartening. That's why Rare Disease Day is so important. It's an opportunity to shine a light on the thousands of rare diseases that affect millions of people around the world. It's a chance to share stories, raise awareness, and advocate for those who are often overlooked. By coming together and speaking out, we can build more compassionate and inclusive communities that celebrate diversity and support those who are living with rare conditions. Despite the challenges, I remain hopeful for the future, with advances in medical research and growing awareness about rare diseases. I believe that we can make a real difference in the lives of those who are living with these conditions. I'm grateful for the support of my family and friends, as well as the healthcare professionals who have helped me along the way. I want to encourage everyone who is living with a rare disease to speak out and share their story. You are not alone, and your experiences and insights can make a real difference. Let's come together to raise awareness, promote understanding, and build a more inclusive and supportive world for all. Well said, and I wholeheartedly agree with all of that. That's awesome. All right. Yeah, Deanne, thank you so much for sharing your story. You guys, you can go to the Rare Disease Day website, rarediseaseday.org, and read these stories yourself if you'd like. I've been reading them throughout the stream, and I'm going to continue to do so for a while until I get way too tired to continue, considering the fact that I've been streaming for almost 7 hours, maybe fairly soon. This might be our last Stream Raiders battle, so please, guys, give it everything you've got, and then we will raid on to another channel afterwards. But yeah, let's see here. Let's go read another patient's story. We're gonna read one of the heroes' stories. Let's see, who do we have up next? I think Harvey's story. Yes, that's the one that's next, so I'm gonna read this one. Best skin? Oh, the epic Emerald palette. Oh, let me see. Let me take a look at that skin. I love checking out cool Stream Raider skins here. Where's it at? Oh, nice! Cool. Nice. Oh, these are awesome. Thank you guys for playing along. And CG! Good to see you're still around too. Thank you. Alright, let's get back to reading some patient stories. Okay, so this is Harvey's story. He has spinal muscular atrophy and he's in Kenya. My son Harvey has a rare condition, SMA. Big fairly. Yeah, big fairy CG. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. My son Harvey has a rare condition, SMA, in full spinal muscular atrophy type 1, which is the more severe type of the disease. Harvey's muscles have completely weakened from the illness, including his eating and breathing muscles. This means he is fully dependent on the ventilator for survival. I'm Harvey's primary caregiver. Harvey's disease makes it difficult for me to work due to the cost implications of our 24-hour nurse. Of a 24-hour nurse. I look after him to reduce this cost, but this means attending family or friends functions with or without him is difficult, because you have to plan prior to attending. Having people come over to visit randomly is also a problem since we are trying to protect him from infections. Harvey's also doesn't get to eat all the yummy food and have the freedom to do things for himself. For example, go outside and play anytime he wants, like other children. When we do get a chance to go outdoors, Harvey loves it. He also likes watching cartoons, bubbles, and having massages. He particularly enjoys seeing and hearing people talk around him. Seeing Harvey react to the colors and sounds around him brings me joy. Harvey's rare disease has enabled us to meet a lot of new friends, and I have come to learn a lot about other rare diseases out there as well, as a lot about SMA and genetics. His rare disease has also enabled me to help others on a similar journey, giving them tips on caring for their children, especially home care, which is a new ground in Kenya. I'm also able to research better, even on small things like sourcing the cheapest places to buy medical equipment and pass this information on to others. Yeah, that's important. I'm confident to say that my family and a few close friends have my back. I couldn't have come this far without them. Rare Disease has also played a huge role in giving me strength and changing my attitude. It's always comforting to know someone else understands what you're going through. I appreciate them for always checking up on us and trying to create time to catch up. Well, thank you for sharing your son's story. Yeah. And man, like I just mentioned, the Caregiver Respite Program provided by Nord, of course, unfortunately they wouldn't qualify because they're in Kenya, but this just reiterates the importance of, you know, acknowledging the sacrifice that caregivers of patients with rare diseases make, you know, to make sure they're getting the care that they need. So that's another really important thing that I'm glad that we can kind of raise awareness for today on Rare Disease Day. There are 2 more hero stories left, so I'm gonna try to get through them. So we're going to read another patient story, patient submitted story on the Rare Disease Day website, and power through this. So, last one that we read was, I think, My Rare World. So up next, I think. Nope, sorry, this one. My Rare World is the next one on the list. Right, we haven't read that one yet. So she has acromegaly and she's in North Macedonia. It's the story of Jasminka. I hope I'm saying that right. We fly like butterflies. Let's sting like bees. Nice. Rare Disease Day is just around the corner. Nope, that's today, my dude. As February 28th approaches, I have more and more motivation to say why we are aware of the disease, why we are loud, united and clear in the direction for a better life for people with a rare disease. The goal of Rare Diseases and Disabilities community is to encourage discussion about issues and problems of this group of individuals and families. Life with a rare disease and disability is full of thought-provoking questions, insights, and perspectives. How would I define myself? Someone like me? We're all one happy hippie group trying to do some good in the world. We live with a bunch of chronic diseases that think they can stop me/us. What I and anyone else living with a rare disease can do is let the readers float like butterflies too. If they accept the challenge and don't understand, they will understand why we can sting like bees. Many stories started since childhood. Many wrong diagnoses to get the right one. Many children with diseases for which there is no cure. Expensive medicines struggle to reach the one whose source of life has dried up. Broken families due to non-acceptance of the situations. Isolated families. Young girls carrying the disease who give up motherhood precisely because of the risk of genetic inheritance of the disease. Families with the genesis of the same problem. Life with challenges and more. Chronic and rare disease leads to the transformation of a person if there is good psychological support first in order to accept it and learn to live with the disease. That is a huge part of it, for sure. Learning to cope is a huge struggle. Being rare, accepting the facts, being a warrior, and a surviving fighter is all part of the struggle of my/your rare world. Precisely because it's rare to be rare, we all know the value of life and are happy to vote for a better world for everyone. We expect those responsible in society to give us their support by solving the problems, and nothing less than that. The more rare disease advocates can amplify each other's voices, the greater our success. When communities and different groups of rare families join forces, unique and united, it can lead to greater awareness for all, better results and efforts. Rare voice of the patient? That is not so rare. Ask us something, write something. I, on the other hand, will not talk about my rare world, but I will put the mothers, fighters, and children with rare diseases and disabilities on the pedestal. They are the pride of a society. Jasminka, Stokovska. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that one, but just a happy hippie, artist, mother, grandmother, diagnosed with acromegaly and many other accompanying diagnoses. Bladder cancer, medically able to work, not retired, active volunteer, and ambassador, directing her focus to advocating for rare chronic diseases and disabilities. Messages. Give your hand before it's given to you. Playground of Dreams, Life of Dreams for Every Child, Donate, Recycle, Make Happy, Humanitarian Store, Lights for Rare. This is my story. Oh, okay, so I think this person is sharing a bunch of different patient stories on here. That's okay, we'll keep reading it. I would first start my story as a person with acromegaly. I wouldn't know where to start with the story when the disease started because from my earliest childhood, I was a child with reduced immunity and very often inflamed kidneys. I grew up in hospital rooms, receiving a depot pen injection every 21 days due to frequent infections and reduced immunity. At the age of 22, I was diagnosed with diffuse urethritic goiter, and I'm taking 100 milligrams of Euthrox. I had the most problems with my heart, increased heart rate, and very low blood pressure that could drop to 30/60. Wow, that's low. With the death of my mother in 2001, I was 31 years old. The condition suddenly worsened. The blood pressure was approaching 90/100. Then it started to climb to 120/180. Wow. I had terrible tachycardia and arrhythmia, and I started getting swelling, pain in the joints. Pain in the joints increased. I was lying in bed, and I felt like I was running high. The problems continued, and the condition worsened. Sometimes dull and sometimes unbearable pains that did not subside, even with Trodon injections in the left part of the head, were constant. In 2002, for the first time, I was referred to an endocrinology clinic in Scope. Although my anemia, I pointed out the consistent headaches, the increased volume of the body by 10-15 kilograms, stiffness and pain in the joints. I was left without rings on my hands and had to buy bigger shoes. Problems with my jaw. The clinic dismissed me by canceling my as if I had overdosed on them. Wow, that's awful. For a whole year after that, I went in for checkups. I was in the hospital when my condition worsened, but their endocrinologist said that now I'm completely fine, and that all the findings of the hormones are fine. The endocrinologist said that I was fine. I used to get such insensitive answers. When I noticed that I had galactorrhea and... we'll get into the Stream Raiders... Well, I guess this is a bit of a long story, so we'll put a pin in this and come back to it after the Stream Raiders battle is over. Thank you guys for playing along, by the way. Alright, here we go. Here, guys, have some haste. Good luck, everybody. I think we've got this. Alright. Okay. Let's take this. Awesome, we did it! Oh, I thought that was it. Okay, now we did it. Nice. Congrats. Alright, let me see here. I'm gonna let the winner be chosen randomly because a lot of you were in chat, so thank you guys for playing along and joining me in there. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's the last Stream Raiders battle that I'm gonna do today. I totally understand if you don't want to keep watching because you came here for Stream Raiders. Thank you again for that raid earlier, Immerbach. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna go back to finishing reading this patient story, and then I'm gonna wrap up the stream. So, I've been streaming for a little over 7 hours. I'm pretty tired, so I think that, I think we're gonna wrap it up here soon. But I'm gonna get back to sharing this person's story. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Mighty. Yeah, you have a good night, too. Okay, thank you again for that follow earlier, by the way. Okay, let me see. Where was I? I'm gonna start off back at this point. When I noticed that I had galactorrhea and told the endocrinologist, Dr. Cheeto, at the time, the director of clinic for endocrinology, answered me like this. It's nothing terrible. Don't let your husband squeeze you by the chest. When I complained to him about my headaches, I got the answer, I have a headache too. Ugh. About the enlarged kidneys, the nephrologist gave a report. Maybe I have 2 kidneys under the same capsule. At the endocrinology clinic, the professor gave me the report. I have an enlarged heart. I have improved a lot. That I should walk 5 kilometers a day. Who has time for that? After all this, my condition for which I did not receive anything concrete, I asked my general doctor to give me a referral to take an MRI of the head. The radiologist discovered that I have a tumor on the pituitary gland. Hey-oh! Fellow pituitary patient. He stated that all the problems originate from it, but it is important for an endocrinologist to tell what kind of tumor it is. I was overjoyed. Finally, something concrete. An 8x8 millimeter tumor on one pituitary gland with so many functions like orders for the whole organism, and many nerve fibers don't seem scary at me. It was important that I finally had something to solve, but for a short time, happy. Excuse me for a second. Okay. Endocrinologist said that it is nothing. What? Incidentaloma? They told me that if I became obsessed with the disease that I would end up and a psychiatrist. No, but pituitary disorders are very severe. Trust me, I know this firsthand. Wow, I'm so sorry this person went through this experience. That's awful. The endocrinologist in Macedonia assured me that it was nothing, that I should just go abroad where they would take my money, that I should not go abroad where they would take my money privately and then there would be no one to fix my hormonal system. My luck was that I had relatives in Serbia. My aunt was a radiologist and my mother's brother in Slovenia. My mother died 2 years ago. In hospital conditions, we still don't know today whether or not it was a blood clot, an effusion, or what. My relatives have helped me a lot to go to Slovenia, where I was diagnosed. The doctor told me that I have acromegaly, given therapy of medicine 15 milligrams a day until surgery by an experienced neurosurgeon for the pituitary surgery to remove that tumor. I underwent surgery in Belgrade at the VMA. I've been in remission ever since with follow-up MRIs of a 2mm pituitary tumor. I still have many health problems today. I don't take anything to control my growth hormone that can rise from time to time, heart problems and arrhythmia and tachycardia, headaches, and my bone diagnoses. Disc herniation, curvature of the spine, ulcers, in the joints and fingers. My teeth were completely extracted at the age of 34. I had 9 surgeries on my teeth. In 2021, bladder cancer was diagnosed, which removed in 2022. Here I do not mention the situation categorized as Z, stressful situations with deaths. Wow. Macedonian healthcare is at that level. Macedonian protection as well. I have no protection here. I don't even know if I'm registered in the Register of Rare Diseases as a long-term volunteer for raising awareness of rare diseases. I know many people, especially children, who do not, who are registered in the same. I do not have a categorization of my workability, and I have been rejected for disability pension several times, including 6 months ago. For the authorities in Macedonia, I'm a completely healthy person. That's so frustrating! I'm so sorry you're going through that. That should not be the case. And I'm sorry, but I think that I'm gonna go ahead and, you can continue to read the story here. I'm gonna put this in the link in the chat if you guys want to. It's a really, really long story, and I want to give more time, to other folks before I have to wrap up here. Because I'm out of spoons. If you guys are not familiar with spoon theory, go to butyoudon'tlook.com and read all about it. Basically, spoons are a metaphor for energy allocation, and I am totally spoonless at the moment. It's been a long day, but a good day. I was able to raise awareness for a lot of rare diseases that I hadn't even heard about. And I encourage you still to donate to a rare disease nonprofit of your choice. The doodle offer still stands if you can prove to me that you've donated to a rare disease nonprofit on Rare Disease Day today through a screenshot or whatever. You'll get a 5-minute doodle request. So keep that in mind. I think that's all I've got, you guys. Sorry, but I am wiped. So I think we're gonna wrap it up here. Let's see if we can find somebody else on Twitch potentially doing a Rare Disease Day stream. Let me see here. Oh boy. Yep, I'm zonked. Let's see, Rare Disease Day. See if anybody else is doing something. What? They have a Twitch channel? I didn't know that. Well, I'm following them now. Ooh, they're doing a subathon. They're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! That's fun. I'm gonna follow Cure Rare Disease as well. Tuesday. Let's see. Okay. Alright, so it's just either me or Gamer Princess 92, who has 6 viewers, or Tensdaz, who has 7 viewers. Who are we gonna go to? Let's go check out Gamer Princess, I think. She's got 1 less viewer than the other person, so let's give her a little boost. A little boost here.
Focus. Just
So let's raid this person. Alright, thank you guys again so much for hanging out with me today while we talked about some rare diseases. Let's continue this rare disease party by raiding Gamer Princess. Alright. Okay, cool. Thank you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and start the raid here soon. Again, I can't thank you guys enough. I'm gonna upload this to YouTube once, I think I have to wait 24 hours or Twitch is gonna have a meltdown over that because I'm an affiliate. But it will be up on my YouTube channel. If you missed anything, you can go through and listen to all those patient stories again. In the meantime, that's all I got. Thank you, CG, for hanging out, and everybody else who's been around today. I really appreciate you. and hang out with Gamer Princess for a bit. I'm gonna hang out and chat with you guys as well. So I'll see you over there. Take care. Thanks again, and happy Rare Disease Day. Woo!